Good morning. How's the programming lessons or knowledge been? Learned any new stuff since we last talked? One of the things I've learned is Tim sort, which I needed to implement here for my program, which I think is quite interesting and very useful for what I'm doing. So, yeah, just gonna keep hammering away at what I'm working on. I also plan to play some news just to listen to. Sit back, commentate on it, get work done, stuff like that.
Well,
That makes sense. Yeah, studying for what job you're going for is obviously ideal. For a lot of people like me, though, programming was it was a side thing you did after your school or after work. Kind of in your free time. It's not like you didn't do other things like play video games, watch shows, whatever the heck else, but sometimes you just feel like sitting down and programming, working on something.
welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. As financial markets were tanking, President Trump told CBS News yesterday the Iran war is, quote, very complete pretty much, just before the markets closed. But later in the day, Trump continued to send mixed messages about the war. In a speech to Republican lawmakers in Doral, Florida, Trump vowed to keep striking Iran's leadership.
But we had leaders.
Let me know if you have any
gone,
other questions you want
we
answered.
had new leaders and they're gone. And now nobody has
Try to
any
provide
idea
my-
who the people
my
are
best
that are going to
insight.
be the head of the country, and will not relent until the enemy is totally and decisively defeated.
And later, at a news conference, President Trump was asked about the U.S. strike at a naval base near a girls' school that killed 175 people, most of them children.
Mr. President, you just suggested that Iran somehow got its hands on a tomahawk and bombed its own elementary school on the first day of the war. But you're the only person in your government saying this. Even your defense secretary wouldn't say that when he was asked, standing over your shoulder on your plane on Saturday. Why are you the only person saying this?
Because I just don't know enough about it. I think it's something that I was told is under investigation. But tomahawks are used by others, as you know. Numerous other nations have tomahawks. They buy them from us. But I will certainly, whatever the report shows, I'm willing to live with that report.
On Saturday, President Trump said he told Kurdish forces not to enter the Iran war. That's despite reports the CIA had been working to arm Kurdish forces to instigate an
Yeah, that makes
uprising
sense.
within
It's
Iran.
definitely a matter
Iranian
of
Foreign Minister
curiosity for
Abbas
sure,
Araghchi
like a pastime
has
of
said
curiosity. Where
Iran
it's like, how in the
is
world do people do
prepared to
this?
continue
And you
missile
look into it
attacks
more.
across the region for
It's
as
just
long
like,
as necessary and ruled out.
unlike some other things that are you can be very curious about, programming is like actually really accessible for anyone to get into it. Obviously, like a computer or like some sort of software device, I guess a phone, is like kind of necessary. But if like you were interested in like NASA rockets, like that's something that's significantly harder to get into. You could certainly do some rocket stuff yourself, but how far you're gonna get is like the whole issue. Like you could spend, 500, depending on the year, 500, maybe $1,500 on a computer and use that for like 10 years. Or you could spend like $100 on a rocket at like your hobby town, your hobby like building, and then you like it, but you want to like try something more advanced, so you buy something more expensive, a couple $100 more, and so on and so forth, and you end up finding out that like the difference between like your rocket and a big rocket is like still immeasurably large in terms of the engineering that goes into that, the programming that goes into that. And at the end of the day, like you just don't have the money to even like begin investigating any of those devices on your own. Not that necessarily like people should be building rocket engines in their backyard sort of thing, but it is definitely like programming is something where you can like if it, for me it was like Minecraft was like an interest, and it like you could program in Minecraft like from your house. You don't have to get anything but like a computer to start programming that. And even then, especially like a game like Minecraft, which is uses Java runnable like anywhere, you could. I mean, I was using computers to like do that stuff like a decade ago or more. So technically speaking, like the hardware that regular people had access to back then, and even the hardware like advanced people, I guess you could say, advanced computer engineers had back then, is like nothing compared to what people like regular people have access to right now. And so in that sense, like you can really cheap out and like still get some programming done. The exception is probably AI, and like Unreal Engine. Like I guess like game engines are maybe like kind of an exception, especially like corporate ones. And that's for like games. But if you want to do like other software, that's where like it kind of can all break open depending on what you're doing. If you're doing like terminal stuff, that's pretty easy. It can be done like anywhere. If you are someone who like wants to have a device of some sort, and then you want to make a program for it, like a vending machine or something, or like an elevator, that's something you can kind of use whatever for, because the like programming isn't that hard. Now the hardware is something you'd have to buy, but I think programming is just one of those things where like it really is like super accessible to everyone, and that's why it's a really nice thing to be interested in investigating. As opposed to like some other things that are a lot harder to be invested in. Either it's expensive, or maybe like geography can also play a role. Like if you're really interested in hydroelectric dams or something, but you're not next to any rivers, that's kind of tough. You kind of just have to go to engineering school, or like hope you go on a vacation in the area that your family is okay with going to, like Hoover's Dam or something. And even then, like, what are you going to learn there? You're going to learn some stuff, but are you going to be able to become like a hydraulic dam engineer or whatever by just going to Hoover's Dam once, right? Or even like 10 times. Like there's a whole thing there you would need to get into and be like educated on. And that's kind of where, if you wanted to be interested in that sort of thing, I think you'd have to like go to like an engineering school. Maybe you would even have to like look for a specific degree in that field. And then you have to go on from there to try to get into the job. And then, like, if you don't get accepted, like, I mean, it's kind of it sort of thing. That's why you just got to hope who you're applying for is, like, large enough. I mean, NASA is kind of like that in the sense that, like, not everyone who's like, I want to like work at NASA is like going to get into NASA, you know? Like there's a whole, not everyone's going to get into it sort of thing. So yeah.
Talks with the U.S. to end the war. Meanwhile, residents of Tehran report toxic air, soot covering streets and cars and balconies filled with black gunk after Israeli strikes hit the city's oil depots Sunday. In interviews with The Guardian and NBC News, sources from inside Iran report they woke up with pain in their throats and burning eyes due to the environmental disaster. The World Health Organization's Director General, Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, said, quote, damage to petroleum facilities in Iran risks contaminating food, water, and air, hazards that can have severe health impacts, especially on children, older people, and people with pre-existing medical conditions, unquote. Meanwhile, in Tehran, hundreds of thousands of Iranians rallied in support of the new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, who succeeded his father, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, assassinated by U.S.-Israeli strikes on February 28th. Iran says the war has killed more than 1,255 people and injured about 10,000. CCTV TV footage captured a U.S.-Israeli strike near a boys' school Sunday. According to Iranian state media, a boy, Mayar Zangane, was killed in the strike. On Monday, mourners gathered in Tehran for the funerals for the victims of Israeli and U.S. strikes.
If a ceasefire happens, the blood of our martyrs is wasted, and in my view, a ceasefire means disrespect to all these martyrs, and honestly, it must be continued until the end.
In Australia, 5 Iranian women soccer players were granted humanitarian visas after they sought asylum. Iranian state television had branded the women as wartime traitors for refusing to sing Iran's national anthem. Iran fired drones towards Saudi Arabia and Kuwait early Tuesday. The Saudi Defense Ministry said it's destroyed drones over the country's oil-rich eastern region, while in Kuwait, the National Guard said it shot some drones down in Kuwait's northern and southern areas. This is Kuwait's Emir Sheikh Mishal Al-Ahmad Al-Jaber Al-Sabah.
Our country has been subjected to a brutal attack by a neighboring Muslim country that we consider a friend, even though we have not permitted the use of our land, airspace, or coasts for any military action against it. We've repeatedly informed them of this through our diplomatic channels.
This comes as the U.S. State Department ordered American workers of the U.S. diplomatic mission in Saudi Arabia to leave the country. Meanwhile, Republican Senator Lindsey Graham questioned whether the United States should continue honoring its defense agreement with Saudi Arabia because the kingdom has so far refused to join U.S. and Israeli military operations against Iran. In Bahrain, an air defense interceptor fell into a residential neighborhood, injuring 32 civilians, including 4 who are in critical condition. In Turkey, NATO air defenses shot down a second Iranian ballistic missile that entered Turkey's airspace. In Lebanon, the United Nations warns nearly 700,000 people, including 200,000 children, have been forced to flee their homes over the past week as Israel continues to bombard Lebanon. Lebanese authorities say nearly 500 people have been killed, with death toll rising by around 100 a day. On Monday, Israeli airstrikes hit 5 branches of a financial institution run by Hezbollah in the southern suburbs of Beirut. Oil prices fell Monday from near record highs of roughly $120 a barrel after President Trump suggested in an interview with CBS News the war in Iran could end very soon. Trump also called Russian President Vladimir Putin Monday to discuss the war. Soon after the call, Trump said the U.S. would ease some oil sanctions. This comes after the U.S. Treasury Department said it would temporarily allow Russian oil sales to India.
Right now, oil is 5% over the day. So, a lot less than the almost $120 it reached on Monday. But since yesterday, it's gone up a little. Yesterday it went down, and then now it's going back up again. So that's kind of what we're looking at. As opposed to the quick spike we might be seeing like a longer term growth.
Just weeks after India agreed to stop buying Russian
Already, I think
fuel
where I
in
am,
exchange for a
gas
U.S.
is up
trade
like,
deal.
or gas was up
Putin
50
said
cents like on
Russia
Monday.
is
I don't
ready
know
to
where it is
supply
right now.
oil and gas to Europe as the war in Iran has halted oil shipments through the Strait of Hormuz while seeing major damage to oil fields and refineries across the Middle East. Europe had largely stopped purchasing oil from Russia to stop funding its war on Ukraine. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says Ukraine has sent drone experts to help protect U.S. bases in Jordan, with 11 countries asking Ukraine for assistance in countering Iranian strikes. Since September 2024, Ukraine has faced near daily attacks from Shahed drones, originally designed in Iran. The technology later transferred to Russia. Writing on X, President Zelensky also accused Russia of turning Iran's strikes on U.S. bases in the Middle East into, quote, a second front of Russia's war against Ukraine. The FBI subpoenaed records from a partisan review of more than 2 million ballots cast in the 2020 election in Arizona's Maricopa County, expanding President Trump's wide-ranging investigations into his election loss to Joe Biden. The request for records is related to a 2021 audit of the 2020 election carried out by the Republican-dominated Arizona State Senate, which, despite the partisan nature of the review, confirmed that Joe Biden's victory was in Arizona. This follows the FBI's raid of the election office in Georgia's Fulton County in January, when federal agents seized 700 boxes of ballots. Meanwhile, President Trump said Sunday he will not sign any more legislation until
Yeah, so Iran's allies are like, there's two different, or there's multiple like layers to them. I would say like their strict allies are like Hezbollah in Lebanon, and the Houthis in Yemen are like their closest like direct allies in terms of people who are willing to engage in like armed conflict on their behalf, or like at their order, or like just to kind of engage in what they're doing in general. The Houthis, so if we look at like a world map, and go maybe just doing something like this. Nope. Can we close this tab? There it is. So we zoom out and we go look. So Iran's over here. And then here's the strait that everyone's talking about in terms of like not being able to get oil through. A lot of the oil facilities are over on this coastline. But you'll notice that if Iran's over here, and this is like the problem for oil, there is the Red Sea over here. Well, the Houthis are down here in Yemen, and Hezbollah is up here. Beirut, this is Lebanon up here, and then over here is Israel. So part of the, like, with regards to oil, like some of the things that's interesting is that there's a pipeline that goes across Saudi Arabia, because they don't actually have very many of like the oil like factories over here, and that's just the reason is like all the oil like is on the northeast side of the country. So part of the thought is like it could come down here. Of course, you still have to deal with the Houthis if you went down here, but there is the Suez Canal up here. So that's like kind of the thought, but that's a much more expensive way to transport it than trying to get it through here on ship. Part of the thought is like maybe they'll just try to wait it out, hope it changes. With regards to like the cost and the debt, one thing that's important to like understand about where the U.S. is the U.S. is like kind of unstoppable, like money wise. They're like the federal government specifically. The debt is not actually as relevant as you'd think, and the main reason is you have to ask yourself the question: at what debt does something happen? And what is that something that happens, right? Let's say the debt's 60 trillion, right? And let's say that's the point at which it's too much. But like, what does that mean? Like, who does something about it being too much, right? There isn't a US 2.0 or like world US, to come in and be like, okay, it's time to get my money. sort of thing. So, and it's not like let's say China was like, hey, you need to pay back your debt or something from the U.S. What if the U.S. just says no? Like, we're not going to give you any more money. We're not going to give you the interest. Like, we owe you, right? In order for you to get the interest, you'd have to like literally specifically invade the United States to like get that money, right? You'd have to like steal it or like specifically like forcibly do it if they just say no. And that's kind of like the problem with the debt is basically when it comes to external countries and the U.S. debt, it can only be paid out basically through war or just like being like, okay, just pay it when you can sort of thing. And that's part of the reason why the debt doesn't matter. Now, this isn't true for other countries because other countries can like be, if they don't have a nuke, like the nuke is obviously a threat to them. And then for some countries, obviously, it's like they just don't have the military. Like they could be invaded, like literally, if they just pay back their debt, or they could have their government couped or like stuff like that. Whereas like that's just not a potential like outlook for the U.S. at the moment. So that basically makes the U.S. Invulnerable to like hostile debt collection. Now, where it could happen is if like financially people like drew themselves out from the U.S. Like if they said, okay, you're not going to pay your debt, or you have too much debt, quote unquote, whatever that means. We'll just not do we'll not sell goods to the U.S. We'll not trade with the U.S. We'll pull out of our companies out of the U.S. We're going to remove our banks out of the U.S. That is something that would matter. Now, it wouldn't get the U.S. to pay back its debt like inherently, but it would do it because it's like blackmail, basically. Like you'd be saying, hey, we're going to do this thing unless you do this other thing that aren't necessarily directly related. And so then the U.S. might like try to pay back its debt that way. The primary problem with that is most of like the world's most powerful and global economies, especially when it comes to finances, are ultimately U.S. based anyway. And when you come to collect all of this, you basically understand that like foreign finance basically would have to use the military to get us to pay back the debt. And internal finance is like money we kind of owe ourselves, sort of thing, where like most of the U.S. debt is actually just money like U.S. citizens owe each other or like owe the U.S. government. So it's kind of like we kind of owe ourselves sort of thing. And that's what makes it like really hard to understand how it's kind of where it's like the debt doesn't really matter in that sense functionally. And then of course you can always like just tax more to like pay down the debt or spend less. So it's kind of like at any given point you can always reverse the debt. You just have to have the will to do it. So crashing the economy in that sense, like it's not going to be the debt that does it. It's going to be something else. It's just like not a likely scenario. Like you could crash the economy, for example, by this war, by having gas go up immensely. Like if oil went up to like $200, like that could be like massively devastating. You can crash the economy by, for example, putting up a bunch of data centers to do AI that only have like 5 jobs and then firing a bunch of people, like firing tens of thousands of people and replacing them with AI and then making unemployment go up massively while replacing them with like nothing, basically. And then making your entire economy around AI and around its success and not manufacturing anything like real. That can also like crash your economy. When it comes to the cost of things too, one of like the issues right now with this war is basically the missiles that Iran. So there's this whole dynamic to this war in general, which is actually very interesting. Or not just this war in general, but like war in general and how it's kind of evolved. So if you think about like medieval times, what you might have happen is you might have, now full plate was expensive, but you could have someone, for example, in full plate, like massive amount of armor. It's like kind of heavy. It's like 50 pounds, right? Kind of what's expected of like U.S. soldier to carry anyway, but it's kind of your armor. It's your whole thing. And then you'd have a weapon. And the thing about full plate is it's actually more defensive than people even think it is. I think it's capable to some extent to like even stopping bullets, like stopping like light arm bullets or stuff like that. To some extent. And so like full plate's actually like really good defensively, bludgeoning weapons are better because just like bludgeoning impacts obviously can, like, the damage from them, though muffled, can like pierce armor in that sense. Whereas like piercing weapons and slashing weapons, just obviously they don't have, like, you can't cut through metal that easily, sort of thing. And so for full plate, the whole concept of full plate is like basically you kind of become invulnerable to weapons when you wear it. So defense is like really, really strong in like the medieval era. Now the reason why full plate people obviously weren't everyone is because, first of all, expense. It's really hard to put that much metal together. And it needs to be like very well fitted to your body. And second of all, it's not as good as you'd think, because the actual, my understanding from people who do like medieval reenactment stuff is that, generally speaking, the deadliest thing is wearing yourself out, because combat is actually very exhaustive. And so for people in full plate, that is even more so the case. And so a lot of people in full plate, if you got taken out, it was probably because you got too tired. You couldn't run away. You couldn't really properly swing your weapon or defend. And so like people would just be able to like hit the kinks in your armor, because there's ultimately going to have to be places where you're going to be a little vulnerable. And ultimately, even if you can defend yourself for the first 10 seconds, after like 2 minutes of fighting, you're kind of like exhausted. And so now they can kind of get you, sort of thing. But like at the end of the day, like your defenses are still like really strong as compared to the weapons. So in the modern day, and this has been true for like a while, but over the past, like, I mean, kind of since you mentioned the nuke, but even like past that, kind of recently, over like the past 20, 30 years, you'd probably say, that's kind of like flipped around. So the nuke is like a thing, obviously it's pretty much impossible to defend from, other than just being underground or like behind something very, very specifically like secure. That's like one of the first weapons that's just like too hard to defend from, realistically, outside of like bunkers, right? So like bunkers kind of became the only way to defend yourself. But like as an army soldier, like you can't survive a nuke, right? And bombs, you could say to the same extent. I guess the difference is like, as a squadron, like a bunch of soldiers together, if you just spread yourself out, sure, like an individual soldier can't, but like you can still have a high amount of defense just by making it so one bomb a person is like not viable, offensively speaking. Nor is like each individual person, like losing an individual person, going to be that important when it comes to like just random bombardments, if you think of like World War II stuff, right? But a nuke is like you can wipe out an entire army in like one go, like without even trying, because its blast radius is just that big. So that's kind of where like that changes a lot of the warfare, but speed up like a little farther, and you get weapons now that there just isn't a way to like properly block them. And to some extent during the World War II, that's kind of true of like artillery that can shoot like a few miles. Is like, what are you going to do? Like once that's shot, it's going to land exactly where it's going to land. You can't do anything about it. But when it came to like bombers, that wasn't necessarily true. Like you could intercept bombers, like you could shoot down bombers with anti-air. So in that sense, if there was a bomb headed for your city or your squadron or whatever, and you wanted to prevent it from happening, well, that bomb isn't like necessarily being dropped at this moment. So you could take down the plane that's coming for you. And that's like one way you could defend yourself, is basically you'd have this plane versus plane warfare. That would be like that would be like your kind of defense. You shoot it down. Okay, speed it up a little bit. And now we get what basically are like, what would you call it? Like hypersonic missile class, which is basically when you go so like multiple times the speed of sound. I think it's like 6 times or something is like technically hypersonic. But the point is that once you get at that speed, and the missiles are now like maneuverable, like you can have coordinates, you can have them like dodge out of the way, like move a little bit here and there. You can even like change the place they're going to land, like mid-flight, and they can like go massive distances. Like you're not just like an artillery within running distance of a person, within like a day's running distance of a person. You're like literally multiple days like away, and you can be like blown up and like hit, is this sort of thing. So when you change to that sort of warfare, Now these hypersonic missiles are basically weapons that are super hard to intercept. They go so fast that they're like the human eye cannot track them. So you have no chance of like shooting it down with like a gun. They go so fast, no plane can track them down. So you don't have any chance of like flying up in a plane to like shoot them down. You'd have a lot of maneuverability and whatnot. Basically, not even like the fastest plane can like chase these down. So the only thing that can like actually stop them are missiles themselves. So you're now shooting missiles at missiles. But again, the problem is they're big. Like sure, when you see them, they're like a whole truck. But that's not that actually big when it comes to like a missile. It's kind of like if you've seen like a map of satellites around the planet and you're like, oh wow, there's so many satellites, it's so dense. Well, each individual satellite is actually very small in comparison to the actual like size of the planet, especially at how far they out in the atmosphere. This sphere that's created at that level is so massive that it only looks like there's a dense amount of satellites because the satellites have to be a pixel on your screen. If you like compared like the actual size of the satellite to like the visible, like a visible satellite from the distance, like you wouldn't see anything, sort of thing. It's kind of how like 99% of the area around an atom is air. Like there's just nothing there. Sort of thing. And so you come back to that, you come back to missiles, and it's basically, they go so fast, it's just incredibly hard to hit, which is why in order to shoot them down, you basically have to shoot a missile at it that blows up midair. And that explosion gives it extra reach. Because it has to reach to be able to like hit the missile to knock it off course, or to, I mean, best case scenario is to blow it up or disable it in some way. But again, that's just also hard. Like it's going so fast that even at the time the explosion happens, because of its speed, that explosion radius effectively is smaller because it will be moving past the missile at the same time the explosion is expanding. So if the missile is kind of like here and explodes, if the like THAAD missile is like here, right, the defensive missile is like here and explodes, and then your missile's already past it a little bit, by the time explosion happens, right, it's going to be faster than the missile because explosions are very fast. It's faster than the missile, but the missile is also still traveling. So at some point, it's going to diminish itself enough that it's not going to be able to affect the missile. And so in that way, there's like a distance past the missile that the missile itself, the defensive missile itself, becomes useless, even with the explosion. So that's kind of where it's like a massive problem. There's even like, if you were to say, okay, well, just increase the explosion radius, right? You could even say like, let's nuke the sky, right? You just want a massive explosion in the sky to like really knock things off. Well, the problem is you don't need to shoot these things within any amount of distance of each other until like almost the place they hit. And even then, you know, it's like the distance between an individual ballistic missile that like Iran shoots could be like a mile from the nearest one, sort of thing. So even then, you increase the explosion radius, sure, but you're not going to be hitting multiple missiles likely. You're just going to be hitting the one. And so you're spending more money because that more explosion radius isn't gotten for free. You're spending more money to be able to shoot down this missile, which just makes the missile more costly, but you get a higher chance to hit it. So basically the whole problem, the whole reason why there's this massive cost asymmetry is because it's very easy to make a missile that goes for a long time and then explodes at a specific location, comparatively to a missile that actually tracks down that missile and then explodes with sufficient radius and has sufficient speed to like shoot it down. Because like a missile that goes whatever they need, like 1,000, I think it's like within 2,000 kilometers, right? A missile that goes like 2,000 kilometers, for example, doesn't need to actually travel that fast. In fact, it doesn't need to travel at really any speed. You could travel at 1 meter per second and you'll eventually get there, right? Now, obviously, a slow missile is easy to hit, so you want to go faster. But the point is that a missile, though, that needs to intercept has to have speed. There's no point in going a meter per second if you're not able to like reach the missile in time. So basically, these missiles that are intercepting the hypersonic missiles are like higher quality missiles in like every single way because they have to. You can't intercept a missile with a lower quality missile. The problem then being, that means you spend a massive it causes an inherent asymmetry to war. It makes defense more costly than offense. And that means that basically, if you don't overproduce defense, then you'll be overwhelmed by offense. Because if let's say I need $10 million to defend once, but you can attack 10 times for $1 million each, right? Then my $10 million takes out one of your $1 million missiles, but I get hit by $9 million missiles, right? In other words, I'm only able to reduce your effectiveness by like $1 million. Now, Iran might not have as much money, so I might be able to afford, $5-10 million missiles, and maybe you can only afford the 10 million. But at the end of the day, that's still 5 versus 5, like 5v10, I still lose, sort of thing. And even if I have 500, and then you shoot 100, well, let's say my 500 is used, and because I really want it to be effective, some of the ones that my 500 are going to miss, some of the 500 are going to miss the first time, so sometimes I shoot again. Let's say on average, I shoot 2 missiles for your 1, just to really make sure I hit. Well, your 100 then are going to take out 200 of my salvo. Well, those don't automatically freely refill themselves, right? I have 300 left. There's like a loading indicator, right, of like another one. You can imagine, like if it's in a video game, it's like loading, like it's a cooldown for additional missiles, right? But then you can just shoot 100 more, and then it takes out another 200 of mine, and so on. And then eventually I'll run out of missiles. And then I'll just be like a cooldown. Maybe I'll get like 2. Every time you shoot 100, I'll have 2 more ready, and that's about it. And that's where it's like, now you have this asymmetry, where at first I'm able to block everything, and now I'm able to block basically nothing. And that's like a major aspect of the war. What has changed even more recently is drone warfare. Now, obviously, drones have kind of been around for a while, like in regards to like the Reaper drones and whatnot that just flying in the air. But what has massively changed is just using small drones. Has like literally changed the warfare entirely because of this defense-offense asymmetry. And specifically, Iran has been able to demonstrate this with the Shahed drones, which are like $10,000 each, I think. And they are supposed to have like 50,000 or more. I think I saw somebody said like 80,000 in like stockpile. And just like missiles, these drones have the explosive capability to do real damage. Now, they're slow enough that if you can detect them by radar, you can like be out of the city by the time they hit. So they're not that dangerous for a person. But equipment is not that way, right? If you build a radar dome that just sits there. Yes, like drones made just like random explosive devices kind of anywhere. Like it made suicide bombers basically obsolete too. Is like, I mean, suicide bombers maybe have the advantage of being like a surprise. Like you can't track a suicide bomber on radar, but what it didn't do is like if like your goal as like a suicide bomber is to, or like just like a operative, like a lone operative or operatives in a place to like bomb somewhere, if your goal was like infrastructure, there's no reason not to use a drone anymore. Not only do you not risk any people's lives, but like you can just keep firing at that stuff. So like if you have a static radar dome, right, you don't need a suicide bomber to take those down anymore. You just shoot drones at it until it's gone, because eventually they'll run out of anti-air stuff. Now, I will say for drones, there is a slight exception, which is unlike hypersonic missiles, drones can be defended with against guns. And this Ukraine has kind of demonstrated this. This is kind of where you get back to like the World War II anti-air stuff, is like you could shoot down planes in World War II, and those drones aren't exactly going that much, like they're basically just like World War II planes in terms of like speed and whatnot. Because they're all like propellers. They're all like propeller craft, which makes them really cheap, obviously, so you can make a lot. But because of that, and like bullets themselves are very cheap, so that's why there's kind of like, you can kind of defend against drones if you just set up automated like anti-air, basically. The problem is that's just not set up because it just hasn't, like warfare changed away from the World War II style of doing that to being like drone strike and like plane-based bombing campaigns with like not much troops on the ground, or maybe troops on the ground, but it's been asymmetric for a long time, especially for the US, where like we bomb, maybe we have troops on the ground, but we never have to expect the enemy to have like to do bombing runs, the enemy to have much in terms of aircraft. So for us, it's never been about setting up anti-air. But anti-air turns out very effective against drones, at least the drones they're using right now, because those are like long distance drones. What we found in Ukraine, though, or what has been found in Ukraine, is I'm not actually sure like they go even further in terms of like the drones, making them cheap. Basically, they're just like quadcopters. They're just quadcopters with like C4 on it and optic fiber cable. And the optic fiber cable is just so like they can't be jammed. So you connect the optic fiber cable to your controller, and now you can control it for like a really, really long distance. Not like Shahed drone distance, but a decent amount of distance, and you can kind of go anywhere. So that's kind of where they're at right now. Now that's easy. Those can be like shot down still by like normal guns, and especially like anti-air. The biggest difference is though, they're so cheap and so plentiful. That whole like just send operatives in to do individual bombings. You just apply that aspect to using in drones, where you just have a bunch of small squads, like 5 people, that just have a bunch of drones all over the place, and you will just never know where you're being attacked from. And these drones are so small that like if you have a wall around your base, for example, like the drone can just sit underneath the wall. Like it can fly from a elevation and get up right next to your base, where the anti-air won't detect it like you at all. So your only kind of chance is like shooting it down with small arms, which like you could do, but that's like a whole thing, you know, sort of thing. And there's just not, I don't know, like people aren't going around in like trucks with like anti-air guns on them, you know, like anymore. And then of course if they do, you can always just like send bigger arms against that sort of thing. So I think it's really interesting how this like new warfare is like changed this war in particular, and I think the United States just like literally was not prepared, or like didn't understand like what was going on in terms of like that warfare, where basically what's become true is offense with missiles is so strong that it's basically too expensive to defend against. You can try, you can certainly try, and you can defend against it, like technically speaking, but in the long term it's too expensive to make, and it takes too long to make them. Right, like some of these anti-air like missiles, the U.S. is making like 12 a year, or like month or something. It's like you can't defend against 100 a day. Like you can't defend against like 100 hypersonic missiles a day with like 12 a month or 12 a year, sort of thing. So, and then of course there's the other like asymmetric aspect of warfare, which is just like drones everywhere. Drones can come at any given point in time. Drones can like go anywhere, and they have enough explosive power to like kill people in a hotel room, and maybe like do some damage around it, but not necessarily like massive civilian damage. I mean, if you've ever seen like the damage that like the Shahed drones have been doing to like places in like the UAE and stuff, in Dubai, where they like hit a hotel that there's like intelligence that a nearby base, the soldiers moved off the base and like into that hotel or something like that. When they like bomb that, you can tell that like if you're that room, like you got directly hit. If you're the rooms adjacent to it, you could have definitely sustained damage, injuries, maybe, and like some people might have died. But if you're like not directly adjacent, but adjacent to those rooms, you're like fine. I mean, there might be injuries. It might feel like an earth shake. There might be broken glass, but like the explosion radius is not that much. It's just like a powerful like blast at the location. So even then, kind of with the Shahed drones, they're not like, because they're so concentrated, you can't even like make you're hitting civilians like argument with them sort of thing is like kind of also the issue, I guess, in terms of propaganda. Some people like might not care anyway, and honestly speaking, even if they were doing mass civilian casualties or whatnot, I don't think like that would change Iran's opinion on their usage. It might change the like a U.S. citizen's opinion about whether or not we need to engage with war with Iran, but it wouldn't change like their opinion. They'd still shoot them. So basically, I think what we're basically found out is like the U.S. can't defend against anything. So right now, basically, what the whole like war I think is gonna evolve more and more into is Iran like takes their like Toyota trucks. I mean, they're not literally Toyota, but like takes their like little trucks that have like 5 drones in them, drives them out to the middle of nowhere, shoots them off, and then they hit the targets, like, or like 50% of them hit their targets, you know, sort of thing. That's what Iran gets to do, and then U.S. then goes and like, they just like have bombers go up and like bomb cities, and it's like that's like in like sometime, and then they bomb the truck like later when they find it, you know, a couple hours after it shot off the drones, and the driver's probably already driven away in like some other car or just walked away straight up. It's like you're just bombing an empty truck that doesn't have any meaning anymore. So it's like this really weird asymmetric warfare more and more where like no one can defend, so it's just straight offense. Like it's just who can do the better offense sort of thing is like what I think it's changing up to in the long term, depending on how long it goes. But for certain, if this were to like reach 4 years of like the future, it would literally be straight offense. There would be no one would be defending. No one would even be trying to defend. All the new THAAD missiles like we would make, we would just put them somewhere else. We'd be like, who cares? Who cares if we made one new THAAD missile? Like, what are we gonna do? Put it in one of these batteries that most, like all of which are already destroyed. Put in like one of the batteries that we have, and then just shoot down one missile with it. Like, doesn't sound like value. We should just stockpile them up for like the U.S. mainland or something like that. At least that's what I think.
Congress passes the Republican-backed Save America Act, which would require voters to show passports or birth certificates to register to vote or update their voter registration information. The bill also effectively eliminates online and mail voter registration. In New Mexico, state investigators Monday descended on a ranch formerly owned by the late convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, where survivors say they were abused and trafficked. The search of Epstein's Zorro Ranch came after New Mexico's Attorney General last month reopened an investigation into the property, which was closed in 2019 at the request of federal prosecutors. Meanwhile, the Justice Department has released 3 FBI interview summaries relating to Donald Trump that it previously withheld from public release, in another apparent violation of the Epstein Files Transparency Act. Justice Department officials said the documents missing from the initial release were mistakenly coded as duplicates, but did not explain why only the 3 interviews that named Trump were excluded. The summaries describe interviews with a woman who said she was sexually assaulted by Donald Trump in the 1980s when she was 13 or 14 years old, after she was introduced to Trump by Jeffrey Epstein. In Texas, newly released body camera and surveillance footage cast doubt on an ICE official's claims about the killing of Ruben Ray Martinez, a 23-year-old U.S. citizen, fatally shot by a federal agent in South Padre Island as he was driving his car. The video released...
Yeah, so that person was killed by ICE in the summer, and like there was some coverage of it, but no one really like knew fully. But it was like 100% just like straight up murder sort of thing. So like Renee Good and Alex Preddy in January, he was before them like 6 months basically. And also you have Keith in LA, who was in December 31st, killed by an off-duty ICE agent. So this guy came first before all those. At least in terms of the Trump administration's duration. Obviously, ICE has been around for a lot longer than that.
Friday by the Texas Department of Public Safety appears to contradict the ICE spokesperson's claims that Martinez intentionally ran over a federal officer before another agent fired 3 times. The video shows Martinez was given conflicting instructions by officers from multiple agencies as he drove his car very slowly near the scene of a previous car accident. The footage does not show Martinez rapidly accelerating or appearing to run over a federal agent. The officer who killed Martinez has been identified as Homeland Security Investigations Agent Jack Stevens. Last week, a Texas grand jury declined to indict Stevens in the killing of Martinez. In more immigration news, a family from McAllen, Texas, that includes 2 teenage brothers who've won awards for their mariachi music, has been freed from immigration detention after a delegation of Texas Democratic lawmakers pressed for their release. 18-year-old Antonio Ramez-Cuellar walked free from the El Valle Detention Center in Raymondville Monday, and later in the day, his brothers, 14-year-old Caleb and 12-year-old Joshua, were released along with their parents from the South Texas Family Residential Center in Dilley, the ICE jail there. The family was detained on February 25th following a routine check-in with immigration officials. They entered the U.S. in May 2023, had followed the Biden-era process of applying for asylum. Among the lawmakers who pressed for their release was Texas Democratic Congressmember Joaquin Castro.
These were upstanding folks who were following the law. They were, again, at the invitation of their congresswoman, those young men performed their mariachi music at the U.S. Capitol, and now they've been sitting here in this trailer prison, and we're waiting for them to be released so that we can help them get home.
Here in New York, federal prosecutors have charged 2 men with terrorism after they allegedly threw 2 homemade bombs during a protest outside Mayor Zohran Mamdani's residence on Saturday. Neither device detonated. No one was injured. According to a criminal complaint, 18-year-old Emir Balat and 19-year-old Ibrahim Qayoumi made statements in which they said ISIS had motivated their actions and that they sought to cause more damage than the 2013 Boston Marathon bombing. Their arrest came as counter-protesters outside Gracie Mansion clashed with supporters of white supremacist Jake Lang, a January 6 rioter pardoned by Trump, infamous for organizing anti-Islam demonstrations across the U.S. In a statement, Mayor Mamdani wrote, quote, "Such hate has no place in New York City. It's an affront to our city's values and the unity that defines who we are. What followed was even more disturbing. Violence at a protest is never acceptable," the mayor said. And a federal judge has ruled Kari Lake unlawfully served as head of the U.S. Agency for Global Media for several months last year, ordering the federal agency to reverse cuts to programs and over 1,000 layoffs carried out under her direction. Lake was appointed by President Trump without Senate confirmation in early 2025 to lead the independent federal agency, which oversees the Voice of America and helps fund Radio Free Asia, Radio Free Europe, and other state-sponsored U.S. news agencies. Under her watch, the agency fired all contractors, laid off most full-time staff, and replaced original reporting with the far-right TV network One America News Network. She also attempted to fire Voice of America director Michael Abramowitz, though a federal judge last August ordered his reinstatement. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman in New York, joined by Democracy Now!'s Juan Gonzalez in Chicago. Hi, Juan.
Hi, Amy, and welcome to all of our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world.
Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you... Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. The U.S.-Israeli war in Iran has entered its 12th day. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth announced that Tuesday was the most intense day of U.S. strikes on Iran. Iranian authorities say U.S. and Israeli forces have bombed nearly 10,000 civilian sites in the country and killed more than 1,300 civilians since the war began. This morning, Iran says it targeted Israel's military intelligence agency, a naval base in Haifa, and an Israeli radar system. Meanwhile, the Pentagon says Iranian strikes across the region has so far injured 140 U.S. service members, killing 7 U.S. troops. Another one has also died. This is White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt.
What is your current timeline for how long the war will last?
So look, as you know, Steve, the president and the U.S. military's initial timeline was about 4 to 6 weeks to achieve the full objectives of Operation Epic Fury. Again, to destroy their missiles and their ability to make them, destroy their Navy, permanently deny them nuclear weapons forever, and to, of course, weaken their evil terrorist proxies in the region.
The Pentagon reportedly spent $5.6 billion worth of munitions during the first 2 days of striking Iran, according to a cost estimate shared with Congress. The Trump administration is expected to send Congress a supplemental military budget request this week. It comes as the Trump administration is reportedly considering deploying special forces into Iran to secure its stockpile of highly enriched uranium. This is Democratic Senator Richard Blumenthal.
$900 billion a year.
I guess I am most concerned about the threat to American lives.
Maybe like doubling the entire budget of the military.
Of potentially deploying our sons and daughters on the ground in Iran. We seem to be on a path toward deploying American troops on the ground in Iran to accomplish any of the potential objectives here.
Meanwhile, a New York Times analysis of missile fragments from the site of the bombing of the girls' school in Manab in southern Iran on February 28th resemble the markings of a U.S.-made cruise missile. It adds to the mounting evidence that U.S. forces struck the girls' primary school. It comes as Iran's foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, dismissed the Trump administration's claims Iran was planning a preemptive strike against the U.S. as a sheer and utter lie, unquote. On X, Araghchi wrote, quote, "The sole purpose of that lie is to justify Operation Epic Mistake, a misadventure engineered by Israel and paid for by ordinary Americans," he wrote. This is Iran's ambassador to the UN, Amir Sayed Iravani.
Their intention is clear: to terrorize civilians, massacre innocent people, and cause maximum destruction and suffering. The world is witnessing how a rogue and irresponsible state, together with an illegitimate regime, is targeting the Iranian schools, hospitals, residential building infrastructure, sports hall, and relief facilities. These attacks have already claimed the lives of hundreds of innocent civilians, including women and children.
Israel continues its attacks on Lebanon, with the war expanding to central Beirut. An Israeli strike on a Ramada hotel killed at least 4 people. Israel claimed it was targeting commanders with Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps. According to the Lebanese government, Israeli strikes have killed 570 people in Lebanon, including over 80 children, while 750,000 people have been forced to flee their homes there. This is Basma Ramadan, who witnessed an Israeli strike on a building near her.
We were sleeping. At around 5:30 a.m., I was asleep with my husband. My son was still awake after coming back from work. The sound was indescribable. The fear is indescribable. Enough is enough. Enough. This is a nightmare. When will it end? We really can't endure it anymore.
Iran continued to fire retaliatory missiles and drones at targets across the Gulf region. Saudi Arabia says it destroyed 5 Iranian drones heading toward the kingdom's Shebaa oil field. Kuwait said it downed 8 drones off the coast of the United Arab Emirates in the Strait of Hormuz. A projectile hit a container ship. The Dubai government says that air defenses intercepted 2 drones near Dubai airport, injuring 4 people. In Iraq, a drone hit a major U.S. diplomatic facility next to the Baghdad airport. CNN's reporting Iran has laid a few dozen mines in the Strait of Hormuz and has the capability to place hundreds more. The U.S. military said it attacked and destroyed 16 Iranian mine-laying vessels near the strait. Since the beginning of the war, international tankers have largely avoided the Strait of Hormuz.
I mean, to be clear on the mine situation, Iran has said that they are not mining the Strait of Hormuz. Even Trump himself was like, hey, yeah, I don't know what's up with the mining of the Strait of Hormuz, but if they're doing it, we're going to bomb them extra hard. But if they don't do it, it'll be one giant step forward for diplomacy. So even he was like, I don't really know if they're doing it or not, sort of thing. People just kind of started reporting that it was true without, like, saying it was true. And then like later in the day, yesterday, there was news that came out, which was like, people were saying that they had bombed 10 like mine layers, like Iranian mine layers, and but called them inactive. Like, we have destroyed 10 inactive Iranian bomb mine layers. It's like, okay, well, if they're inactive, I guess they weren't doing anything. So there's not really any confirmation that they were actually laying mines, but who knows? I mean, they could. What Iran has kind of said, though, is that why would we lay mines when we could just shoot them with missiles? That's basically what Iran's argument has been, is like, we're not going to let ships go through. We're just going to hit them with missiles or drones. We don't have any reason to, like, put mines down, though. And to me, that makes like the most sense, because my understanding is right now, Iran's letting through Chinese ships through the Strait of Hormuz, because China's like their ally, but not other ships. So if you mined the Strait of Hormuz, those mines would have to be technologically like advanced enough to not only, like, you'd have to have some way of basically temporarily disabling them depending on what ship approaches them, so they don't blow up on the wrong ship. But that opens up the mine for the weakness of, like, that means you have to have some sort of like code or button or something that like disables them temporarily, and that means anyone can press the button or anyone can get that code if they can. And if anyone manages to do so, like the U.S. or whatever, suddenly those mines are useless. Is kind of like the whole issue. And that's why like mines usually are like really dumb. They're just like, come close to me, I explode. So you need there are ships designed to find and take care of mines. And you need those ships to go do that. Sort of thing. Which is funny because the US just like decommissioned, there are only 4 of them or something, or there's like maybe 4 left. They had like a bunch in the like around the area that they only recently decommissioned, and then they do this. But anyway, I agree with like Iran here, where it's like there's not much point in mining. It's too, we can't determine the targets. It doesn't make much sense. We could just, like, sure, it might cost more. Like, I'm sure a mine's cheaper, maybe. But like, we can just missile or drone it. And to be honest, like, if you're a ship, you have to have the confidence to even go through the strait in the first place. So more than likely, ships just won't do it, you know? And if ships just don't do it, we don't need to spend anything, right? Why would we mine the Strait of Hormuz if people are just going to believe that we're going to blow up any ship that goes past it? Then we don't have to spend anything, any resources. Why we just say, don't go through the Strait of Hormuz or we'll blow you up, and then no one goes through the Strait of Hormuz, and then we spend nothing. We just, like, spoke some words, right? A couple of calories.
And shipping traffic has considerably slowed. The U.S.-Israeli war in Iran has caused oil prices to surge from less than $70 a barrel on February 27th, a day before the war, to a peak of nearly $120 a barrel by Monday. Prices have now settled to about $90 a barrel. According to AAA, the average price of U.S. gasoline has shot up to $3.48 a gallon from just under $3 a week ago. The Iran war is also driving up the cost of fertilizers such as urea, ammonia, and other nitrogen products that are critical for food production. The American Farm Bureau Federation sent a letter to the White House saying, quote, "We are deeply concerned that failure to act could lead to disruptions to the food supply chain not seen since 2022, when food price inflation reached 40-year highs," unquote. Reuters reports U.S. oil companies Chevron and Shell are close to finalizing a deal that would become the first major oil production agreement with Venezuela since the U.S. abducted the former president Nicolas Maduro and his wife Celia Flores. Just weeks after, Venezuela's interim leader, Delcy Rodriguez, signed a law that opened Venezuela's oil industry to privatization, reversing a key principle of the Chavista movement, persevered in Venezuela for more than 2 decades. The artificial intelligence company Anthropic is suing the Trump administration after the Pentagon designated Anthropic as a supply chain risk, unquote. That's after Anthropic refused to lift restrictions on its AI tool Claude, prohibiting the military from using it for autonomous weapons or domestic surveillance. It comes amidst reports that the Pentagon relied on Anthropic's Claude tool to strike 1,000 targets in the first 24 hours of its attack on Iran. The Pentagon had also reportedly used Claude in the abduction of Venezuela's former president, Nicolas Maduro, and his wife. Meanwhile, a senior member of OpenAI's robotics team has resigned over the company's new partnership with the Pentagon. Caitlin Kalinowski said she was stepping down on principle after OpenAI agreed to make its AI systems available inside the Pentagon. A whistleblower complaint alleges a former worker with the so-called Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, accessed 2 restricted databases and planned to share the highly sensitive information with a private employer. That's according to the Washington Post, which reported the Social Security Administration's internal watchdog is now investigating the complaint. If the allegations are confirmed, it would constitute an unprecedented breach of security protocols at the agency. The 2 databases included the records of over 500 million people in the United States, living and dead. The former DOGE employee reportedly copied the data onto a personal thumb drive. This adds to the mounting reported violations of Elon Musk's DOGE as it slashed funding for federal agencies. Alabama's governor has commuted the death sentence of Charles Sonny Burton, a 75-year-old African-American man who spent 3 decades on death row for a killing he did not commit. Burton was convicted for the 1991 fatal shooting of Doug Battle during a store robbery. Burton participated in the robbery, but had already left when the person he was with shot and killed Battle. Republican Governor Kay Ivey's decision came 2 days before Burton was scheduled to be executed using nitrogen gas. The daughter of the victim, Tori Battle, had joined calls to commute Burton's death sentence, writing in an op-ed for the Montgomery Advisor,
there's a person, it might not be him.
My love for my father does not require another death, especially one that defies reason, unquote.
Drove someone
Burton
not
uses a
knowing what was going
wheelchair
on,
due to his
and then that
painful
person
arthritis.
got out.
He will
then,
now serve a life sentence without parole. Governor
did a
Ivey
shooting
has
or,
presided
murdered
over at
some
least
people.
25
Basically, he got
executions
brought
in
in too,
Alabama.
as like
Staff members
suspect.
at Columbia
And then he got
University
charged,
and New
like,
York
with murder.
Presbyterian
And I think
Hospital were
might have literally
discouraged from
gone
reporting
worse than the
abuse
person who did
by,
the shooting.
committed by
Well, all he
convicted
did was drive the car,
gynecologist Dr. Robert
had
Haddon,
already
who
like left the
sexually
scene,
assaulted
basically,
hundreds of women over the span of
and
more
like
than
didn't
20
know.
years while employed at both
And it's
institutions.
crazy because it's like,
That's according to a new independent report which
let's
blames the
assume that,
systemic
like,
abuses on
the
Columbia's
reason why
culture
he
of
got
silence as the
the
university
punishment he got
protected
wasn't because he
Dr.
was
Haddon,
black. Let's
even
just assume it
after he
wasn't.
was accused of assaulting a patient in
Like,
2012
This would
and
be like saying
arrested.
if an Uber driver like
The
drives me
external
somewhere and then I
investigation
like
says
do a
Haddon
mass
used
shooting,
his
like the Uber driver did a
prestigious
mass shooting too.
position to prey
That's
on women.
crazy.
Haddon was sentenced to 20
So-
years in prison in 2023.
I mean,
A statement from the
you should get pardoned,
survivors of
not
Haddon's
commuted, but
abuse said, quote, survivors
at
and
least
the
he's not gonna be
public at
executed for
large
it.
have spent more than a decade rightfully demanding the truth about what happened at Columbia. We are
But
still
ultimately, at the end of the day,
waiting,
definitely
they
was
said.
just like anti-blackness.
To see our
was the
extensive
reason he got the
coverage of
punishment
this
he did.
case and interviews with many survivors, go to our website at democracynow.org. The Justice Department has reached a major settlement with Live Nation, the parent company of Ticketmaster, avoiding a breakup of the world's largest live entertainment company.
Yeah, so
The
if you remember
Justice
like the
Department
suit
had
about
accused Live
Ticketmaster and
Nation
like
of operating an illegal
price-
monopoly
prices or whatnot,
on the
like not a
concert
suit, I
business.
think it was like the FTC or
According to
something
the
was, like,
terms of
working
the
on that.
settlement, Live Nation
Well,
agreed to change how it
apparently
makes
Trump
ticketing
administration
deals
settled
with
out of
venues
court about
and
that.
would also pay
And
up to
basically they're not pursuing it
$280
anymore.
million in damages.
Which is like
Dozens
the
of
way
states
the
have vowed to
conversation has settled
continue legal
lawsuits,
action
it's
against
basically
Live
been like
Nation.
payouts to
New York
like
Attorney General Letitia James said,
the
quote,
people,
"We will keep fighting
like
this
Trump
case
and
without
stuff.
the federal government so
Anyway,
that we can secure
so it's
justice
like
for
a
all
double
those
whammy
harmed by
where like
Live
not
Nation's
only
monopoly,"
is
unquote.
Ticketmaster going to be able to
In
do whatever
Oregon,
they
a
want
federal
now,
judge is continuing to restrict
but
federal agents from
it
using
might have literally
tear
been like a
gas on
taxpayer
protests
payout.
outside
Or
an
not
ICE
taxpayer,
building
but
in
like a payout
Portland. The
to
preliminary
the administration.
injunction comes as part of a lawsuit filed by the ACLU and testimony by several protesters, including a married couple in their 80s and freelance journalists who describe having chemical or projectile munitions used against them. Video footage cited in court reportedly showed masked DHS officers discharging tear gas and firing pepper ball munitions into crowds of peaceful protesters. U.S. District Judge Michael Simon described the aggressive tactics on nonviolent demonstrators as objectively chilling. And Chilean LGBTQ and women's rights activists are gearing up for the inauguration of José Antonio Cast today, the most right-wing president elected in Chile since the U.S.-backed Pinochet military dictatorship. Cast advocates for a total abortion ban in Chile and as a congressman voted against the right to a divorce in 2004. Cast is an unapologetic supporter of Pinochet, whose father was a member of the Nazi Party. Cast's party has announced plans to repeal Chile's current abortion law, which allows the procedure in cases of rape. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Thanks for watching.
Okay. No, we're gonna
supposed to do in this situation, for the record. I don't know. This is Scott Ritter, Tulsi Gabbard, and the Trump Revolution. Not sure why Scott Ritter is so optimistic about the Trump foreign policy team. This piece ignores Trump's neocon. This is Iraq 2.0. Shit excuse for invasion, but this time Iraq actually fights back. No,
Alex.
Iraq and Iraq goy. There is a major difference in the cost. Okay? If your goal is to make money for your defense contractors, you're not going to have a lean operation. You're not going to have an efficient operation. You don't give a fuck about doing any of those things because you care about burning American money. You care about the unlimited funds you can get from the Pentagon. Okay? This creates a unique naval assets
of the whole. So blue is like what people are want to do. Here's the pipeline. Green, the Suez Canal up here, which they could use. And pink is like an alternative route, but again, the Houthis are down here. So it's kind of like you leave up there. And the problem here is if you can't go out these two places, you kind of can't go out to this, to the ocean over here. So you'd have to go all the way around the Cape of Good Hope, Southern Africa, well, southmost Africa.
Alongside oil tankers. 7 background, he was able to cut through that noise by doing like these massive wall-to
that the
you know what I mean? Because blue skies say he's CIA and you're mentioned
crazy. So I've been indicted for protesting ICE.
Wait, this was yesterday.
Yeah, I mean he is the classic scratch a liberal and a fascist bleeds moment. Straight up. I simply do not understand the gall of the U.S. to start a war with Iran and then be mad that Iran is punishing back. It's because we've grown far too comfortable. We've grown far too comfortable with our power, and for that reason, we literally think it's illegal to fight back. Like we don't understand it. We're like, what are you talking about? Like we're the world police. Like you're not. Like Americans have that kind of mentality almost. Like Americans in power, and even like the average American kind of looks at the situation and goes like, "What do you mean you're fighting back? That's literally illegal." Hello. Like at most you can fight back with like old weapons that we gave the Taliban, right? Like you are not under any circumstance allowed to, hurt our bases, hurt our soldiers. It doesn't make any sense. That's kind of how it works. So they're just like a little bit confused by this.
missiles, right? And so in this very small area, and the only place that you can pass here is really only 2 miles, not 20 miles. And so when you have this much concentration, what the Iranians are telling us is like, we're in, right? This is now, they have made a decision that they are shutting their own access here by laying these mines. They're shutting themselves in, essentially.
Yeah, except that's the reason why they didn't. Like that's... I don't think they actually laid down mines. Like I think that's anyway, it doesn't make sense. Maybe they did, right? Maybe they did, but it kind of doesn't make sense to lay down mines because they have the capabilities. One, it would stop them from exporting their own oil, right? And they're still doing that. Two, it would stop them from allowing Chinese ships to be able to pass through, because once you put the mines down, it's over, right? And last but not least, and this is perhaps the most important, and they're kind of saying this out loud, they don't need to mine the Strait of Hormuz to stop ships from moving through the Strait of Hormuz. As we've seen from the Thai ship that tried to pass through, they can just blow it up.
And it's worth it for them. So they're all in now.
One of the things that been saying in the papers this morning is the Iranians are showing they have a vote in all of this. And just to give you one more sense of what this is, them shutting down the waterway, you can see ships here on one end of the strait, ships here on one end of the strait. But by and large, this area here...
Are mind maps not a thing? First of all, these are smart mines regardless. Secondly, even if you have mind maps, what are you talking about? You're going to reveal mind maps to China? Like you're going to give mind maps to like you're going to tell where you're going to tell any other foreign country where your mines are? You're going to tell your own commercial oil tankers where the mines are? That's not how this works.
If the U.S. finds your mind map, you know there's
because even if you were to escort,
social media.
Even if you were to escort with the Iranian Navy, which is like incredibly fucking limited, right? Even if you were to escort the Iranian oil tankers or the Chinese oil tankers with the Iranian Navy through where the mines are, then you're just revealing where the fucking mines are. It just doesn't make any sense. It's not. It's the opportunity cost doesn't make sense at all. It is infinitely cheaper to control the Strait of Hormuz by saying we're going to blow your shit up. And if a oil tanker is crazy enough to try to go through that, and they'll get blown up, just like it happened today. Does that make sense? It's ineffective and inefficient. It's a last option. It is a last resort option that I suspect Iran would not utilize until it's, until they're completely out of other options. Especially because that would make it so that it's too dangerous for Chinese carriers to cross, and they're not going to do that.
Most narrow area, 20 miles wide, but the shipping lane itself really just 2 miles. That all but empty. Cedric, I want to go to you with one other development overnight. This is inside Iraq, right? Inside Iraq, a key U.S.
What's the American reason for pushing the mines narrative? I think they wanted to get a W, like as though they are like reaching a military objective, because it's very clear that they're not successfully reaching their military objectives in Iran. So they created a strawman military objective and then act like they and are now behaving like they actually destroyed a tactical position for the enemy. That's it. Instill confidence in allied nations that are stupid enough to maybe like push an oil tanker through. I mean, that's it. They removed all the mines. Yeah, they're making it seem. First of all, right now as it stands, if there were mines that were being put down, I don't even know if America has any naval assets in the region that can sweep for mines. They might. I'm unfamiliar, But as far as I understand, we have like 5 decommissioned naval assets that only recently were brought back. And we're trying to we're trying to utilize them. It also takes a very long time. It takes a very long time to do a mine sweep operation, and you can't do it while you're potentially under fire by Iranian rocket strikes and Iranian drone strikes. You just can't go in there and look for mines at all right now. So it's not going to happen. You are not going to be able to engage in mine sweeping in the Strait of Hormuz while you're under constant fire from the enemy. Reuters is now claiming that Iran has laid about 12 mines, like a dozen mines in the Strait of Hormuz, but I don't know if this is real or not. Maybe they're real. Maybe it's real. I trust Reuters is reporting a little bit more than CBS, but even then, I think it's doubtful. Especially because, as I've said over and over again, they have capabilities of holding the strait without having to mine it. No, man, you got to pay attention to where the ones and twos are. Real ball knowers know. Yeah. Yeah, at the direction of President Trump, CENTCOM has been eliminating inactive mine-laying vessels in the Strait of Hormuz, wiping them out with ruthless precision. Step aside. Hexit's eliminating inactive mine-laying vessels with ruthless precision, bombing some rusty scrap metal and crowing about it, and yet the U.S. Navy still won't go near the Gulf. Exactly. That's when you will know. You'll know if naval assets start being deployed in and around the region and crossing the strait. If naval assets are successfully crossing the strait, American naval assets are successfully crossing the strait, that means they have total domination, okay? Total naval domination. For the time being, they're just drone striking fucking random boats off the coastline. The go fast boats that Iran has, all of their best equipment is, again, inside of tunnels. And once again, they don't even need to mine the strait to control the strait. So it doesn't make any sense. It's all the White House blowing smoke so they can trade on market manipulation as much as possible. Oh my God. Speaking of market manipulation, it was so crazy. Looks like the threats on California by sleeper cells is based on vibes. We have no real indication or evidence. I know. We'll get to the sleeper cell conversation in a second. I really, really hope that we don't do like a post 9/11 style, anthrax scare.
Diplomatic Support Center was struck overnight. I'll put it was right here. You can see it right here. What, again, does that tell you about what the Iranians have in mind and what they're still capable of?
Why you never talk about other topics? You only talk about what's heating your community, what's heating my community. This is like global instability. This is fucking World War III. What the hell am I supposed to talk about?
Yeah, so John, good morning. What they're doing is they're actually looking at all the different important target sets. They've had a real opportunity to, in essence, case all these targets. They know exactly where our diplomatic facilities are. They know where some of our CIA facilities are. They know where our military facilities are.
Not a good thing to admit, for the record. Remember, I fucking told you this day one. When they were striking like seemingly random targets that look like civilian targets, and everyone was like, why the fuck are they doing that? I was like, they know who's at those targets. When they have a limited striking capability, they're going to try to maximize the damage. They're not going to like randomly hit fucking civilians. They're going to be trying to hit CIA assets. They're going to be trying to hit American military, American troops that they figure out are either stationed in and are utilizing civilian ports like they were in Kuwait.
are. And the reason they're doing this is their way asymmetrically of going after us. You know, on the one hand, we measure things like number of aircraft taken out. We measure things like number of vessels taken out and, you know, how many we've put to the bottom of the Persian Gulf. That's all great. But the problem is the Iranians are fighting with other means. And as Beth was pointing out, they are.
Law. Okay, Law. That's easy, I guess, to dismiss. What about the Muslims in camps in China, though? Not today, CIA.
Are using things like drones, missiles, and mines to take that asymmetric effort forward. And in some cases, they have an asymmetric advantage. And so going after, you know, areas like logistics centers, like they did in Kuwait, going after Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia, and going after that diplomatic support center in Baghdad is exactly part of the Iranian playbook.
And as they try to show, go ahead, Beth.
Yeah, so what I want to add to that, and I think, Cedric, you can jump in and disagree if I'm wrong here, but I mean, it's very, very likely that this was done by Iranian-backed militias that are Iraqis, right? We have not seen them join the fight. We have Hezbollah.
Bro, CIA don't even try to do fucking psyops. They just kind of look at you like this. They just come in here and they go, come on, talk about something else. Have you considered talking about something else today? China? Maybe China?
Committing suicide in Lebanon, literally, because, you know, Israel is you know, beating the crap out of them. And now we have Iraq joining in. Are we going to have Yemen join in? Are we going to have the Houthis join into this fight, which would, you know, move us to the Red Sea? They haven't done that yet because it's not exactly in their interest right now to draw fire. They're kind of on their back heels right now domestically. But this is, again, an expansion of the war that we, you know, we were kind of waiting for. It hasn't happened, but maybe this is it.
Cedric, when we go back to the Straits, go ahead, Cedric. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
On Pokemon Twit.
Oh no, that's okay. What I was going to say.
What is this? A few days ago, everyone was FOMOing over Pokopia because nobody had the Switch 2 yet, and now it turns out everyone's got money and bought the Switch 2 Pokopia except for me. This person doesn't even follow me. How the fuck? I'm just a suicide gif on Twitter now? That's kind of cool.
Say is yeah, Beth is right, and I think we need to look at the possibility that the Houthis will get involved at some point in time, and that would then mean that two different choke points, the Persian Gulf choke point, at the Strait of Hormuz, and the Bab el-Mandeb, who, as the Red Sea empties into the Indian Ocean, that is the kind of area that we actually could see some efforts, and that is something where the proxies, just like Beth said in Iraq, the proxies are going to play a role in this, and this is definitely an expansion of the effort, and the Iranians are controlling that narrative along with their proxies, of course.
Yeah, just so you can see what we're talking about regionally, this is the Strait of Hormuz. This would be the Red Sea right here. The Houthis operating right here, perhaps shutting down some of the shipping in and out of that region.
Yeah. By the way, open source intel is just like Mossad intel, but it's pretty funny. If you want to understand like the Iranian capabilities, this video can help you understand it a little bit better. So when the Americans say like, oh, we've destroyed their boats, we've destroyed their navy, what they fail to consider is that their fucking navy is underground. Everything is in tunnels.
انبوهی از شناورهای تخصصی هواپیمابر آمریکاست و حالا با ارتقای سنگین روی سیستم
They have tunnel maxed in ways that you cannot even comprehend.
یک ناو هواپیمابر دشمن را
می‌دهیم که جوانان برومند و رشید
I don't know why you're making light of this. Boats only do this when they're afraid. Bruh, we're fighting dwarves. What is this? Brother, this is literally 100% directly a consequence of the Korean War. Okay? I need you to understand, this is the ingenuity of the DPRK that very quickly learned their lesson after the genocide that took place with Allied forces bombing the fuck out of North Korea. And then having those engineers go to places like Iran, and then teaching them and giving them the tools to create underground facilities. This was utilized in Vietnam. This was utilized in Iran. And then these techniques were then given to Hezbollah by way of Iran and even Hamas. This is part of what this is what I mean when I say, like, we have forced the hands of all of our adversaries to cooperate with one another, to engage in information sharing, to develop systems of resistance. Just as our isolationist, or not isolationist, but like just as we have forced countries into submission with the tools that we have with our sanctions, we've forced countries into cooperating with one another economically, where you have like new blocks being developed, like the BRICS nations, right? The same goes for anti-imperialist warfare.
فرمانده کل سپاه در بازدید از این پایگاه زیرزمینی نیروی دریایی سپاه میگوید حالا این نیرو توانایی مقابله با تهدیدات
Why do we care? Why do we create conditions for the most blowback possible? Is it myopic greed, hubris, a genuine bloodthirst? It's all of the above. It's arrogance too. It's imperial arrogance. It's imperial arrogance. Because we are so far removed geographically from the consequences of our actions, like America being where it is, allows America to engage in this kind of instability, this sort of like death and destruction campaign, because we're not in striking distance. Let's be real. We are not in striking distance, with the exception of like nuclear arms, with the exception of like the USSR or China or whatever. We're not exactly in striking distance from these areas that we are causing instability in. That allows us to have imperial hubris, imperial arrogance. That allows us to have and maintain this supremacist ideology, because we are so far removed from the impact. We are so far removed from retaliation. Israel, on the other hand, is fucking insane, because they're not actually far removed from retaliation, as you are seeing over and over again. That's also part of the reason why I when I hear about like sleeper cells being activated or whatever, I think, oh, this is probably a false flag, because in order to universalize the fear and the anger and resentment towards a foreign adversary, we kind of have to strike ourselves a little bit. We kind of have to slap ourselves a little bit so that Americans actually get worried and justify this sort of action. You're talking massive for someone within striking distance of Front de Libération du Québec, tabarnak. I mean, listen, I'm in favor of Quebecois separation. Tabarnak.
One other thing, we were talking about the mines, right? The idea, CNN was reporting that that Iran may be laying mines in the Red Sea. Then in the Strait of Hormuz. Then CENTCOM released this video they say is of U.S. warplanes and missiles striking the Iranian mine-laying ships. Is this enough to disable them? I think we think the Iranians have, what, 5,000 mines that they could use? Would this be enough to stop efforts to mine the straits?
I mean, it's obviously it helps, but I mean, we're talking about 1,000-mile coastline, and we're talking about a capacity of Iran to use all manner of ships, dhows, things that look like fishing ships. Yeah, you can't do that at scale, but you can certainly throw one or two over the back of the boat, and no one will know that. It's very, very hard to track down these very small vessels that can lay mines. So I think it's kind of whack-a-mole, and we've only whacked, one mole. I mean, it's not a lot.
Just so people say, there's 1,000 miles of coastline here. This is all.
The IRGC Navy chief flexing by just cruising around the detained tankers. Yeah. Three ships were hit by projectiles near the Strait of Hormuz within 3 hours, UK Maritime Monitor says. 3 commercial vessels were struck by suspected projectiles within roughly 3 hours early Wednesday near the Strait of Hormuz, according to alerts from UK Maritime Trade Operations, the British military-run Maritime Security Monitor. Cargo vessel Express Rome at 12:35 a.m. Eastern Time. Cargo ship 11 miles north of Oman in the Strait of Hormuz was hit by an unknown projectile that sparked a fire on board. The crew requested assistance, began evacuating before the blaze was extinguished with no environmental impact reported and a skeleton crew remaining on board. Bulk carrier Mayuri Nari at 10:05 p.m. Eastern Time. The bulk carrier Mayuri Nari, about 50 miles northwest, nautical miles northwest of Dubai, UAE, reported being hit by an unknown projectile. Authorities said no pollution was reported and the crew were safe and accounted for. Container ship name not disclosed at 9:58 p.m. Eastern Time. A container vessel roughly 25 nautical miles northwest of Ras Al Khaimah, UAE, sustained damage from an unknown from a suspected projectile, though the extent of the damage remains under investigation. All crew members were reported safe. The incidents come as Iran escalates warnings about shipping in the strait. A spokesperson for the IRGC's Khatam al-Anbiya central headquarters said not even 1 liter of oil will be allowed to pass through the Strait of Hormuz for the benefit of the United States, Israel, and their partners, adding that any vessel or cargo linked to those countries would be considered a legitimate target by Iranian armed forces. This is precisely the reason why I said they do not need to utilize mines. They can just simply laser ships that choose to go through the Strait of Hormuz after Iran has declared it closed. Okay? There's also updates on this. The IRGC Navy chief came out and said, were ships assured they could pass through the Strait of Hormuz? Asked the crews of these ships, Mayuri Neri and Express Rome, who today trusted empty promises, ignored the warnings, and intended to pass through the strait, but were caught. Here's a video of the tankers waiting for Iran's signal to transit the Strait of Hormuz in footage shared by state media. That's pretty crazy. Also, once again, proving that I don't think these guys are mining the fucking strait at all. I mean, think about that. This is like leftist audio. Brother, what are you talking about? This is an IRGC Navy chief freely boating around the fucking Strait of Hormuz. This right here is, once again, a clear indication that they're not mining the strait. That's number one. And number two, they're showing that they have complete they have complete control over the strait. Like, Americans are so far, their naval assets are so far removed from the strait and having control over the naval strait that that the IRGC Navy can freely boat around. Okay? Also, the other reason why I said I don't think they're mining it is because Wall Street Journal reports that Iran's control of Hormuz means it's exporting more oil today than before the war. Tehran is letting ships carrying its crude go through the strait while it scares off others. This is the other reason why I don't think they're mining it, because it would still be fairly difficult for them to avoid their own mines if that was the case. I mean, they could get naval vessels to like transport them. They could get the RGC's Navy to like help them go through the mined areas in the strait. But then you're basically exposing where the mines are to satellite imagery. It's still obviously, a risk, but I just don't think that is something that they're doing. Major fire intensifying at Salalah port in Oman following an Iranian attack earlier today. I don't know why Iran would attack Oman, for the record. I just don't know if that's the case at all. Once again, we don't know. More information will come out soon enough, and we'll be able to make a better assessment. But my assumption is that it wasn't Iran that shot the refineries in Oman.
Pictures show a Thai cargo ship on fire in the Strait of Hormuz. Thai officials say a projectile hit the stern of the ship, causing a fire in the engine compartment where 3 crew members had been working. All 20 other crew members have been evacuated safely by Oman's Navy, with efforts underway to find those remaining. The ship is one of 3 commercial vessels to be hit this Wednesday in the area. According to several US media reports, Iran has been laying mines like this one in the Strait of Hormuz, further choking off the route that carries about a fifth of the world's oil. US President Donald Trump has warned of violent consequences.
If for any reason mines were placed and they are not removed forthwith, the military consequences to Iran.
France 24 is not doing a Trump impersonation while reading out a Trump Truth Social post, and I feel like that's you lose style points for that.
Iran will be at a level never seen before.
A few hours after Trump's post, the US military released these images showing strikes against Iranian vessels described as mine layers near the Strait of Hormuz.
Wow, dude, we did it. We did it, Joe. Like, what the fuck is this, bro? They're using they're using old footage of striking like Iranian naval assets. And then 2, they're like, we blew up a fucking jet ski. Really? This is the most powerful military on the planet, guys. The most powerful military on the planet. And this is what we have to show for it.
Strikes against Iranian vessels described as mine layers near the Strait of Hormuz. In total, it says 16 boats were destroyed. These attacks have raised fears of prolonged maritime warfare, with Iran showing no sign of backing down.
We will never allow a single litre of oil to pass through the Strait of Hormuz for the benefit of the United States, the Zionists or their partners. Any vessel whose ship or oil cargo belongs to the United States, the Zionist regime or their hostile partners will be considered a legitimate target.
Iran is believed to possess between 2,000 and 6,000 mines. Traffic through the...
Surely no boat Iran intends to use is just sitting out in the open? Yeah, no shit. They're just docked.
Strait has dropped by 97...
Yeah, Iranians are like, wait a minute. They're just hitting our fucking go-fast boats and our jet skis off the coastline? I thought we could just like leave them out there and America would not blow them up with their drones.
7% since the start of the war, with these latest incidents unlikely to reassure shipping companies. Even the US Navy is refusing to escort ships through the strait, saying the risk of attacks is too high for now.
Something extraordinary has just happened. The international...
Yeah, we'll talk about the emergency reserves that Democrats are urging the Republicans to release as well, which is because they're fucking stupid. Anyway, they just don't know how to play politics at all, it seems. Or rather, they know how to play politics. They just don't want this war to end. But before I get to that, Iran is dismantling UAE's economy, and it's also unironically starving the RSF and freeing Sudan. The Sudanese army is advancing the recaptured towns from UAE-backed terrorist groups to RSF. Arms supplies from the UAE to RSF have dried up since Iran began its Operation True Promise. So, for all the free Sudaners out there, Sudan is currently being freed, partially because Iran has crippled the United Arab Emirates. So, you know, unintentional consequences of destabilizing the Gulf it will contain multitudes. You will be shocked to find out, like I said, one potential aspect of the Iranian Operation True Promise is the Gulf states that have funded the massive Paramount merger deal might back away from said deal, which would literally engage in one of the most consequential antitrust initiatives by force. And on top of that, now you have this situation as well. Like, think about that. If the Gulf states decide there is not a lot of value or utility in constantly funding American media and diversifying their portfolios by entering the American markets, and they pull out of their prior investment commitments, Iran will have unironically engaged in trust busting. Think about that. The economic rise of the Gulf Arab states was predicated explicitly on the idea that they are a remarkable beachhead of total security in the region. If this goes on longer or escalates, they will predictably enter a death spiral, since it is impossible to maintain the security if Iran is engulfed in war or chaos. It's incredible the situation was so recklessly entered by the U.S., which was their guarantor, and has actually been trying to push them deeper into a conflict they did not ask for and for which they are unprepared. It's fucking insane that America did not even think what could possibly happen to this massive, massive amount of oil money that is coming directly from that region. Now, this is obviously beneficial for Israel because decoupling the Gulf states from the United States of America is beneficial for Israel. Let's be real, right? At least in the short term, because that means it's a weakened Gulf. The Gulf states that are not closer to America improves Israel's standing with the United States of America, because Israel's value comes from being that beachhead for American intervention in the region, right? This could potentially be beneficial for Turkey and China as well. Turkey already has a lot of security cooperative agreements with not only Qatar, but also Saudi Arabia now, with Pakistan as well. So that's part of the reason why I think Israel wants to also go after Turkey too, because they don't want any other regional actor that has like any kind of power outside of Israel. And seemingly America is invested in letting Israel do this. I mean, it's clear. Makes no sense that Iran would strike Oman's oil after Oman was the mediator during their talks and was actively trying to prevent escalation and protect the region and Iran. Yeah, I know. That's why I don't understand who did that. I don't. I mean, it could be like a fucking random stray from like one IRGC guy or something that went crazy mode. But it is confusing to me. It's even more confusing than trying to strike Turkey. So, investigation confirms it was U.S. Tomahawk. Did someone question Trump on this? No, you're talking about the first MENA school, like for the little girls that we killed. Madman theory works both ways. If the GCC collapsed, wouldn't that make Greater Israel much easier to attain? Yes, but it's entirely dependent on who gets to pick up the pieces. Because, like, if the GCC can't get the proper security assurances, and it's clear that they can't get it from the United States of America, they're going to seek other alternatives, pushing them further into China. Because they don't give a shit about American dominance. They'll play ball with anybody. This is how they've always operated. They don't really have like a traditional standing military force. Their nationals are way too spoiled to engage in that sort of thing. And it would be unreliable to just only utilize mercenary forces like the UAE has done, right? So For them, they need to be under the banner of a larger power that has a standing military that could potentially go and fight wars and maintain regional stability. I think the United States of America is destroying their partnerships in the Gulf in this unimaginably short-sighted way, so that, you know, Israel can look like this, I guess. This footage was published February 28th. Yeah. A lot of people are utilizing like older footage still whenever they talk about Israel, whenever they mention like what's happening on the ground in Israel. Why is your people memeing us? This is fucked up. What do you mean?
Pray for your grace and protection over our troops. Father, we just pray you'll continue to give our president. Pray for your.
Jesus Christ. They're farting on us. Anyway. I'm still so confused by China's lack of action in all this. Is it just a prerogative to stay away, or am I missing something? I don't know, man. Anyway, analysis. Will emergency oil reserves bring the cost down? Let's talk about that. And let's talk about how fucking stupid the Democrats are.
Energy Agency, which is basically this grouping of rich nations just set up to deal with energy price crises like the one we're going through at the moment, have just done the biggest emergency stockpile release that we've ever seen. Basically, they have stockpiles that are for emergencies like this of oil around the world, and they've decided to release an unprecedented amount of this. And like when I say historic, have a look at the previous episodes where they've released these stockpiles before. So back the first Gulf War, this is showing the total amount in millions of barrels of oil. 75 million barrels of oil in the first Gulf War. Hurricane Katrina, 60 million. 2011, Libya civil war, 60 million. And then 183 million in 2022 when Russia invaded Ukraine. That was actually in 2 tranches. And now look at what we're talking about this time around. Just look at that. 400 million barrels of oil. We have never seen anything like it. And perhaps you're kind of wondering, well, has this had an impact? Has this managed to bring oil prices down? Well, let me just show you what's happened to oil prices in the last few days. This is literally just going back to Thursday because it's been such a roller coaster recently. Thursday, Friday, they were kind of climbing up, getting towards $100 a barrel. Then on Monday, they kind of went through the roof, up nearly to $120 a barrel. Then Donald Trump kind of stepped into the debate in Florida.
So this is not the whole story. The reason why there was some price stabilization that took place with like the release of strategic oil, the strategic energy reserves. That's the reason why the price went down again. And then when Trump said war is complete,
prices to kind of go down pretty sharply.
They literally engaged in market manipulation. Okay, straight up.
And then this is where we are at the moment. So we've just had that news from the IEA. And if you're wondering, you know, did it have an impact? Did it bring those prices even further down? Here's what happened.
Because money is fake. Money is so fake. Money is so fucking fake that someone as clearly a fabulist, someone who is like very clearly a liar, who has done this over and over again, can literally engage in open stock manipulation. Okay, Wall Street Journal reported on this. It wasn't just Donald Trump either. There's a Wall Street Journal report on this from last night. Okay, where our rug pulling con men turned around and posted something and then deleted it. The since deleted post was enough to wipe out $1 million trades. Benchmark U.S. crude futures plunged by as much as 90% at one point. During a roughly 10-minute span when Wright's post appeared, an exchange-traded fund linked to oil futures saw $84 million of its market capitalization evaporate. A plunge in oil prices intensified in the early afternoon yesterday after Energy Secretary Chris Wright said on X that the U.S. Navy successfully escorted an oil tanker through the Strait of Hormuz to ensure oil remains flowing to global markets. The prospect of a prolonged energy shock momentarily dimmed. Futures for oil, diesel, and gasoline slid, and stocks jumped. Just straight up lying. It is crazy. But the message vanished within minutes. It took 10 minutes, leaving investors the world over struggling to see through the fog of war emanating from the Trump administration itself. They did a dirty delete. They posted and did a dirty delete. And then they blamed an intern. Oh, that's awesome. A spokesperson says the video clip posted by U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright was deleted from his official X account after it was determined that it was incorrectly captioned by department staff. They're fucking pumping and dumping. Straight up. And it's so funny that Wall Street is so desperate for a W that they like lean into it. Anytime Trump lies about any of this stuff, they're like, oh, finally, thank God. It's awesome. Genuine crimes. Who's gonna do anything? The Trump administration already went through all of the regulatory agencies and destroyed them. So who's going to prosecute this? No one. Okay? No one. This is why I stress the importance that the Democrats are going to have if they ever win power back again. They're going to have to fucking punish these people. I'm sorry. If you don't throw all these motherfuckers in jail, you're nothing, okay? You are a fucking fascist collaborator if you do not throw every single one of these motherfuckers in jail. Every single one. I'm willing to put billions upon billions of dollars into the regulatory agencies with the specific purpose of making sure every single one of these fucking criminals rots in jail in perpetuity. Are you fucking kidding me? And this is like this is the bare minimum necessity, okay? There's so many more prosecutions that might take place, that have to take place if we are to remain a competent, functioning state. Insane to me.
Barely spot it, can't you? Basically, they ticked over. They haven't really moved at all. And all of this raises the question, why? Why is it that markets just haven't responded? Why is it that this unprecedented amount of oil being poured out into the world hasn't had, that price impact that some people might have expected? Well, partly, maybe it was because it was semi-anticipated. But also there's something deeper going on here, just about the nature of the oil market and the fact that there's a big gap here. I'll show you that in a second. But first of all, just note the fact that when you talk about oil, when you think about oil being pumped out of the ground, the dynamic here is about flows. The oil flows out of the ground, often at high pressure. It flows into places like refineries. It goes through the pipes. And in those pipes, it's turned into all sorts of different products. Obviously petrol, but kerosene, petrochemicals that go into plastics and...
Yeah. The head of the nominal opposition party in the House not ruling out further bankrolling Trump's Iran bloodbath is an objectively pro-war position. His limp process criticisms about Trump not making his case mean nothing if he doesn't oppose more funding. The fact that Hakeem Jeffries won't commit to blocking additional Iran war funding is insane, but also expected. What is this? Chatter is banned from Asma's chat. How are you that annoying? What? I don't care about this. Okay. Straight up, not only are they refusing to oppose additional funding, like block additional funding for Trump's war, okay, for Israel's war, but on top of that, some Democrats have already started demanding the release of strategic oil reserves in the United States of America in an effort to engage in market correction. This is fucking ridiculous to me. Okay? Why would you literally soften the impact when your enemies are making a fucking mistake? Let them. Why would you urge to soften the blow? Americans, for the most part, are never going to comprehend the impact of this Israel first war unless they get hurt in their wallets. So it leads me to believe that the reason why they are trying to, the reason why they're urging for a market correction from the state is because they like it. It's because they like this war. It's because they want to soften its impact so we can continue this war. That's it. There is no world where Republicans would ever demand a similar thing. As a matter of fact, I know when the Ukraine war started, Republicans were actively actually yelling at Biden. Donald Trump, for years, talked about how he filled the strategic reserves and Biden never released them in an effort to fucking hit him hard. It's so dumb. I think it's the midterms. I don't want to believe that they're that evil. I think it's midterms. No, man. It's advantageous for the Democrats to not say anything about the strategic reserves. What are you talking about? It's literally better for the Democrats to have the maximum amount of leverage over Trump's unpopular war. It is better for them to sit around. It's better for them to fucking sit around and say, see, he's fucking everything up. This is midterms gold. You only do this if you don't give a fuck about the midterms, you don't give a fuck about winning, and you simply want the war to continue. You only do this if you are the controlled opposition party. And time again, Democrats have shown us that they are the controlled opposition party. At least the current makeup of the Democratic Party and the National Democratic Party is the controlled opposition party here, just as they did not pursue the upper hand that they had in the government shutdown initiative, right? And they found enough votes to end the government shutdown internally, just as they found enough votes to deny the War Powers Resolution from passing in Congress, right? Democrats literally actively caucus alongside the Republicans. Okay? They actively caucus alongside the Republicans. They are controlled opposition. The Boomercrats love Israel. They are also Israel first. That's it. They care about their corporate benefactors and they care about Israel more than they care about actually waging any kind of political war against the fascist Republican Party. That much is clear to me. They do not play hardball at all, even when it's advantageous for them, even when the public is demanding they play hardball. They do not care.
Pharmaceuticals, all sorts of things. But it ends up eventually at your local petrol station and in other places as well. Along the way, though, it's all about motion. It's all about...
I know this is your job and the proof keeps piling up, but do you ever get tired of exposing the Democrat Party as controlled opposition? No. The reason why I do this is so that people understand, so that we can actually vote in people that will actually fight and build a strong, organized movement in one of the two readily available parties, rather than having to litigate ballot access in every fucking state. And then if the Democrats refuse to cooperate with the wishes of the public, with the democratic wishes of the working class in this country, once there's a level of organizing, once there's a level of strength in this left flank movement, then if they don't play ball, you break. It's that simple.
About flows. It's all about pipes.
Yeah, I was going to say the only issue is
continuing those flows.
If you have 45
so the global economic machine that, you know,
45 Democrats,
despite the fact that we're in 2026, despite the fact that we have more renewable energy, is still really dependent on fossil fuels for a lot of people's livelihoods, and a lot of that. Those flows need to continue.
5 Democrats.
And if you look at just where the oil is being pumped out of the ground, so where this begins. Well, there you've got kind of Asia, Russia, quite a lot in Russia, really an increasing amount due to shale oil and fracking in America. But if I just take these bars and kind of just stack them up next to each other, the leader is, as it has always been, the Middle East. 30 million barrels a day. And what we're talking about here
in the sense of
It's the total amount each
out.
day. And there's a reason that we focus on that. I'm going to kind of put them together so you can see.
70%.
100 million barrels of oil a day is kind of what you need to pump into the economic machine to keep it satisfied right now. And the real problem, the nub of the economic situation we're faced with at the moment is that a massive chunk of those barrels...
Sorry, 91%? No.
At the moment, or hitherto, have come out of the Strait of Hormuz. They've come basically from this area that's affected by the fighting right now. About 15 million barrels a day.
It's basically 90%.
And you kind of don't have them right now. And this is what everything comes back to. It comes back to the fact that there's a gap here between what the world needs in terms of its oil.
Your interview with John was canceled because a VTuber told him not to. There's a video of it. Which VTuber? It's probably someone taking credit for it. But it was Pippa. Who is Pippa? Pippin Pika, I believe. Who the fuck is that? The reason his interview was canceled with John Kiriakou.
Hi, Pippa.
Okay, can you hear it?
Beep, beep, beep, beep, beep, beep. Or if you didn't get it, beep, beep, beep, beep, beep, beep.
That's just a cameo. That doesn't actually... Asmongold Orbiter? No, this is a cameo, guys. Are you fucking stupid enough to believe that this was like a sincere request? No, people are... I don't think that's the case.
Or beep, beep, beep, beep, beep, beep.
Yes, okay.
Hey, thanks for the heads up on HP. I appreciate it. I needed it, and I will take care of it. So,
I asked him not to collab with Hassan Piker. He's going on Hassan's stream.
Are people that
I forget
stupid?
what exactly I wrote. Somebody can bring up the vibe, but I...
Zach said he's going to go on Twitter and DM John yesterday for an interview to get one up on you. No, she was on call with him. This is a cameo, guys. I mean, maybe she actually did a call with him or something, but also none of this matters. Like, who gives a fuck if I can't fucking interview John Kiriakou? Who cares?
requested this false playing Overwatch, and there was only like 2 requests left, so I like very quickly wrote something, and I was like, by the way, please don't collab with Hassan.
time to even say something. Tell you the truth, the last 3 weeks I've been winging it. So, I'm very grateful for the helping hand. All right, all the best. Thanks for reaching out. Bye.
I don't think it's like that. He said yesterday there is still something happening in April. Wait, but it wasn't canceled. He said yesterday there will be something in April. Yeah, we are directly in contact with John. That's why I was kind of confused as to his response initially. I didn't understand it. I'm a fan. I like his background. I like the way he communicates. I like a lot of his opinions in general. So I was definitely confused. He's done stuff with the Young Turks back in the day as a whistleblower initially. And I think these guys, they get off on trying to like secure these kinds of like weird victories for themselves. But I think they're just doing clout goblin shit for the most part, and that's it. I don't know why people are so... I guess they're so excited at the prospect of like fucking up an interview, but like I interview people all the time, right? I interview people non-fucking stop. So for me, if I wasn't capable of like interviewing this person, really interesting how people out in the comments feel so happy, but the dude already flipped on it just today.
Thanks for the $9.99. John, you should continue. You should reconsider doing Hassan Piker's show. Your audiences overlap more than people think, especially on U.S. foreign policy, propaganda, censorship, and corruption. Why not do it?
I have an idea about Hassan Piker and his show, as well as 2 other kind of controversial, young, successful broadcasters, I have an idea, and we may do something all together in April.
Okay.
Hint, hint.
Desert Fox. Andre Wahasa.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why people were just like, Hassan finds out John Kiriakou rejected his collab. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's just like it's very weird. Something similar to this happened with iShowSpeed as well, where like someone asked me about whether or not I would ask iShowSpeed to come to Cuba, which I did, and I also talked to his team as well today, as a matter of fact, this morning. Now, the reason why I wanted iShowSpeed to obviously come to Cuba is because this is his bread and butter. Like, this is a perfect opportunity for him to do a once in a lifetime, live stream from a country that people don't really live stream from, right? And the reason why I thought it was a perfect collab is because like his trip to China was obviously eye-opening for a lot of people in his audience. And he's currently busy doing some other shit. That's part of the reason why he couldn't do it. But I thought it was a perfect fit, right? Obviously, the goal of this flotilla is to deliver humanitarian aid to Cuba, but it's also to bring awareness about like the day-to-day existence of, regular Cubans. And not only that, but also to bring awareness to the unjustifiable blockade that the entire world has voted against in the United Nations General Assembly. So it's partially for awareness, and it's also a unique opportunity for that perfectly suits what iShowSpeed does. And that's the reason why I had asked him, right? And it's so strange that people were like flexing that, iShowSpeed hates you, Hassan, or whatever. And XQC was making fun of me, apparently. He said, XQC said he doesn't know why Hassan. I'd be surprised that iShowSpeed doesn't want to follow him on his trip to Cuba. It's like a YouTube creator with 50 subscribers asking Apple CEO Tim Cook for a collab. And people don't even know that. Invite iShowSpeed. Genuinely, I asked. He did not respond. It would have been great. You can just go to Cuba. Like, even right now, you could just go.
Chad, this is like when an independent YouTuber that gets like fucking 50 subscribers, right? Says, guys, we asked Apple CEO Tim Cook for a comment. He did not respond to our request for answer. He did not respond.
Hope you have an amazing stream.
Okay.
Much Lou.
Yeah, and then people are like WSpeed, but like they don't understand. Like, this isn't me like clout chasing or whatever. The goal of this is obviously for awareness. I said, this is such a stupid take. Speed has traveled all around the world. We're going to Cuba with journalists and artists like Kneecap. It's not a fucking Twitch collab. It's an aid mission with hopes of sharing Cuban culture with the U.S. and showing the impact of the U.S. blockade. Absolute trog. And then I followed by saying, it's insane that the cynical, crypto gambling addicted, pill-popping loser can only see the world through fucking transactions. It's completely beyond his scope of comprehension to care for anything other than himself. What a dark and sad way to live life. Many such cases online. And they, like, to me, this once again shows that I live in this parallel universe, right? Where I'm like trying to do adult shit, trying to get people elected. I have this ideology. I have this affirmative vision for the future, this positive vision for the future that I'm trying to enact to the best of my ability with my community and a lot of you guys as well. But then because of the platform that I'm on, because I'm on fucking Twitch, a lot of the lowest IQ fucking idiots cannot comprehend that there is a goal here beyond just like Twitch streaming collabs and fucking clout. And I suspect that there's probably a lot of people that are like legitimately 12 to 14 that also don't see it in that way at all. And they don't think like this is an adult thing, right? And that's part of the reason why they operate like this and they celebrate moments like this. Because, I mean, this is just fucking idiotic. They're caught up in online brainwash shit. We see what you're doing for the people. I know my audience understands this, and many people in the periphery also understand this. Like, you're not, the average normie is not tuned into like the everyday drama. For them, they're like, if they were to encounter this commentary, they'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, this is a much larger aid mission than like one guy's ambitions for clout, right? And I don't know why they like take such, I don't know why they find such joy in actively, you know, in actively undermining things that I'm trying to do, or celebrating what they perceive as like a failure. You know? Yeah, it's because you talk about it, dude. No one cares, but you and Morans. Yeah, I don't know. I find it very strange. They can't cancel your college appearances, so they're going after people saying that you want on. I've always found this dynamic interesting. Like, I only watch you and a few other political commentators, e.g. Majority Report on Twitch, but I always see so much brain rot tangential to it, which is just silly and ridiculous shit while I'm trying to actually get serious news and politics. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why they would just like I don't know why they won't just like leave me alone. You know what I mean? I don't know why there's like so much joy that you can derive, so much satisfaction that you can derive out of this. Like, because if you think about it a little bit further, you realize that this is not about me at all, right? Like, do you think it's good that America is starving the Cuban population, right? Do you think it's a good thing? Do you agree with that? Do you agree with American imperialism? Do you agree with America's policies of refusing to send oil, refusing to allow other countries to ship oil into Cuba? There's a major energy crisis in Cuba right now that is completely human-made. Very strange. You know? It's very strange stuff. It's very sad. It's very sad stuff. Very strange stuff in general. I think a lot of people, without realizing it, like also play a role in propaganda. Even back when I used to dislike you, I understood that constantly focusing on you was unproductive use of my time. How these guys can do this all the time is crazy. Well, you only do this if you have no investment in things, right? If you have no interest in politics whatsoever. This is actually the most interesting way that you can entertain talking about politics. And unfortunately, for a lot of young people out there, they also don't have any real investment in politics at all, even if politics is fucking them and fucking their futures, which is precisely what I'm trying to get across. A lot of these guys basically operate in this very nihilistic, very cynical way, very narcissistic way, where they're just like, fuck my enemies. I hate this guy. He's called me out for gambling. Fuck him. He is my enemy forever. And I know that I can, like, you know, I can scratch this itch and get a little bit of clout on the side as well by attacking him over and over again. And normally, I think a lot of content creators avoid that kind of friction. Most content creators hate this kind of friction. So they'll play ball. They'll either like deliberately shut the fuck up and never talk about XQC or Aiden Ross or all these other content creators, because they're fearful of like the pushback that they'll receive from their audiences, the endless barrages of harassment, right? I don't do that. Every now and then I will actually go, fuck you, right? And then obviously that back and forth continues. Dude, no one gives a fuck about this. You were grandstanding during a war. I just gave you a real news update. Stryker was just hacked. Yes, I know. I will be talking about that in a little bit. I guess part of the reason why I bring this up every now and then is so that, you know, you guys are aware of, like, when you hear, you know, negative commentary, you just know where it comes from, right? And you also understand like what the reason for that negative commentary is, because if you think that it's because like these people have like a genuine ideological disagreement with what I believe and what I am defending, it's not that at all. It's something super silly. It's much sillier than that. It's much more pathetic than that. It's much more childish than that. But unfortunately, a lot of people on the internet are also kind of childish, and there is a market for this kind of content. It is what it is. It's kind of sad. What are you going to do? Brother, you interview actual political figures. They interview and stream with pedophiles, no worries. It doesn't matter. They have big audiences, and they are constantly fomenting hate and then like celebrating what they perceive as like a successful interception. You know what I mean? And literally leaning into cameos to make it seem like this was actually a successful way, a successful initiative to like stop Hassan from interviewing this one guy. I've been in Dem politics for a long time. The establishment Dem group chats are cheering every piece of criticism on Mamdani. The same theory goes here. You're doing something that if you succeed appends the power and authority they've built. Yeah, that one is a little bit more understandable, though, because like if you're an establishment Democratic consultant, your power is slipping away every time there is like a successful socialist that overthrows the establishment and actually gains popularity, gains momentum, and plays a formative role in building this movement. So for those guys, it's their bread and butter. For a lot of these guys, they have no real investment in politics at all. Maybe some of them have like ideological disagreements, but at the end of the day, it's mostly just drama and clout for a lot of these people. So I'm a little bit more understanding of why. Democratic operatives would celebrate attacks against Zohran Mamdani. You were mentioned. This is the next wave of political fundraising by McKenna Kelly. In Discord servers and Instagram DMs, content creators are organizing, turning followings into millions and millions of dollars in political giving. Oh, this is they didn't even reach out for comment on this, but I suspect it has something to do with the Oliver Larkin stream where we raised $56,000. This is the second year she talked about you for her birthday. She's obsessed with you. I don't know who this person is, but I wish them well. I hope they're doing all right, and I hope they get better. And I hope they find happiness in their lives. Okay? Peepin' Pippa. The market is half of this community at this point. They engage with this behavior. They believe their baits like this cameo shit and forward it to you. It's a never-ending cycle. Yeah, I mean, there is some utility in addressing it every now and then, right? I think it's fine to address it every now and then. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it all the time, especially not at a time like this. But I think there's a decent reason to offer a little bit of pushback to my audience so that they understand where it's coming from, right? Hell nah, she's a loser Nazi. Yeah, I don't know anything about her. I don't know anything about her at all. So... But if you think that this is something I'm doing routinely, I don't think that's fair. I don't think it's a fair assessment, especially considering that for the past like 12 days, I have spent 9 hours to 10 hours every single day exclusively covering what's going on in Iran.
And what it's potentially getting when the Strait of Hormuz is closed. I'll just show you the geography there, because it's striking to look at this. So much, when you're talking about those 30 million barrels of oil a day, so much of it is coming from such a concentrated part of the world. If you just look here, what these kind of light blue areas are showing you is the oil and gas fields. And just look at how they are congregated here. It's just kind of due to a quirk of geology, really. Things happening kind of hundreds of millions of years ago. You've got, for instance, over here, that's the North Field. That is the biggest gas field in the world, unparalleled. Actually, as a kind of source of primary energy, it's very hard to find anywhere else that kind of competes. You've got there, that's Gawar, which is in Saudi Arabia. That's the world's biggest oil field. More crude oil there than anywhere else in the world. And if you're looking at this area, you probably can see that a lot of it kind of begins here, and it's kind of landlocked, isn't it? And the reason that the Strait of Hormuz matters so much is that's basically the only way out for most of this oil. Now, one of the questions a lot of people have been asking over this period is, well, hold on, could you just get it out differently, a different way? And in some senses, the answer is yes, because there are lots of pipelines that are dotted around this area. So, for instance, we'll just focus on a couple of them. This is the east-west pipeline that traverses Saudi Arabia. You can get quite a lot of oil out of that. Over there,
it's 15% capacity. Part of the reason why there's also no like real integration with all the other refineries in the region is because the Gulf states have always been fucking warring against one another as well. They've always had political problems, and have not been able to create, like, even though they have the financial incentive, they haven't been able to create a successful initiative, and they need far more pipelines to be able to successfully reroute all of the oil from the refineries that are coming from the Persian Gulf. Pipelines themselves are also obviously vulnerable as well. But as I've said, if you're wondering why they don't have like more pipelines to just reroute the oil to a dock on the Red Sea side, well, that's the reason. There's also the other problem here. If they were to reroute it to the Red Sea, I mean, yeah, you have entry into the European market, but if you're supposed to go through the Asian market, if you're supposed to go to the Asian market, you still can't cross this side because there is another choke point that Yemen controls on this side. At that point, I guess you have two options. One, bribe the Ansar Allah movement to allow them to let you go through, which they have done so in the past in the Red Sea as well during the previous blockades, or you just wait it out. So that's the problem for these guys. If they're trying to go to the Asian markets, they have to go through another choke point that this time the Ansar Allah movement controls. So
that's the Fujairah pipeline that kind of goes through the UAE and takes that oil so that you can get it. You don't have to go through the Strait of Hormuz. It's the other side of the strait, if you kind of see there. If you can kind of rely on not getting...
We think it's UAE Israeli-backed proxies in Yemen that sent the drones to Duqm port and Salalah port. They are both very near to Yemen. I'm Omani, and none of us think it's the Iranians' thoughts. Yeah, I don't think it's the Iranians either. We think it's the UAE Israeli-backed proxies in Yemen that sent the drones. Yeah, it makes sense. It does not make sense for Iran to strike the oil refineries in Oman at all. It does not make sense. I said this earlier because Oman is the closest ally that Iran has. But obviously, I suspect that Oman will, do an investigation and figure out exactly what took place. There is zero, I find it very, very unlikely that Iran would strike Oman or even strike the refinery capabilities of Oman. Because of their close allegiance. Oman, if I'm not mistaken, doesn't even have American military bases, right? Pretty sure Oman doesn't even have American military bases on its soil. So it seems like it's a false flag. They do? Are you sure? Does Oman have U.S. military bases? Yes, Oman. Okay, I was wrong. Oman does host one U.S. Is this it? RAFO Thermrate Base is a military airfield located near Thermrate, a town in Dhofar Governorate, Oman. The Royal Air Force of Oman are the two operators of RAFO Thermrate and is home to RAFO squadrons. They are temporary, I think, and it's home to two RAFO squadrons of F-16s. The United States Air Force is a current tenant, and so is the British Royal Air Force, and the Indian Air Force also use RAFO Thermrate during regular cross-nation military exercises. Drones hit a port, though? No, I know. But for Iran to strike the Omani refineries or the ports would be very unlikely. Is a British base mainly?
Bombed around there. You don't have to go through. The key thing, of course, is that's Iran. But here's the catch.
No, they don't. They may host some personnel at a base, but it's not an official base that belongs to the U.S. There's a difference in technicals and semantics.
These pipelines already have a certain amount of oil going through them. You could get more. You could certainly get about, maybe, optimistically, about 5 million barrels a day through the East-West pipeline, and maybe getting towards kind of 700,000 through this pipeline there. Add that up, and remember, what we're talking about is the gap. 15 million barrels a day. That's the key number to keep in mind. Well, that kind of takes, there's the gap there. So it's all about how we bridge that gap. Pipelines might get you 5.7 million of the way. But of course, you still have a big gap there. You still got 9.25 million barrels short. So then you have to start looking at other things. And that's where we come back to the IEA. And remember this chart I showed you right at the start? The biggest ever. It turns out this is not the key chart. What really matters here is not the total amount.
If the region was rich in Zin, you'd be just as cruel. True, I would be. I would be demanding that America take over the region by force so we can control the pipelines that keep the Zin flowing.
Of oil that's going to be released, over the course of the next few months. Instead, what really matters is how much oil is going to be released a day. And last time around, each of these different kind of conflicts and moments, the flows kind of varied, but they were more or less about 2 million barrels a day. This time around, the IEA hasn't actually told us how much it's going to be releasing a day. Not yet, at least, at the time of recording this. If it were to be 2 million a day, then, to be honest with you, if you look at, take that, add that to our kind of pipeline amount, you can still, there's still a big gap, isn't there? 7.25 million barrels short. But if, on the other hand, the amount that's going to be released each day is going to be bigger, that really would be historic. That would be historic. And, based on what we're seeing at the moment, it could well be kind of maybe 4.5 or so million barrels a day, which is important just to keep that machine fed. And if that's the case, put that over there, add it to that, and the gap is much more narrow. But there's still a gap. And there is one other kind of thing that might well bridge it. Look back at this map here. Look at the Strait of Hormuz. Now, as you know, it's kind of effectively closed, but it's not entirely closed because there are still 1 or 2 ships going through it. This is showing you the flow of tanker traffic, it's oil and gas, before this conflict began and then after. And, it's really...
Kind of feels like they did actually stop it, don't you think? This is boring as fuck. I agree.
Well, let's return now to those.
U.S. is being drawn in to fight Iran's war. Professor Michael Clark analysis. Wow.
Several cargo vessels.
That's one way to put it. This is like when these guys were saying Jeffrey Epstein might be a foreign state asset, except not for Israel, but for China and Russia. Okay? This analysis is awesome. U.S. Every fucking high-level American government official has literally said, we're doing this for Israel. We're doing this for Israel. Am Israel high. Am Israel high. We're going to keep fighting Israel's war. You're going to die for Israel, and you're going to like it. If you don't actually like dying for Israel, then you're fucking anti-Semitic.
In the Strait.
U.S. is being drawn into the fight Iran wants. Oh, I read the title wrong. Well, even then, let's see what he says.
Defense and security analyst Professor Michael Clark has more.
I have to pee.
They'll carry on doing this, and I think the timing is not incidental. Remember, last night, President Trump threatened them. He said, if you try and close the Strait of Hormuz...
Because they're not being drawn into the fight Iran wants. This is we started the fight. We started the fight. This is the fight not Iran wants, but Israel wants. So once again, my point still stands. They are abso-fucking-lutely trying to make it seem like it's anything but that.
We'll deliver fire and brimstone against you. He made sort of blood-curdling threats to them, and so they responded by attacking 3 ships. That's their message, that when they're not going to be intimidated by this is what they're trying to say. And as I keep saying, you don't have to close the Strait of Hormuz with mines. You simply have to make it dangerous for cargo ships and tankers to transit it, and that's what they've done. As long as the Strait of Hormuz is dangerous, then effectively it is closed. And the Iranians have got quite a lot of options if they choose to use them. I mean, the Americans say that they've sunk 51 naval vessels. I'm sure that's true. CENTCOM, Central Command, have said that. But remember that the Iranians started this crisis with over 450 naval vessels of various sorts. They are thought to have about 25 submarines, most of them mini submarines, and the Americans, I think, have only claimed to have hit 1 or possibly 2 of them. So it may be that they've still got submarines, and they've certainly got plenty of ways of launching drones, certainly drones, if not missiles, from the shores, their northern shore, if you like, along the Strait of Hormuz, along that whole Gulf, Strait of Hormuz, I mean, northwards, north and westwards, along the coast of the Gulf. So there's lots that they could continue to do, and what I think that they are trying to do is draw the Americans in to the sort of battle that will be easier for the Iranians to fight, because if the Americans get drawn in...
Why not just use a big chain that worked for Constantinople, right? I mean, it literally didn't. Because guess what? The Turkish forces actually pulled the fucking ships off land and then dumped them in to, I think, Galatasaray.
Then the chances are they'll take some losses and the Iranians will get lucky once or twice. And that's the sort of thing that will have a big political effect, they must calculate, in Washington.
And Michael, the next obvious question is, can the Americans do anything to stop them?
Oh, they can. I mean, they've gamed this out many times at Central Command, and so have the British planners as well. I mean, you know, all of those nations that have taken a role in Gulf security have thought about this for many years. What would happen if the Strait of Hormuz was closed? And yes, it can be done. So it needs a gun line of destroyers, of air defense destroyers.
Are they really sending sleeper agents? They say the decrypted radio signal that is supposed to wake up sleeper agents in many other countries. Is that true? No, man, it's not. And I don't believe that at all, okay? I'm sorry. When 9/11 happened, it wasn't enough for Americans to be fucking terrified, okay? It wasn't enough for Americans to be utterly terrified about 9/11 happening in their backyard. They had to universalize that experience. So, anthrax attacks took place all around the United States of America. And it was very strange, and we still to this day don't know exactly what took place in these anthrax attacks or where this anthrax came from. But there was a lot of suspicion that this anthrax was specifically designed in a lab that was affiliated with the FBI. Okay? But the anthrax attacks that happened right around 9/11, like right after 9/11, universalized the fear for a lot of Americans that there was a foreign enemy out there. There was a foreign enemy out there that was literally trying to kill Americans in like podunk fucking towns in Iowa and whatnot. Okay? This created unlimited appetite for the average American to go and wage war, go on this revenge quest. Do you really think the dude who was arrested for the anthrax attacks was a patsy? Yes. I do. The anthrax attacks are one of those conspiracies that I do think is like not a real, like that's not a conspiracy theory. I think that's a real thing that happened.
With so many proud, hardworking, unbelievable American patriots.
Anyway, let's listen to our big, beautiful, glorious president now.
And we're here today with the men and women of a phenomenal company that has been helping Kentucky grow and prosper for 6 incredible decades. In other words, they've been here for a long time. Verst Logistics.
I don't know why he looks so moist today.
Just met a lot of the
my president, you're looking extra moist today, my president. I love you.
I love you, actually. If they didn't, I wouldn't be here, probably. I don't think I'd be. If they didn't love you, I'd walk off this stage right now. With your help, this family-owned business has risen from a small trucking operation into a juggernaut of warehousing, packaging, one of the biggest, transportation, all these big labels they put on. But I'll tell you, America's favorite brands right here, and this has been an unbelievable group of people that built this wonderful company, and I want to thank them very much. It's an honor to be here. And like the people of Kentucky, you do it with skill and precision and pride, using equipment stamped with those beautiful words, made in the USA. Do you remember? Made in the USA. We're putting it all over the place. And we're making more and more things in the USA, more than we ever had. More people are working today in the USA than at any time in the history of our country. And by the way, do we have a great military? The best. Better than any military in the world by far. I didn't know that we're going to have to be showing it off so much, to be honest with you. I built it. In my first term, we built this military, and I didn't know that we'd have to use it quite as much as we're using it, but we're using it well, and there's no better military. There's nobody even close, so we're very proud of it. So we have in this company 2,600 employees, and they pour out their sweat and their soul into shipping the products America knows and loves, and they're doing more business than they've ever done before. And thanks to the record-setting tax cuts that we passed in the great, big, beautiful bill, biggest tax cuts in the history of our country, tax cuts. You know, as I grew up, I'd watch politicians, and I'd always hear that, we're going to cut your taxes, cut your taxes. This is the first group of opponents. It's the first group, the Democrats. They're always saying, we're going to raise your taxes. Historically, a politician has to. Ideally, you're going to follow through. But you have to say, we're cutting taxes. They say, we're going to raise that. They were going to give you, if they won, Kamala and Joe, Sleepy Joe.
Yeah, notice how the mass deportation signs are no longer in existence at these rallies, and now they're doing bigger paychecks and affordability-related signs. Something to consider.
In the history of our country. And I kept saying, are they really saying this? I don't know. What do I know about politics? I haven't been doing it that long. But they were going to give you the biggest tax cut, and now again, the midterms are coming. They want to raise your taxes higher than you've ever had before. We have to win. The midterms are going to be very, very important to keep it going. But thanks to the tax cuts, which are record-setting, we passed the great, big, beautiful bill, and I'm pleased to report that Verse Logistics is investing more than $10 million into expanding its operations this year, right here, $10 million. And you're buying brand new tractor trailers and opening up warehouses in 2 additional states, Texas and North Carolina. And that's what it's all about. And that's why we did it. And with the help of our tax cuts, all of those trucks and warehouses and equipment purchases, everything that we're doing, and everything that you see in this country that's being built, you get what's called expensing, meaning a deduction in the first year. 1 year, it's the bit. Now, to a lot of people, that doesn't mean. To me, it means something else. It means jobs. That's why we have so many
What the
jobs.
fuck?
The best jobs ever.
Bro, glorp.
Perhaps most importantly,
they're getting glorp too. He's green for an amazing reason.
No tax on overtime.
What is happening? Do we have another camera feed?
Whoever thought that was going to happen? That means every extra hour you work, your overtime pay is now 100% tax-free. You have no tax. Remember.
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
What the hell you bringing it home to, okay? I don't know who you're bringing it home to. I don't want to know. That's not my business, although it could be interesting. After so many years of politicians who sold out the working men and women of our country, we finally have a president who puts American workers first.
Totally. Totally. If there's a president that puts American workers last, like openly, it's Donald Trump, okay? Most American presidents are obviously servants of capital, but Donald Trump doesn't even hide it. Donald Trump doesn't even try to make it seem like he's anything but a servant of capital and capitalists that happen to be some of his best friends. This is the rug pull president, dude.
But they're front row Joes. They're like professionals at getting on the front row. Thank you. There's a lot of them, too. Thank you very much. Great honor.
Yeah, he puts
So a
American
short
workers
time ago,
first on the chopping
under
block.
a man named Sleepy Joe Biden. Has anyone heard of him?
Boo.
Has anyone heard of him? How about Barack Hussein Obama?
Boo.
He went to Jesse Jackson's funeral. He spoke, and it was like a political hit job. And the family of Jesse Jackson got angry as hell at him because they understand they hated each other. You know, he was there. But I loved watching that. That was so. The family goes outside and they start screaming at him. A short time ago, under Biden and his allies in Congress, we were dead as a doornail.
How does that work? That was 10 years ago. Bro, it doesn't matter. These guys literally will never let go. They are so vindictive. They are so angry about the fact that there was a black president. Okay? Many of them just remembered that.
Since the election, all time. And the typical American's 401k is up by almost $35,000 since I took office. And in 4 years, Joe Biden got less than $1 trillion of new investment into the United States. So think of this. $1 trillion over a period of much less, over a period of 4 years. We got $18 trillion. And Jake Paul knows what that means. $18 trillion in 11 months, because they haven't calculated the 12 months. So we have $18 trillion in 11 months. Say in a year, what difference does it make? Compared to substantially less than $1 trillion in 4 years. You would say they didn't do a good job, Jake. I didn't ask Jake who he voted for, but I don't think it was Kamala. I don't think so. I think your whole reputation would be shot if you said, oh, I voted for Kamala. That would be the end of your whole career, Jake. But here in the heartland of America, you're already seeing the results of what we've done. I just came from Thermo Fisher Scientific in Reading, Ohio, right across the way. The great American company that's investing $2 billion in domestic manufacturing, all because of what we've done with the tariffs and with the deductions and all of the other things that we've done. Ford Motor Company, and by the way, we have more jobs in terms of construction. We're building more factories now in this country than at any time in the history of our country. More factories are being built. And Ford Motor Company, a good old staple, has announced a $2 billion assembly plant in Louisville, Kentucky, which will support more than 2,200 Kentucky jobs. And I was with Ford the other day. I was in Detroit, and Bill Ford, the head of it, he had an advantage over everybody else in getting the job, but that's okay. He was born Ford, but he was showing me a plant that was built in like 1914, very old, one of the biggest plants in the country, but one of the oldest. And they were getting ready to shut it down a year and a half ago. And then he heard Trump was running, and he sort of said, let's wait. So they were getting ready to shut it down. It was on minimal time. It was just a question of time, but he said, let's wait. And he waited. And they just announced 2 weeks ago that they're now going to run 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, building the Ford 150. A big difference. It's a big difference. That's a big difference. You shut it down or you run 24 hours a day. And they're doing a good job. Apple, a great company, $2.5 billion to manufacture 100% of the glass for iPhones and Apple Watches right here in Kentucky, factories all being made. And Apple's spending $650
What is
billion.
happening? Bro, it's crazy. There are the cameras getting busted, waiting for the stream. Oh my God. I can't believe that like their professional equipment. This is the White House's own professional equipment. I wonder if they're getting hacked. Cause like it could be like a, I mean, it could be like a cyber attack or something. My Spectrum TV is hacked. Really? Oh my God. Wait, this one's busted too.
$650 billion. Think of it. And just 2 days ago, GE Aerospace, they're doing phenomenally, announced a $1 billion.
Or if we're being real, it could literally just be, it could straight up just be bad infrastructure in Kentucky. Like that literally could be the case.
Jobs in Kentucky. Okay? Kentucky. I love the way a real Kentuckian pronounces it, but if I do it, but I love Kentucky. More Americans are working today than any time in history, and that number is going to be, wait till you see the numbers by the end of the year. We did an excursion. You know what an excursion is? We had to take a little trip to get rid of some evil, very evil people. It should have been done for 47 years. They've been killing our people. 47 years. 47 years. And I can only say this. They were all prepared. They're very strong. You know, they're going to try and take over the whole Middle East. They're going to knock out Israel. They don't know what the hell hit them, right? They don't know what hit them. They got hit by the American military. They don't know. They say, what the hell is happening? They didn't expect anything like this. To bring down energy costs for American workers and families and businesses like this one, we ended the Green New scam. You know the scam? Greatest scam in American history. Well, maybe the election results of the second election were. I would say what was the greater scam, the Green New scam or the 2020 rigged election? I would say the 2020. I think the election.
I like hearing what Trump has to say in his audience response from time to time, because it's a somber reminder of how cattle-like this community is, like this support base is, this movement is. It's unbelievable that one of the biggest fucking charlatans in American history, one of the biggest con men in American history, can just go on this fucking stage and still have a pliant audience that's like basically livestock, as he is lighting their futures on fire, waging wars at the behest of a foreign state, sending potentially their sons and daughters to go die for Israel. And it's mind-boggling that they just still sit there and think, oh, hell yeah, that's right. My president, USA, USA, over and over and over again. Yeah, we got Ford F-150s. It's crazy, man. Like, this goes beyond my anger and resentment for the controlled opposition party that is the Democratic Party. I do think that there is a cult element here as well, for sure. There is a systemic factor at play here with defunding educational initiatives and making a much more malleable population after years and years of destroying the American heartland, and the anger and resentment that has been built in this base that Trump has so successfully used to his electoral advantage by constantly taking that anger and resentment and saying, your anger is my anger. We're all angry at these libtards. But at this stage, there is definitely so much after, 10 years of fucking propaganda. These guys are impossible to shake away, I think. Anyway, I can't watch the rest of this shit. I thought he might talk about Iran, but he probably won't because he knows it's unpopular, just like he's not talking about mass deportations any longer. So.
Yes, you just said it is a little excursion, and you said it is a war. So which one is it?
Well, it's both. It's both. It's an excursion that will keep us out of a war, and the war is going to be. I mean, for them it's a war. For us, it's turned out to be easier than we thought.
Just absolute cope. And even you got people like Ducey asking this question now. You know what I mean? This is Peter Ducey asking. That's fucking Fox News. Fox News is like, you said it's an excursion and you said it's a war. Which is it? I mean, come on now. It's crazy. It's crazy. Going back to Iran, and for the record, like, this is more proof that the MAGA base is obviously a cult. There is no MAGA split on Iran. Poll after poll shows 85 to 90% of MAGA Republicans support the U.S. strikes on Iran. Many news outlets ran with stories from Tucker Bannon, etc., without checking if they represent any meaningful segment of GOP voters. They don't. This actually is terrifying for two reasons. One, because MAGA is cattle, and I always stress the importance of that point. I hope you guys understand. This is part of the reason why I keep saying it. But the other scary part of this is that Tucker Carlson does command the attention of a massive base. So if it's not actually MAGA, who is watching Tucker Carlson? Because that's a far scarier outcome if Tucker Carlson's entire audience is now people on the liberal side of things, people on the independent side of things. Terrifying to think. Perhaps there's a reason for that. Perhaps there's a reason for that. And that reason is because Tucker Carlson fills this void. Okay? There are a lot of non-voters. There are a lot of Americans who have the exact same feelings that you have, who share the same resentments, who are recognizing that this country is completely servile to the interests of Israel. The issue here is Tucker Carlson gets to cut through that noise as a prominent fixture in the Republican Party for years and years, as someone who has a lot of influence within the Republican political circles, given his dominance for years at Fox News. And for that reason, a lot of people internationally watch Tucker Carlson. I know that for a fact. A lot of people in the United States of America watch Tucker Carlson because they agree with him. This is a problem. It's a problem because Tucker Carlson does not have a sincere anti-imperialist argument. He is grifting, to say the least. There's a real danger here, and that danger is born out of the Democratic Party and left media not being able to lead on the issue of Israel. There is an appetite for people. There is an interest from the people to hear these anti-Israel talking points. But unfortunately, there is a real vacuum at the top of the party. The same goes for, he's talking about Iran now. All right, let's hear what he has to say.
Nice blow-up ships. And we knocked out 31 of them. And, you know, I was very proud of myself. I said, why did you use the weapon that we use on the drugs that come in by sea? Do you know that drugs by sea are down 98%? And I said, that's a hell of a weapon. And they said, well, give it a shot. It worked very well. We've knocked out, I think, 28 or 29, all of them, almost all of them. They'll all be gone. By the time I'm finished speaking, they'll be gone. These people work very fast. But I'm pleased to report that earlier today, the International Energy Agency agreed to coordinate the release of a record 400 million barrels of oil from various national petroleum reserves around the world.
Yeah,
which will
thank you.
substantially reduce the oil prices as we end this threat to America and this threat to the world. We don't want to leave early, do we? Huh? We got to finish the job, right? Over the past 11 days,
Animals.
our military has virtually destroyed
Livestock.
Iran. Tough country. Their air force is gone, totally gone. That took the better part of about 3 hours. They no longer have radar. They don't have anti-aircraft equipment. They don't have anything. Their missiles are down 90%. Their drones are down 85%. We're blowing up the factories where they're made left and right. And frankly, nobody has ever seen anything like it. Nobody's ever seen anything like what you're witnessing now, and that can include the original killing of Soleimani and al-Baghdadi, two of the worst killers in the world that I did, as well as Operation Midnight Hammer, where we totally obliterated Iran's nuclear potential. We obliterated it. They don't have nuclear potential. And then after Midnight Hammer, and then we left, we figured that'll be the end of them for a while. But they started again. That's why we got to finish it, right? We don't want to go back every 2 years. And that's because, there'll be some day when you don't have me as president. You'll have perhaps you'll have a weak, pathetic person like we've had in the past, mostly all. Like Barack Hussein Obama, who signed one of the worst deals ever with Iran, where they were going to give up everything. Remember when he filled up a 757 with
$5
billions
billion
of
in
dollars
MOUs in the
of
first
cash
2
and sent it
days?
to Iran? Billions. People forget that. That's when I realized the presidency is very powerful. When you could put over $1 billion in an airplane and fly it over and give it to a foreign country that's your enemy. How stupid was that? But that deal, the Iran nuclear deal, gave them the right to have a nuclear weapon as of 3 years ago. If I didn't terminate that deal, I terminated it very quickly. If I didn't terminate that deal, they would have had nuclear weapons, and this world would right now be a different place, much different place. Believe me.
Believe me,
And then Biden, he came along. He had no clue. He didn't know what the hell he was doing. But they
look. If you're wondering how to communicate to even the cattle in here, you tell them this, okay? 1, these guys are lying to you about the ever-present danger that countries like Iran pose to the United States of America, okay? 2, every single dollar that is spent on a bomb is a dollar stolen from you, okay? Because that's a dollar that could go to your roads. That's a dollar that could go to hardening your infrastructure. That's a dollar that could go to building your schools. That's a dollar that could go to making sure you have proper health care in this country. Okay? That's it. That's it. Enough with these idiotic, unnecessary, senseless, violent wars overseas. And especially in this case, it is a foreign country that has caused America to go and wage this war. That is a fairly successful way to get people to understand. Maybe not these guys because they're so invested in the MAGA movement, but there are plenty of people you can talk to. There are plenty of people you can talk to with this message and cause them to understand. Okay?
It's great. But oil prices are already coming back down, and it's going to come down, but we're not leaving until that job is finished, and it's going to be very fast. It's going to be very fast, but we're not going to count on having competent presidents. We have to assume we're going to have incompetent ones, like the one we had last time that couldn't walk off a stage. Remember? He'd finish with a speech. The speech would last about 2 minutes. People would come out, not many, like 2 people. And he'd be finished with the speech, and then he could never find his way off the platform. He'd look around over here. There's so many stairs. Like I have 4 sets of stairs on this platform. Usually they have at least that.
We don't want to end early. We want to finish the
walking
job.
up,
That's from the rally.
there
Yes.
was one. Now, I know the problem with this, it can happen. You could slip. I could slip. I came downstairs today that was soaking wet. You know, it's a little rainy today. And I have steel stairs. And I'm saying, hey, yay, yay. But I do it very slowly. I grab that thing. Because nobody cares if you set a speed record. The only thing I admired about Barack Hussein Obama, which was nothing actually, but the only thing is the way he bobbed down. Remember, he'd bob. Hey, you talk about unpresidential. He's bopping. And I couldn't believe that he made it without at least a noticeable major fall. But Biden was the opposite. Biden couldn't even walk up the stairs. He fell 3 times walking up the. And the world watches that and they don't like seeing it, although they actually do like seeing it because they say, what the hell is going on? Or when he fell at the Air Force Academy, right? And the general was standing there, could have caught him, but he didn't want to drop the paper that he's holding in his hand. So Biden went down for the count. Now, we have a country now that's respected, and we don't play games, and we have the greatest military. And
do people in Kentucky not farm, by the way? Like, are there no fucking farms in Kentucky? Because fertilizer prices have jumped up by 30% in the most conservative estimates. It's absolutely eviscerating agribusiness. So I don't know. I mean, not a single one of them is asking why. Is there no one in Kentucky that needs fertilizers? Like, I don't understand this at all. It's very, very frustrating. I guess a lot of these people are too stupid to recognize what's happening.
I drive them crazy because half of the time I'm not.
Oh, shit. Someone died behind him. What the fuck? I think someone is.
In an interview.
No. Oh, no. Someone is having a medical incident behind Trump. Is it hot out there? What's going on?
You have a doctor in the house, please? Doctor? Yeah, take your time, please.
It's hot, humid, and storming.
Take your time.
Damn, brother. Wait, this guy's still filming Trump? Someone in the chat said -1 vote.
These are great people. They wait so long, hours and hours.
If Dr. Jihad was there, Dr. Jihad would save him, okay? I'm Dr. Jihad. Yeah. Is there a doctor in the building is so funny. If there is one building where there is no doctor, like there's obviously EMTs, but if there's one building where there is no doctor in that crowd, it's this building, okay? Like, this is the one fucking room in Kentucky where it's the least likely for a doctor to be in, okay? Anyone that has a college degree and then another fucking 4 years is not in this room, okay? Paramedics have to be there. Lucky for them.
First responders are incredible.
John Iden, thank you for the 10 gifted subs, sponsoring the Piker Broadcasting Service. Oh, they cut the feed. Oop. Man down, I guess. Remember when people would always pass out at Bernie rallies and he would go yelling to grab water? First responder got his earphones, probably listened to Patrick Bet David. Oh, he's not going to make it. He's not going to make it with a first responder doing that. Let me tell you. They fainted from all the winning? Yeah.
Do you think the people backstage are listening to me?
He fucking
How
hates
about
this shit.
Ave Maria? Well, because this is going to be okay. How about putting it in right now, Ave Maria, if they are listening? Ave Maria by
He wants to play Ave
Pavarotti.
Maria as one of his hogs is dying. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, he is so good. He's so good. He's like, that motherfucker's dead. Come on, man. Play it. Oh, it's the old lady. Donald Trump looking at this old lady being like, I almost sang your funeral hymns. All right, everyone, we're playing my favorite song.
We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame.
What the fuck?
We'll fight
Yo.
for the gospel.
What?
We'll honor his name. We are Charlie Kirk.
Oh no, I'm having too much I'm having too much fun.
Take your time, Doctor. Take your time. She
Oh
looks
my God,
great.
that's Dr. Oz. The
She
only
looks-
doctor in the room is Dr. Oz. She got switched out during the pause. I'm the guy in the red hat. Yeah, that's a clone, brother.
It's Dr. Oz. Can you believe it? Dr. Oz. Wow. He's a good doctor. Thank you, Oz.
He's a good doctor. He's a good doctor. Though some might say the best doctor.
Thank you, everybody. Great job. Thank you. Well, thank you very much. We're talking about Gavin Newsom. Doesn't seem like a very good subject right now. It made that young lady not feel so good. Anyway, he admitted he has mental problems, that he's not a smart person, that he is a mental lack of ability. He's unable to read a speech, can't read. And all of the other things he said he has a lot of mental problems. And I was attacked by a reporter that said, well, what's wrong with that? I said, nothing's wrong with it. But I don't want the President of the United States to have a cognitive deficiency. Okay. Right? And when he admitted this, I said, I think he just lost the Democrat nomination. What do I know? But you know what? I'm for everybody, but you know, when it comes to president, you got to be sharp. You got to be sharp as hell. One of the greatest victories we have achieved for hardworking Americans with the help of our great Republican majorities in Congress is no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, and as I told you before, no tax on overtime, which affects you. 800,000 Kentucky seniors. And every Democrat voted against it. So remember. And
I think it's a little crazy that an illiterate motherfucker like Donald Trump is saying that Gavin Newsom has cognitive disabilities because he's dyslexic. Like, bro, are you even literate? Like, I don't understand.
They will end it. We got to win the midterms.
Takes one to
we
know one, I
also
guess.
made interest on auto loans tax deductible. First time that's ever happened. But I did put a little proviso. The car has to be made in America for you to get it.
Room full of seniors. Oh, you're gonna get overtime and no tax on
Our
your
tax
overtime.
cuts are projected to
They're
raise
fucking
incomes
dying, man.
in the
They're dying.
Commonwealth
One
by
of them almost died behind you.
$5,400. Boost household take-home pay for you by nearly $10,000 and protect more than 84,000 Kentucky jobs at a minimum. And some of the jobs we're creating or protecting are right here at Verse Logistics. So let me call up your outstanding CEO, Paul. Come on up real fast, Paul. Come on. Paul Verse. Come on up here, Paul. Let's go. Do it fast, Paul. They don't want to hear from you.
I wish I could have gone before him, Mr. President.
Okay. I can't. I'm not fucking listening to a goddamn CEO talk about how Trump is saving the country. Okay. Let's get back to monitoring the situation.
As we're all along the Gulf facing the Iranian coast, it requires airstrikes against anything that moves really near the coast on the Iranian side, and it probably needs lots of mine sweeping and mine countermeasure vessels traveling very close or with the tankers that go through back and forward. So it can be done, but it requires a lot of military coordination, and you can't do it, as it were, just from remote air power. You can't just do it with missiles. You've got to get down low and really guard the straits. And the other thing the Americans have tried to do is to give more insurance guarantees to shipping. So the Development Finance Corporation of America has made $20 billion available, as it were, to reinsure insurance on shipping. But JP Morgan, the bank, said, well, that's not nearly enough. They reckon that they'd need at least $350 billion to insure against all the risks that tankers would take going backwards and forwards. So there's a big issue at the moment as to whether it is possible to create insurance cover for ships that, even with all these measures in place, like destroyers and aircraft and so on, even then they'd be taking a risk by going through the straits. So could they be insured?
I told you already, it's not happening, and it would be unironically okay. That's why they're saying this is like falling into Iran's trap. They're not going to do that. Okay, they're not going to fucking send naval assets to literally help the tankers get through, because that image of an American naval asset being blown to fucking smithereens by a swarm of Shahed drones and ballistic missiles would live forever. It would be the single most consequential image that straight up solidifies the death of American empire. I know Trump is dumb enough to try it. Okay, I know Trump is dumb enough to try it. I know, but I don't think his generals would allow that. Like his generals would pull an Adolf Hitler general's mutiny before they would allow that to happen. Okay, because no one wants that to happen, and none of the competent individuals in the American military will allow that to fucking happen. Wouldn't be the first time. I mean, yes, it's happened in the past, but like, I'm telling you right now, is so fucking unpopular. The leaders of the G7 group of nations, the United States, Canada, Japan, Italy, Britain, Germany, and France, agreed to examine the option of providing escort for ships so they can navigate freely. I think Iran would fucking blow their shit up. Maybe I'm crazy, but I think Iran would just be like, all right, bet, bring them. Because what I'm trying to explain to you here is this. if they are crazy enough to blow up American ships, why would they give a fuck about blowing up a French ship or a German one or a Japanese one or an Italian one? Do you understand? Like, America is literally the country. It's the maximum damage that you can do. If you're crazy enough to go toe to toe with the United States of America, this is just, you know, you're just feeding more ships into the ship murder machine, okay? Yeah, I talked about this already. Planet is engaging in some weird shit. Satellite company Planet, which is a commercial satellite company, has announced a 14-day delay now. It used to be 9 days, but they increased it to 14. Evan Hill, open source visual forensics investigations at Washington Post, one of my favorite journalists at Washington Post, says, in recent years, companies have sometimes stopped providing any new imagery at all in Ukraine, but Planet has been very reliable, very reliable provider, and I think a 2-week delay is a first for them. Speaks to the sensitivity of some of the battle damage that has been coming out. Of course, Mizar Vision is the alternative here, which is the Chinese satellites. But the problem is, it's China. And let's be fucking real. Even if they're giving it privately to Iran, and even if they're giving data privately to Iran, I doubt that the Chinese commercial satellite Mizar Vision is ever going to, you know, reveal this stuff, because they're trade maxing. They must trade. Trade must flow. Commerce must flow. If China cannot increase industrial output by a fraction every single day, they will literally implode. Do you want China to implode? I guess you want every Chinese person to die. Because if they do not consistently engage in trade, they will literally die. Okay? The spice must flow. GDP increased by 3.5% minimum. GDP increased by 3.5% year over year minimum, or every Chinese person dies. Do you want that to happen? Do you want that to happen? They're dead. They're dead. Wow, you did it. You fucking did it. The real reason they want Taiwan is because they want to rename it Trade Wan. Mizar is how we have gotten 98% of all the images of the U.S. bases, U.S. base damage so far. Interesting. How much of the Israeli damage have you been able to receive from Mizar Vision? Especially considering that a big point of contention right now is how successful the Iranian strikes have been on Israel, and specifically Israeli military targets. Are they revealing that information at all, or is Israel an incredibly important trade partner to China? How curious that China, as a foreign nation state, very powerful one, is still abiding by the Israeli government's wishes of having instituted a complete blackout over Israeli military installations and over Tel Aviv as well. Ukraine war was basically live streamed at the start. I don't know if they abide by Ukraine. I suspect they probably do, but it's you know, it's just something to consider. It's just China will do certain things, will push and pull, and China is a very helpful ally for a lot of countries that are developing. Let's be real, a very reliable trade partner. But as it stands, when push comes to shove and you're getting fucking bombed into oblivion, if you're seeking help from China, maybe you're not going to get it. Reports that an oil tanker was hit in the northern Persian Gulf tonight. Iraqi media reports a massive tower of flame off the Iraqi coast. Yet you expect countries with literally no power to spear the resistance? Wait, what? Countries with no power? Guys, this is the same like anti-union bargaining method that everyday laborers commit to, okay? This is a mistake. My argument is united countries are strong. If middle powers united against, American military ambitions instead of going along with it all the time, they do actually have the power. They could lean technically into China. This is the issue. People are unfortunately too afraid. They're always scared. They're always running scared. That's why I give a lot of praise to Spain for removing its ambassador to Israel and its embassy in Tel Aviv and is leading the charge in the European Union against Israel right now in a very significant way. Spain and Ireland are two countries in the European Union that have been pretty fucking solid on this. Someone has to fucking exhibit the bravery necessary to start changing global affairs in a way that is productive. There is a reason why America is terrified of these sorts of initiatives, okay? Because America also understands that these countries are strong when united. That's why it's been incredibly disappointing seeing Mark Carney deliver that fucking speech about middle powers and then turning around and committing to American imperialism every step of the fucking way, whether it be in Venezuela, which was before the Davos speech, or certainly after, right? He had a little bit of smoke. He had a little bit of smoke for Greenland, but he's done nothing to push back on Cuba, which he has all the power to do so, and he refuses to do so. Where is it? I mean, there was a statement that came out that I thought was really ridiculous. Here's Mark Carney. Just spoke with President Emmanuel Macron about the situation in the Middle East. We condemn the Iran strikes against civilians and civilian infrastructure and underscore the importance of opening secure access through the Strait of Hormuz. Canada supports efforts to safeguard international shipping and ensure freedom of navigation. They're like fucking NPCs. They're like fucking NPCs. It's crazy, bro. Literally, just like, oh, dude, you know who the real bad guys are in this situation? Iran. Come on, man. Come on. Great middle power allegiance in charting a new path forward that shakes the foundations of American imperialism. Are you fucking kidding me? Really? Blaming Iran? Who struck Iran first? Who engaged in an illegal war? It was America and Israel. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. What a fucking puppet. No, do not. That's cope. To say he has to walk a tightrope is cope. If Spain can say it, Canada can absolutely say it. You're out of your fucking mind. That's why I place a lot of emphasis on actual middle powers finally coming out and saying, enough, we're done with this. Come on, dude. Come on. That's also part of the reason why I obviously criticize China as well. Spain isn't in 51st state range. What power does Spain hold in the fucking global affairs? What are you talking about? As opposed to Canada, which is a incredibly important trade partner. Canada and Mexico could do like a separate North American resistance front or something. Like they could set up separate trade negotiations outside of the United States of America if they chose to exercise a level of influence that America has never actually considered before. Today, the Carney government joined the Conservatives and the bloc to defeat Jenny Kwan BC's No More Loopholes bill legislation that would have stopped Canadian weapons sent to the U.S. from being used to fuel the genocide in Gaza. It's a deeply shameful vote that suggests they would rather appease Trump than protect vulnerable civilians. But this moment also shows why voices like Jenny Kwan and her colleagues in the NDP caucus matter so much. They continue to champion human rights, peace, and international justice with courage and persistence, even when few others in the parliament will. Mexico has no leverage, though. They have no weapons. Guys, I think you're failing to comprehend something. No country can go at this alone. Okay? No country has the capabilities of going up against American imperialism, but you can chip away at it when you see something that is so morally repugnant, that is so destabilizing, that your opportunity is now. You can chip away at the power of American empire, the power of Western imperialism, by uniting with all these other countries that also recognize right from wrong, by abiding by the wishes of the democratic majority in these countries. Because if you ask these countries, if you ask the population of these countries, and there are Canadians who are trying to defend Mark Carney here, but ask yourself, what's the approval rating for an Israel-dominated Western world? It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist at all. It even doesn't even exist in America, okay? And Israel is little America. And even here, we don't abide by this. Even here, we don't like it. So you have, unfortunately, more power than we do. Middle powers can be strong if they are united. That's the issue. 70% of Italians want the government to follow Spain's lead. Only 15.9% disagree. New polling in Italy shows 69.5% of Italians believe Italy should follow Spain's lead and deny the use of U.S. military bases on its territory. Only 15.9% disagree. A major signal of growing friction within NATO's southern public sentiment. There is no democracy. That's the problem. Without socialism, there is no democracy. This is the final battle that liberal capitalist countries will have to commit to. They will decide whether or not they will allow fascism to take over or real democracy to thrive. And real democracy can only come with organizing. Real democracy can only come when organized labor has the power to change these countries, to abide by the wishes of the majority. It's that fucking simple. China has no interest in doing the right thing. They just serve their own capitalist class interests. They will never ever help anyone else at all. Leftists shouldn't give China any praise when they've only been beneficial to global capital since the 80s. Yeah, that's ridiculous. You're also wrong about that. That's also not correct. It doesn't matter. China's success alone as a country led by a communist party is already the threat of a good alternative that the USSR represented as well. And China has been very beneficial for developing nations. You're wrong. It's not as black and white as you think. I obviously do have a lot of criticisms of the Chinese government in the way that they engage in foreign affairs. But it is ridiculous. Every country has a role to play here. Obviously, no country will ever engage in a moral act. That's not how countries work. But we are the moral force, okay? We, the working class, are the moral force, the backbone of democracy. So we have to keep up the pressure. We have to continue to organize. We have to continue to force these governments to meet our demands. Do you understand? But whenever there is a leader, for one reason or another, like Pedro Sanchez, that actually sees the way things are unfolding and recognizes the necessity to lean into those popular forces, I will always appreciate it. You're treating China like a little baby and not a global fucking superpower who's allowing us to sleepwalk into thermonuclear war. I don't know, bro. I'm not. I am very critical. I am very critical of China's lack of action here. Or rather, China's action in the direction of Israel, in the direction of defending Israel. Western leftists are so fucking annoying, completely useless, jerking themselves off all day and then blame China for their own inadequacies. Jesus Christ. I mean, let's be real. Who has more power in the global stage? The ascetic, completely desecrated working class movement in the United States of America, or in the Western world in general, where no such democracy actually exists, no democratic process actually exists, or the world's largest manufacturing hub? I know that China doesn't want to be the good guy world police. China has no interest in being a hegemonic superpower. I agree. I understand that. Okay. That's their method. That's their mechanism for survival. It's fine. It is what it is. But the dam will inevitably break. It's more so about who leans in to their public's demands. That's why regardless of what people say, it's important. It's important for Spain to take this initiative, to be the first in European countries alongside Ireland to actually do something about it, to move the conversation in the direction of sanctions and boycotts and divestment. Okay? Because that will give confidence to other working class movements in other European countries to also demand the same from their governments. And then their governments will have a choice. Do we lean into democracy? Do we try to defend the notion of theoretical democracy and Western liberal capitalism? Or do we completely give way to fascism? China will also come. Everyone plays a role in this. Major powers play a role in this. Minor powers play a role in this. But most importantly, the working class plays the most important role in this. But yeah, the idea that they would like set up a G7 protection, the G7 nations would like send their naval assets to protect oil tankers to allow safe passage over the strait under unlimited maximum firepower from the IRGC's Shahhed drones and ballistic munitions is idiotic. I don't think they'll do that. That would be insane. Let's continue.
ارباب کودک آزار صهیونیست‌ها و سازمان موساد مکرر هشدار داده ایم که جنگ را شما آغاز می‌کنید ولی پایان آن را ما تعیین می‌کنیم. نیروهای مسلح جمهوری اسلامی ایران
Okay, Mao. He said you may start the war but we will determine how it ends.
کنید ولی پایان آن را ما تعیین می‌کنیم.
He said you're coming at me with a very Chinese point of my life.
نیروهای مسلح جمهوری اسلامی ایران به دلیل در دست داشتن ابتکار
جمهوری اسلامی ایران
در تنگه هرمز نیازی به بستن آن تنگه ندارند و بسته شدن تنگه هرمز به دلیل شرایطی است که آمریکا و صهیونیست‌ها بر کشورهای جهان تحمیل کردند. هرگز اجازه نمی‌دهیم حتی 1 لیتر نفت به نفع آمریکا و صهیونیست‌ها و شرکای آنها از تنگه هرمز عبور کند و هر شناوری که شناور و یا محموله نفتی آن برای
Haha, I love your pronunciation. Yeah, he's just saying not a single liter of oil that benefits the Zionist regime or the United States of America will pass the Strait of Hormuz. Abi niye değişik bir Türkçe konuşuyor bunlar? Aynen abi, çok benziyor lan Türkçe'ye. Bizim %15, bizim dilimizin %15'i aslında Farsi'den geliyor. Ondan. Like there's a bunch of words he's using that we in Turkey also use in the Turkish language as well. So it's like kind of funny to hear him say these things. Siyoniste, Cumhuriyet, Amerika.
تیم صهیونیستی و شرکای متخاصم آنها باشد هدف مشروع ما خواهد بود که نخواهید توانست قیمت
Sallama benzemiyor. Oğlum ne diyorsun lan? Bir sürü söylediği kelimeleri anlamıyor musun? Söylediği kelimeler birazcık daha değişik ama anlamıyor musun bazı söylediği şeyleri? Adam Cumhuriyet İslamiye diyor. Ne demek abi Cumhuriyet İslamiye? Ne zannediyor? Ne anlamıyor musun Türkçe olarak ne dediğini orada? Ya hedef ve mesruda dedi. Türkçe işte amına koyayım. Aynen Türkçede de var. İran'ın yani Farsi ile Türkçe arasında %15 kullandığımız kelimeler var beraber. Hedef diyor, silah diyor.
نفت و انرژی را با تنفس مصنوعی
Ya abi bir şeyde haklı olma ya.
پایین بیاورید که با گسترش جنگ در منطقه اعلام کردیم منتظر بشکه‌ای $200 باشید چون قیمت نفت تابع امنیت در منطقه است که منشأ ناامنی شما هستید.
John Aydın! Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Is Arabic, though, not Persian? Many Persian words come from Arabic, so are many Turkish words. They're all Arabic. Yeah, I think so. I mean, I don't know. We just have a lot of loan words. Turkish has a lot of loan words with Farsi and Arabic. I feel like they're watching your stream with this move. What is this? In memory of the victims of Epstein Island? It's not. It's fake. This is AI generated. It's not real. Even though Al Mayadeen English also promoted it as though it's real, it's not real. What the fuck? Wait, what?
He wants us on the right side of history. And
What?
everyone here has to do their part. And God's got us. Trump's got us. God bless. Love you, Kentucky.
Oh my God, this motherfucker sweat through his suit jacket. Gross.
No, he's a great guy. He's a courageous guy and a talented guy. He's a hell of a fighter, too, by the way. And I just want to say, I'm going to make a prediction that you will be, in the not-too-distant future, running for political office. Okay? And you have my complete and total endorsement, okay? No, that's what we want. He's an incredible guy. A lot of courage and smarts. So in 4 long years, Joe Biden and the radical Democrats in Congress gave us the worst inflation in the history of our country, driving up prices all across the board. They left us a mess. In 12 months, my administration has driven down core inflation down to the lowest level in more than 5 years. And in the last 3 months, inflation was less than 1.7%. Under our policies, prices for chicken, eggs, cheese, butter, potatoes, and fresh fruit are lower today by a lot than when I took office. Hotel rates, automobile prices, and rent payments are way down.
All right, we're out of this. I'm not watching.
To interrupt that, but the IRGC spokesman is speaking right now. Let's listen in.
And a large number of American forces were killed and injured in American bases in Kuwait. The infrastructure in Salman Harbor, as it constitutes the headquarters of the Fifth Fleet, was attacked by missiles and assault drones and a number of Patriot batteries and American posts in Muhammad al-Ahmad military location were hit by our missiles. And moments ago, Wave 39 was performed in this wave. American bases were targeted in the Persian Gulf. We have also targeted Express Rome ship, which is an Israeli ship, while it was stationed in its place. The Hormuz Strait is under constant surveillance by our naval forces, and our enemies have no right to pass through the Hormuz Strait or the Strait of Hormuz. Our attacks would continue broadly using missiles and drones. Would like to thank our forces for performing such operations. The Islamic Republic, in its defense for its independence and victory, will be from Allah.
We'll leave that. That's the Iranian Revolutionary Guard spokesman there saying that that Iran.
Wait, that was a U.S. oil tanker? I didn't realize that was a U.S. oil tanker that was fucking blown up. I suspect this is a reaction to, the American and Israeli strikes hitting an Iranian bank last night. So there are government payments that must be. There are government payments that are being processed right now, and America knows that. And yesterday they fucking hit the Iranian bank, one of the main Iranian public banks, while there were people inside of it, by the way. And that obviously pissed off the IRGC and the Iranian state. And they said that they would actually, they told HSBC and like American banks to basically evacuate the Gulf. They said that they would strike back against like American banks in the region. It is obviously completely fucking ridiculous to do this. It's just another fucking war crime. America's response to it is, oh, well, RRGC payments are getting made from that bank. Like, you can't fucking hit a bank. That's crazy. They're just straight up openly targeting civilian infrastructure. And since then, they have also attacked. Since then, they've also engaged in like some cybersecurity initiatives. I believe like a massive healthcare network was under attack earlier today, where they like went in and deleted a whole bunch of files. But yeah, here it is. Iran's IRGC has threatened to attack economic centers and banks related to the U.S. and Israeli entities in the region after what it called an attack on an Iranian bank with war on its 12th day. They bombed a bank in Tabriz, very close to where my parents live. Dude, that is fucking crazy. Stryker Medical, right? Yeah. Pro-Iran hackers claim cyber attack on major U.S. medical device maker Stryker. The cyber attack claimed by pro-Iran hackers has caused a global network disruption to a major U.S. medical device maker, according to the company's statement. Michigan-based Stryker is experiencing a global network disruption to our Microsoft environment as a result of a cyber attack, the company said in a statement to CNN. We have no indication of ransomware or malware and believe the incident is contained. Our teams are working rapidly to understand the impact of the attack on our systems. Stryker has business continuity measures in place to continue to support our customers and partners. Stryker makes a range of hospital equipment from defibrillators to ambulance cots. The company's computers in Ireland were also hit by the cyber attack. The Stryker family are huge donors to Democrats in Michigan too. Yeah, I don't know if this is like the. I don't think this is Handala. I don't know if they've claimed credit for it, because Handala is like the Iranian government's own hackers. I don't know if they would hit like. Is it Handala, or it could be an independent group? Check logs. They did. It was Handala. They took credit for it. Stryker makes a range of hospital equipment from defibrillators to ambulance cots. Yeah, they came in and they deleted files. A cyber attack linked to an Iranian hacker group has crippled Stryker, a global medical technology company. The attack reportedly used wiper malware that erased data from the network devices, shutting down systems at Stryker's Cork, Ireland site. Affected machines display the logo of a Handala hack. Okay, so it is Handala. Employees said network access collapsed, sending staff home and wiping some work accounts from personal phones. I hope it wasn't as severe as far as its impact. My wife used to work for Stryker and they were hacked today. She messaged her old coworkers and they're at the Apple store because their phones are all bricked and not working. Surely they have backups, Lamau. Yeah, I assume they do, but they wiped out everything in factory, reset people's phones if they were on site. That's crazy. Iran said houses close to banks are now within their blast radius. I live in Kuwait with my family. I'm fucked. Handala hacked Haaretz 2 with a message that said, no need to learn Hebrew anymore. It will not be needed. Huh. Handala, if you're in the chat, I will join the IRGC if you wipe out my student loans. Yo. Listen. Handala, Americans are desperate. They could shock the world, actually. That's not even a joke. That's not even a joke. Ironically, if they were to hit like a pain center, like a center of capital that many Americans are frustrated with, like they could shock the world. You don't understand how much. You don't understand how many people will be like, well. Then you know how that like one trans Marxist group was doing a funeral, like a vigil for remembering the supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei? That would no longer be sparsely attended. Okay, all I'm saying is they hit like Ticketmaster or some shit, or they hit student loan debts or like medical debt. I swear to God, Americans in fucking crowded city centers would be doing the Ya Ali Shia chants, okay? Oh my God, bro. TurboTax. They'd be running around doing the they would have like the little paper of like Shia poetry, screaming Haidar Haidar, slapping themselves in the chest. Shia MAGA. 100 million new Shias overnight. Erase all Mohela debt. Yeah. Anything for my country, Iran. Dudes in Butler, Pennsylvania would be dancing on the rooftops. Yeah. I would convert to Islam if they wiped out my student loan debt. Oh, that's funny. What is this? Sir, they're getting closer and closer to doing the meme. Iran reportedly fired 2 ballistic missiles during its attack on Israel this evening. One is intercepted, one crashed short of the Jordanian desert per Israeli reports. Wait, what do you mean? Reciting the Shahada for global economic collapse. You wouldn't have that problem since taking loans on interest is haram, easy. They declare jihad on predatory lenders. It is the Muslim way. There's a hole in Israel's early warning system, and its missile defense batteries are at risk as well. Oh, no. Have you tried releasing the hostages? All right, let's get back to this.
Claiming that Iran had fired ballistic missiles and drones at the U.S. Fifth Fleet.
This conflict is striking deeper at the global economy.
Did you see this? Hezi/Iran still got hands? Yeah, no. Northern Israel was under heavy Hezbollah rocket barrage earlier today when I first started a couple hours ago. Look, this is new. This isn't like old footage, by the way. They were pummeling Northern Israel. More than 100 rockets in one salvo, apparently. Yeah. I mean, let's be real. They're not doing a good enough job. They don't have unlimited capabilities, right? Like, it's at a certain point, it's gonna get overwhelmed. The missile systems are gonna get overwhelmed. And it's up to Hezbollah and Iran to figure out exactly what that point is, the breaking point. And there is absolutely a breaking point, especially considering that the radar systems have been taken out by Iran, where the Iron Dome turns into a paper dome. Another Iranian assessment that views some of the ground incursion as potentially imminent. Mahdi Kharatian, the activities of domestic terrorist cells, which will be accompanied by drones, Mossad Force, and possibly Delta Force, have begun. The objective is the attempt to occupy the country's security apparatus in order to open the path for U.S. Special Forces and the Israeli regime to carry out sabotage in cities and missile sites, as well as assassinate high-ranking officials in the country. The widespread deployment of shoulder-fired missile systems, electronic warfare, and army checkpoint cells and resistance bases with shotgun weapons is among the necessary measures. Additionally, protective protocols for sensitive areas must be intensified. And it should be assumed that Delta and Mossad forces may intend to enter sensitive areas using fake identities and under the cover of security forces. On the other hand, efforts to incite chaos in Tehran and major cities must also have a regional response, which at present is the best option. The best option is Bahrain. I don't know who this is, but Sina Tusi is pointing to it, so maybe there is like a real fear in Iran that this is happening. But, I mean, this is... My food is here. Kaya immediately goes guard dog mode.
Oil storage facilities, one of the latest targets at Oman's port of Salalah. And with oil markets already shaken by disruption across the Gulf, the International Energy Agency has agreed to release a record volume of emergency oil reserves, the largest intervention in its history, in an attempt to steady prices.
But, to be clear, the most important thing for a return to stable flows of oil and gas is the resumption of transit through the Strait of Hormuz.
But right now, the Strait of Hormuz looks like this. Commercial shipping at a standstill in this strategic choke point for the world's energy. And it's become incredibly dangerous. This Thai-flagged ship caught fire after being hit by Iran while trying to escape the strait. In the past day, at least 3 vessels have been attacked by projectiles, likely drones.
Iran's Revolutionary Guard claimed responsibility for the attack on the Thai-flagged vessel, which is little surprise. They have threatened to attack any ship that tries to pass, and it's brought this shipping superhighway to a standstill. Iran controls the strait, and its effective closure raises the cost of the war, not just for its enemies, but for the entire world.
The US is working on plans to secure international ships in the strait, and US Central Command has targeted Iranian vessels suspected of being poised to lay mines in the waterway. The US president sounding much more upbeat than the global markets, even telling oil companies they should be sailing through Hormuz.
We took out just about all of their mine ships in one night. We're up to boat number 60. Every one of their ships, just about all of their Navy is gone at the bottom of the sea.
Iran's navy may be degraded, but its cheap drones are still hitting the arteries of global trade. Closing the Strait of Hormuz is one of Iran's most powerful weapons.
Any vessel whose ship or oil cargo belongs to the United States, the Zionist regime, or their hostile partners will be considered a legitimate target.
But it's not just the Gulf on edge tonight. Around 30 countries have voiced concern over renewed fighting in Lebanon, and outrage is growing after a residential building was hit in the latest wave of airstrikes. And Tehran has been hit in one of its heaviest nights of bombing so far. Israeli officials believe Iran's new supreme leader may have been wounded. He's not been seen in public since taking office. And tonight, most of Iran's women's football team, who recently turned down an offer of asylum in Australia, are returning home, back to a country now at war, in a conflict felt far beyond the Middle East. Sally Lockwood, Sky News on the Strait of Hormuz.
Mr. President, day 11. And as you know, we're doing something that nobody ever thought was possible to do. Our military is the best. It's the most powerful in the world, and they're hitting them very hard. This is 47 years of abuse and killing lots of people, killing and maiming lots of people. What is it, Peter?
Mr. President, what more do you need to do militarily for this operation to end?
More of the same, and we'll see how that all comes out. Right now, they've lost their Navy, they've lost their Air Force, they have no anti-aircraft apparatus at all, they have no radar, their leaders are gone, and we could do a lot worse to one another. We're leaving certain things that if we take them out, or we could take them out by this afternoon, in fact, within an hour, they literally would never be able to build that country back.
A new report says that the military investigation has found that the United States struck the school in Iran. As Commander-in-Chief, do you take responsibility for that?
That is what?
As Commander-in-Chief, do you...
For what?
For the strike on the school in Iran. A new report says the military investigation...
I get that most people don't care, but can you have someone on to talk about the environment? Bro, look at this. Why are you not having someone to talk about the environmental damage this is causing? What do you want? You wanted to blow up the pipelines, no? There you go. Iran is doing it. They're objectively a pro-green revolution, both literally and figuratively. Also, I have been talking about the fucking environmental impact, literally nonstop. What the fuck's wrong with you? America and Israel together, especially Israel, because America says they didn't play a part in this, but Israel has created one of the biggest ecological disasters in recent history by basically engaging in chemical warfare over a city that is larger than fucking Tel Aviv, that has more people in it than Israel has in its entire country, by blowing up the fucking oil refineries. I have talked about the fucking ecological disaster. An interview with Jason Hickel would go so hard. I agree. I really like Jason. One of my favorite PhDs, not Jackson Hinkledink chatters before you freak the fuck out. I'm talking about Jason Hickel. He's a traveling fellow, I think, at London School of Economics, if I'm not mistaken. He's a fantastic guy. He's a fantastic college professor, one of the best anti-imperialist voices in the Western world, I think. Not Jackson Hinkle, the fucking Russian asset.
Has found it was the United States that struck the school.
I don't know about it.
Are you talking to the CEOs of various oil companies, encouraging them to use the Strait of Hormuz
I think they should. I think they should. I think they should use it. In my opinion, look, we took out just about all of their mine ships in one night. We're up to boat number 60. I didn't realize they had that big a Navy. I would say it was big and ineffective. But every one of their ships, just about all of their Navy is gone at the bottom of the sea.
Mr. President, how do you respond? Mr. President,
have they laid any mines in the Strait of Hormuz?
We don't think so.
Mr. President, is Senator Thune listening to you when you say you want to pass the Save America Act? He says there aren't the votes to do it right now. What's your response?
Well, he's got to be a leader, you know? If he's a leader, he's got to get him. It's the most popular bill I've ever seen put before Congress. And it's voter ID and it's voter. You have to be able to be a citizen to vote. It's called citizenship. And we're also adding in no men playing in women's sports, no transgender mutilization of our children, and no mail-in ballots, fake mail-in ballots. We have none of that, except in the case of the military, etc. It is the Save America Act. It's the most popular bill I think I've ever put before Congress.
Can you declare victory in this war if the supreme leader remains the Ayatollah's son.
I don't want to comment on that. I don't want to comment. But I will tell you, I just spoke with various countries, the leaders of various countries. You'll have a list. And they said they've never seen anything like it. We have, and I built it during my first term, and I used it. I didn't realize I was going to use it this much, but we have the greatest military in the world by far. Nobody close.
About a domestic terrorist attack by Iran, sir? No.
We're not invited to the Shield of the Americas. Mexico, Brazil, and Colombia were not invited to the Shield of the Americas. Why was that? And could they come in the future to the event?
I think they were invited. Maybe they didn't come. I think they were. I get along very well with all of them.
In Iraqi parliament, few days, member slogan, date to America, date to Israel. What is your response to them? What is your message for Iraqi government?
What did he say?
In Iraqi parliament.
Sorry. There's no way Trump was responding to that normally, okay?
In Iraqi parliament, few days, member slogan, date to America, date to Israel. What is your response to them? What is your message for Iraqi government?
What did he say?
In Iraqi parliament, slogan, date of America, date of Israel, member of the parliament.
Death to America, death to Israel. What's your response?
That's not a nice question.
Mr. President, did Spain give in?
He thought the foreign guy was saying that. He literally thought the guy who was asking that question, who said, in the Iraqi parliament, they're saying death to America, death to Israel. What is your answer to that? Like, what's your response to that, right? And Trump did not understand that was actually a question because his accent, I mean, he obviously has an accent. And he thought the guy was actually just saying death to America, death to Israel.
After you told them that you would commerce ties with them, are they cooperating with the United States? Spain.
No, they're not. I think they're not cooperating at all. Spain, I think they've been very bad. Very bad. Not good at all. We may cut off trade with Spain.
You would guys all trade with them?
I don't know what Spain's doing. They've been very bad to NATO. They get protected. They don't want to pay their fair share. And they've been that way for many years, actually. Let me give you the good news. Let me give you the good news. The people of Spain are fantastic. The leadership, like you. The leadership, not so good.
Regarding Hezbollah in Lebanon, Lebanon is under attack, and Hezbollah is making dangers for the Lebanese, and especially the Lebanese Christians. What is your message for Lebanon?
Well, we're working on it very hard. We love Lebanon. We love the people of Lebanon, and we're working very hard. We got to get rid of the Hezbollah. Has been a disaster for many years.
The new oil refinery going up in Texas. The new oil refinery going up in Brownsville, Texas. What do you want Americans to know about that?
About what?
About the new oil refinery going up in Brownsville.
Oh, it'll be great. It's going to be the greatest anywhere in the world. There's never been anything like it. It's great that it's going up in Texas. You know, it's very hard to get refineries done. This will be like nothing else ever built. It's a great thing. Thank you for that question.
Thank you for that question.
Well, look, we've knocked out their Navy. We've knocked out their Air Force. We've knocked out all of their anti-defense. We've taken out 60 mine boats, 59 mine boats. Nobody has ever seen anything like it. We have the greatest military in the world by far, not even close. But you know what? They've inflicted 47 years worth of damage to the world, and now they're paying a big price.
Mr. President, are you willing to withdraw the U.S. from Iran
even if they have not turned over and allowed the U.S. to seize their remaining
I'm not going to answer that, but we have hit them harder than virtually any country in history has been hit, and we're not finished yet.
Arizona, why did the FBI seize records there?
It's over, I guess. PBS, Piker Broadcasting Service News.
Biz bölgemizin tamamına olduğu gibi kardeş
Cyber attack on Israeli train station. Breaking. Suspected cyber attack screens on train station in Israel. You must leave immediately. I don't know if this is real or not. It can be just to like terrify people. It could be AI. It could be just to scare people if it's real. Or it could be yeah, it could be like a psychological warfare to scare people if it's a real image.
İran halkına da bu Şiidir, bu Sünnidir.
Oh, Erdogan, by the way, came out and I guess he's a big Professor Jiang defender and said we will unite the Shias and the Sunnis under the banner of Pax Islamica. If tomorrow he comes out and says Judaism invented Islam, if he comes out and says Jews invented Islam, then we know he's a real ball knower, okay? Because apparently that's something that Professor Jiang has said. Mr. Predictive History. Yeah, he says this one is a Shia, this one is a Sunni. We're all Muslim.
Bu Türktür, bu Kürttür diye hiçbir zaman bakmadık ve bakmıyoruz. Millet olarak bizim için Türk, Kürt, Arap, Şii, Sünni değil, sadece insan vardır. İster yanı başımızda, ister dünyanın öbür ucunda olsun. Haksızlığa uğrayan, mağdur edilen, sıkıntı çeken kim varsa biz onun yanındayız. Komşumuz Irak'ta bunu yaptık. 15 sene evvel kıtlıkla boğuşan Somali'de bunu yaptık. 13,5 yıl boyunca komşumuz Suriye'de bunu yaptık. 5. yılına giren Rusya-Ukrayna arasındaki savaşta bunu yapıyoruz. Sudan'da, Lübnan'da, Yemen'de, Libya'da ve daha pek çok yerde bunu yaptık. Yapmaya da devam ediyoruz. Irk ayrımını, mezhep ayrımını, din, dil, köken ayrımını reddediyoruz. Daha önce de söyledim. Bugün üzerine
He's so woke, bro. Woke is back.
basarak tekrar ediyorum. Bizim Sünnilik, Şiilik gibi bir dinimiz yok. Bizim tek bir dinimiz var. O da İslam. Hangi ırktan olursak olalım, biz bütünleştiren ortak paydamız yine İslam. Mezheplerimizden, kökenlerimizden önce hepimiz insanız ve Müslümanız. Hazreti Ali bizim. Hazreti Ömer de bizim. Hazreti Osman bizim. Hazreti Hasan ve Hüseyin de bizimdir. Hazreti Ayşe validemiz bizim. Hazreti
Okay, I didn't even see the rest of this. I just heard the Sunni Shia, we're all Muslim. I didn't know he went that hard. Bro said we are Shia. Bro, what the fuck? Bro, is Professor Jiang right? Is it Pax Islamica time? What the fuck?
Zeynep annemiz de bizimdir. Özellikle bu dönemde bir annenin çocukları anlamına da gelen ümmet kavramının temsil ettiği manaya daha sıkı sarılmamız gerekiyor. Bunu şunun için söylüyorum değerli kardeşlerim. Son günlerde sosyal medyada mezhepçiliğin körüklendiğine, asırlık tartışmaların yeniden ısıtılmak istendiğine şahit oluyoruz. Savaşın bir cephesi olarak gördüğümüz bu tehlikeli tartışmalara karşı hem milletimizi hem de bölgedeki tüm kardeşlerimizi dikkatli olmaya çağırıyorum.
Why does the Prime Minister...
I mean, I'll be honest. This is literally his bread and butter. Anytime Turkey's at the table, this is Erdogan's bread and butter. His foreign policy, his like regional moves are the only thing that holds him alive. Okay? Is literally whenever shit like this happens, he's like, "Oh, hell yeah. I put another 5 years into my movement this way." As much as I despise him, he has a very pragmatic approach to his foreign policy, which is incredibly violent and completely unacceptable, of course, when it comes to, you know, dominating Kurdish regions and whatnot. But from the perspective of like keeping Turkey above water while also simultaneously dealing with both sides of every fucking conflict, this is what he's best at. All right, let's get back to the UK.
Minister think now is the right time to increase the cost of petrol?
Prime Minister.
What's his purpose? For the people who are asking what was his purpose of that previous speech, it's just anti-Israel. He's just trying to whip up a base of support. First of all, he loves being the king of Muslims, okay? He is like Mr. Islamic Caliphate. It's not sincere, but it doesn't matter. It plays really well in the Ummah, okay? He loves presenting himself as like the protector of all Muslims everywhere. That's number one. And it plays really well. Like a lot of people think this guy is straight up like the Israel deleter, okay? He's not. But that's one of the reasons why he's talking like this. The other reason why he's talking like this is because he too has the same exact ambitions that Saudi Arabia has here. They want a weaker Iran because Iran is a regional competitive power. But they don't want a destroyed Iran. They don't want a destroyed Iran for a couple of reasons. Because Iran, if destroyed, is going to cause a massive collapse of the entire region with 93 million people that are displaced, that can't live there any longer, a much bigger danger to other countries in the region, right? The other fear that Saudi Arabia and Turkey has is that Iran must remain a sovereign nation because a sovereign Iran is a pressure point against Israel. The Gulf states understand that they have to cooperate with America and therefore cooperate with Israel, but they also know that Israel doesn't give a fuck about them and would treat them in the same exact way that they're treating Iran at a moment's notice. So from the state analysis, whether it be MBS or whether it be Erdogan, They are very fearful of the destruction of Iran for a bunch of different reasons, and one of them is because Iran is a load-bearing sovereign nation in the region. Thank you, Rex Racer X, for the 50 gifted subs.
Mr. Speaker, we are not increasing the cost of petrol. We're absolutely clear in taking the measures that are necessary to deal with the impact of the conflict in Iran. We're dealing with that with other allies. We're taking the necessary action. But the best thing that we can do, Mr. Speaker, is to work with others to de-escalate the situation. And Mr. Speaker, as I said to the House last week, I took the decision that we should not join the initial US-Israeli offensive against Iran. The leader of the opposition attacked me for that decision relentlessly. She said that the UK should have joined the US and Israel in the initial offensive strikes. Mr. Speaker, then yesterday, in the wake of the economic consequences, the leader of the opposition totally abandoned her position. She told the BBC, I never said we should join. She told the BBC, I haven't said we should have gone in with the United States. That is the mother of all U-turns on the single most important decision a Prime Minister ever has to take, whether to commit the United Kingdom to war or not.
Mr. Speaker, I think the mother of all U-turns is him saying that they're not increasing fuel duty. That is news to us because last week the Chancellor stood up and said the fuel duty was going to increase in September.
Mr. Speaker, no apology to our pilots who are risking their lives. And I'm not going to take lectures from someone who says we should join the war. And a week later says, can I change my mind? I got that wrong. It is deeply embarrassing. But she's not the only one. Mr. Speaker, last week she's not the only one, the leader of Reform. We should be part of this with the US and the Israelis. We have to get rid of the regime. We should do all we can to support the operation. I make that perfectly clear, he said. Until yesterday, screeching U-turn, we shouldn't get ourselves involved in another foreign war. Two parties packed with failed...
I can't believe they made Kid Starver look good. I cannot believe they made... The Tories and Reform are such monsters and so pathetic and so deeply unserious that they literally made Kid Starver look like a competent statesman. The future of the conservative movement is so broken in Europe, where your fascism is literally not about state sovereignty at all. It's about the destruction of it. The modern fascist movement in Europe is just MAGA. And it's so cucked to the mercy of a madman, an uncontrollable madman, who ironically is servile to Israel, but an uncontrollable madman nonetheless, that you end up coming across like a fucking baboon if you immediately lean into it.
Tories, led by leaders who are not fit to be Prime Minister.
We begin with breaking news.
We're staying on top of that breaking news in the war in Iran. There are questions about Iran's potential plans to target the United States and reports about whether California could be a target in our coast.
This is such a fucking bullshit story, dude. It's unbelievable.
KCRA 3 is talking with all of our sources to independently verify these reports. And just within the last hour, our political director, Ashley Zavala, asked Governor Newsom about the potential public safety concern here in California.
and more concern about the extended range of the Iranian attacks.
Yeah, it's fucking bullshit. One. Iran does not have the striking range to hit California, nor does it even have the range to hit Kaya, watch out. No. Iran cannot hit California even if it wanted to. Iran cannot hit California even if it wanted to. But Iran also has no ambitions of hitting American soil anyway. It's complete garbage. The story is complete garbage, unless they're trying to gear up for a false flag or something.
Not just in the Middle East, but to your point and question about the prospects that we could see things happen here in the homeland. And so that was highlighted with Austin in relationship to your question and concerns that we had at that moment, concerns that were brought to our SOC, our State Operations Center, with our team that's assembled, which is a multi-jurisdictional team, a lot of federal agencies that are part of our State Operations Center, a lot of experts in state, but as well as local law enforcement, and it's all around intelligence collecting, and it's all about a posture of preparedness for worst case scenarios. So no, we have been gaming those out for some time. As it relates to, again, what has been highlighted, again, it's not a surprise, and it's sort of part of the larger spectrum of considerations that we have as it relates to doing what we can to support our federal partners and local partners at the state level in terms of what could happen next.
Well, the Governor's Office of Emergency Services said in a statement, quote, the Cal OES Homeland Security Team is in regular coordination with federal, state, and local partners sharing information on potential threats as part of ongoing security efforts. And while we can't discuss sensitive details, Californians should know that this kind of coordination happens every day to keep people safe. California is prepared to protect its communities and will continue working closely with our federal partners, including the FBI, who is best positioned to speak to any specific intelligence. Now, we've also reached out to law enforcement across the state to find out what they've been told. We've received this statement from San Jose Police saying the department works closely with federal partners to stay informed about potential threats and intelligence that may impact our region. Quote, as a matter of practice, we do not comment on specific intelligence or alerts. At this time, there is no known threat to our community. Now, the FBI declined to give KCRA3 any comment at this time. We're working with our news partners and law enforcement to verify all of this for you. We'll continue to push for answers throughout the day, and we'll bring it all here to you on air and online at kcra.com and the KCRA3.
On the 12th day of this conflict, it's fairly clear now that it's taking on the aspect of an asymmetrical war, where one side uses its natural advantages over the sheer power of the other side. And we've seen lots of strikes, as we expected to see, over the last 24 hours or so. So strikes all over the region, American strikes and Israeli strikes against Iran, Iranian strikes back against Iraq, and, of course, the warfare between Israel and Lebanon continues. In particular, we've seen...
Going back to the false flag story, it's total and utter bullshit. 100%, and it is virtually impossible for me to believe that if any sort of attack were to exist on LA soil, that I would see it as anything but a false flag in an effort to get Americans on board. Okay, to get Americans on board with a absurd and unimaginably unpopular war. Okay. Iran does not have the capabilities or the interest in striking Los Angeles, California. You don't understand? Iran's attack range is further than you think. I just now saw a Shahed 136 drone hit the Chase Manhattan office in my neighborhood. This literally happened in my imagination. I believe like the longest range drone, the longest range that Iran has for its drones is 4,000 kilometers, which is you're gonna need like. You're gonna need to stop to refuel the drone twice to hit that. Maybe even 6 times if it's actually 2,000 kilometers. No, you're talking about the ballistic munitions. The longest range that they have for their ballistic munitions, like their ballistic missiles, is 2,000 kilometers. Okay? So, all of this is bullshit. All of this is total and utter bullshit. Francis Wolf says, nobody believes this shit anymore, but it won't stop Mossad and the CIA from dropping a tactical nuke on Disneyland. IRGC LA Target 1. Please do not do that. IRGC, I know you're listening. I know you're like my number one watchers. Arakshi, Ali Largiani, the handsome guy that comes on and talks about how, you know, you're going to wage war against America. Please do not hit Spectrum because I need it. My internet is already dog shit, okay? My internet is already dog shit as it is. Please don't do it. Okay. Dr. Jihad has spoken. So, all jokes aside, they are not in striking range at all of Los Angeles or the United States of America mainland at all, right? They don't have it. They don't have the capabilities. They don't have the interest. They've never done something like this. So all of this is complete bullshit. What I am fearful of, however, is that this is signaling potentially a false flag style incident to try to get Americans to be terrified of and get on board with a war against Iran, right? But if you look at the actual article itself, if you read the fine print from the original LA Times article, it's clear that it was a random vibe and they have zero evidence Iran could or would do this, but it's essential to keep frightening, stupefied, and half paying attention Americans. Source stressed the warning was cautionary and there was no indication Iran was planning an attack or that it could successfully launch one. We know Iran has an extensive presence in Mexico and South America. They have relationships, they have the drones, and now they have the incentive to conduct attacks. It's complete bullshit. At most, they would hit, they would do cyber attacks. At most. And the cyber attacks would be proportionate to what the American and Israeli strikes are hitting on Iranian soil. That's part of what you have seen with the Stryker cybersecurity incident that took place earlier today. But don't let that stop you from feeling like you have some skin in the game, right? Don't be a fucking idiot, though. There is, and I'm gonna say this over and over again. There's no way to read this as like a sincere threat, and at worst, it is a legitimate threat for a psyop. Okay, that's what I'm fearful of. Americans hate this war. It's the lowest polled war in modern history. Absent public support, security state grifters, war lobbyists, and Zionist advocacy groups, the U.S. government is pushing this baseless paranoia to give the public the vague impression evil Iranians are menacing them. Right? That's what this is. We saw something similar after 9/11. 9/11 was already enough of a terrifying security incident for Americans. Americans had not been hit on the domestic home front since Pearl Harbor. But in order to universalize that fear, anthrax attacks took place. Many of it was thwarted. And the anthrax that was used on these anthrax mail attacks actually came from a very suspicious origin. Okay? Very suspicious origin, directly linked back to an FBI-funded lab. This played a major role. I think it was a Pentagon. Is it Fort Detrick, if I'm remembering it correctly? I might be remembering it incorrectly. Correct me if I'm wrong. But it was... because you could identify the different strains of anthrax. Some Americans did die in the process. But while some Americans died in the process, many more Americans were terrified. Islamic terror was a universal fear now. It wasn't just New York City and the World Trade Towers that could be under attack. It could be your podunk, backwater, hillbilly town. Okay? Just so you understand. When the U.S. public is surveyed on Middle East wars, they repeatedly give some version of, I don't know why we are bombing people 6,000 miles away. How is this our problem? These vague threats are designed to correct this by bringing the war home, sowing panic, and promoting racism. That is precisely what it is. Then why are these 800 breathless articles? Then why are there 800 breathless articles about these threats? They emphasize there is currently no specific or credible threat tied to the Oscars, but heightened vigilance is necessary. It's a very unpopular war, and they're going to make it more popular. Hopefully they don't do this. But my fear is that although it's a very unpopular war, they're going to try to make it justifiable by bringing the war home. Little do they understand that in this current misinformation and media environment that is objectively chaotic, I don't think they have that motion. I don't think they have the capability. I think many people will look at this and go, that's a fucking psyop. That's a psyop. You killed American citizens and you did it to justify this war that we're waging at the behest of Israel that is deeply unpopular. I'm not buying it. Fuck that shit. Okay? I hope that they don't try some nonsense like this. Or even if they tried some nonsense like this, the sheer incompetence of our administrative apparatus ends up being their own demise, ends up leading to their own demise, and they just fail to do it. And they're outed in the process, and people punish them for it. Anyway. When that was happening, I didn't understand how far countries were, and I was scared anthrax every time mail came in. Chile, kid me, dumb as fuck. Yeah. Anyway, that's yeah, Iran's longest range Shahed drones can reach 2,500 kilometers. That barely gets you to Athens, not Los Angeles. Okay. It's complete bullshit. Complete fucking bullshit. The threat report claimed that they would use civilian cargo ships and launch drones from the Pacific Ocean is literally fucking world in conflict. Yeah, it's nutty. So sending drones for some ship or boat near the coast is impossible, you think? Yes. I do think that. Yes, I do. For two reasons. Number one, with what capabilities? What capabilities does Iran have? There's one country in that region that is also a theocracy, a nuclear armed theocracy that has capabilities such as that. Iran is not one of them. I'm talking about Israel. Israel has the capabilities of doing such a thing. Iran does not. You guys are insane. Look at a fucking map of the world, please. Iran intercepted logistical supply chains and embedded their drone launching operations into a carrier that is going across the Pacific Ocean from where, who knows? Like, what regional ally does Iran have to be able to, like, you know, add these drones and the launcher capabilities into these containers? Without anyone figuring it out in the process, okay? And they're using that on especially the fucking West Coast. Not using those capabilities in the Atlantic, but instead in the Pacific. Like, who do you think they would hit? Do you think they would try to hit Washington, D.C. or New York City? Or do you think they would hit California? It's completely ridiculous. Like, the very fact that I'm even entertaining this capability as though it's like something, as though there's like a real possibility. Ukraine was able to do a similar operation with hidden drones. Ukraine, that is backed to the fucking hilt by every Western nation, was capable of conducting a clandestine operation by sending trucks into Russia. Ukraine and Russia are next to one another. Look at a fucking map. Are you stupid? Ukraine has a land border with Russia. Hello? Are you fucking insane? Now I am reminded of the drone panic that took place in New Jersey. And at the time, they were talking about how these are Iranian drone swarms. Remember? Now we know why. I don't often traffic in the realm of conspiracy theories, but kind of feels strange that they already got a lot of Americans to panic about Iranian drones and Chinese balloons flying overhead. But especially the supposed Iranian drone swarm that took place over the American East Coast airspace. Who cares if Iran is capable? The CIA and Trump will do it themselves with this false flag and blame it on Iran anyways. The average American doesn't know any better. They will automatically believe it and hate on Iran. Come on, it won't take much. I mean, just as people understand, like, immediately cut away at the FBI and the state's narrative on Charlie Kirk's assassination, when there was like plenty of fucking evidence to suggest that Charlie Kirk wasn't assassinated by the state of Israel. I don't think people are gonna be as ready to eat this propaganda if that happened. I hope that it's not even a fucking indication that there will be a false flag and they're just trying to whip up people into a frenzy to create a panic. But even Barry Weiss's CBS News has undermined this reporting. So do with that information what you will.
Go. Tell me.
Multiple U.S. and state law enforcement and intel officials told CBS News there's no credible intelligence underpinning the bulletin distributed on the unverified possibility that Iran could retaliate for American attacks by launching drones at the West Coast. This is not actionable, a California-based federal law enforcement official told CBS. All this means is we got this information and we want to get it out to law enforcement executives to make sure they're up to speed on it. Another California law enforcement official said there's absolutely nothing more to it. The bulletin to local law enforcement by the FBI's Los Angeles division stemmed from an apparent tip that surfaced prior to the Iranian conflict. It's ridiculous. It's too obvious they had to kill it. Why do they need a false flag for a war that already started? What do you mean? The public is not on board with it. God forbid people start questioning why we're doing it and start protesting, and it becomes, it snowballs into something that's huge. Also, this way you can get popular mobilization for this deeply unpopular war for boots on the ground. We haven't sent troops yet. What's the public going to do? Americans don't care about anything or have power. I mean, this is, they're doing regime change the old-fashioned way still, I guess. I'm just saying, I don't believe that this is going to happen. I'm just saying, if it does happen, it'll be very tough to convince Americans that this is actually Iran's doing and not like a CIA Mossad collaborative effort to justify a very unjustifiable and very unpopular war, to escalate and heighten the tensions around this conflict and make Americans get on board with boots on the ground. Americans love revenge. See? Look, this fucking moron is already ready. To be honest, if our nation's borders were actually attacked, me and a lot of people would be for the war. You're gonna fucking die, okay, Neek Skit? You're gonna die. Have fun dying for Israel, dumbass ROTC. I'm over here explaining exactly how this would be, exactly why an incident such as this one would be initiated. And Neek Skit's already being like, yeah, dude, I don't care if it's a fucking false flag. I'm still going to assume it's Iran and I'm going to go to war. I think you're overestimating American intelligence. I'm not. I'm estimating the American tendency to no longer believe in mainstream narratives and the American tendency to also be frustrated with Israel and assume that Israel is responsible for such a thing. Here.
Go. Tell me.
No, I just want to tell you one story about Israel. You know, in the 1990s, the head of Hamas was a guy named Khalid Mashal, and he was based in Jordan at the time. And he comes out. He's driving his kids to work and then to school. And he gets out of the car with his bodyguards, and these two guys posing as tourists come up and they spray something in his ear, and it was a poison, and it sends Khalid Mashal into a coma. And then there was a pursuit, and his bodyguards and Jordanian police end up tackling and getting the guys, and it turns out that they were Mossad agents. The king of Jordan then, and this is a public story, people can read about this, there's been documentaries made about it. The king of Jordan then says, we're going to cancel our treaty with Israel, and we're going to execute these agents if Netanyahu, he was prime minister at the time in the 90s, if Netanyahu doesn't give us the antidote to resurrect Khalid Mashal. The head of Mossad gets on a plane from Israel, flies to Jordan to deliver the antidote to save Khalid Mashal's life. And Khalid Mashal is still alive to this day. I just interviewed him, a couple of months ago. But the nature of what Israel is able to do, that's one of the most sort of famous known episodes. Israel has deep penetration throughout the Arab world, and there are many cases where they conduct operations and
but
they get
not
caught
here in America.
Where the world never
no
actually hears about it.
penetration here, and that's what I'm proud of. You know, these other countries fell for it, but us, we didn't. And how easy would it have been for us to fall for it?
Before people get mad at Tim Dillon, he's obviously fucking being sarcastic. Why the fuck is he on this call? Tim Dillon interviewed the Dropside Newsboys, which, much respect to Tim. No, he's not reacting. No, they did an interview. Hezbollah just launched a combined attack reaching all the way to Tel Aviv. It was followed up by another attack by Iran and new waves of attacks on the UAE. Trey Inks reported that there was an explosion just now in Tel Aviv due to Hezbollah rocket fire. Shortly after, an early alert went out for missile fire from Iran. Check my logs. Drop site confirmed. Confirm what? Verify video, the newest wave from an hour ago. Oh, IRGC Wave 40, Operation True Promise 4 targets more than 50 sites. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps said the 40th wave of Operation True Promise 4 targeted more than 50 sites across Israel in a coordinated attack with the Hezbollah. IRGC said the operation involved a 5-hour barrage using Qatar Imad, Khaybar Shekan, and Fatah missiles, along with drones and attack missiles launched by Hezbollah. According to the statement, strikes hit military sites across Israel from Haifa in the north, Tel Aviv in the center, and Beersheba in the south. The IRGC also claimed its missile struck U.S. bases at El Azraq in Jordan and Al Qajr in Saudi Arabia. The statement said missile launches from Iran towards Israel increased significantly over the past 24 hours, adding that painful strikes will continue. But you told me that Iran was running out of missiles? No, I didn't say Iran was running out of missiles. You don't know how to listen to my fucking words. I said Iran is not running out of missiles at all. However, America and Israel are able to successfully close off the openings of the caves that they come out of. I never said the Iranian missile stockpile is depleted. I simply said, judging by the frequency and the munitions that are used up until this last wave, The munitions that they were using were the cluster ones. Okay. If you want to actually diminish the supply that Israel has, if you want to diminish their stockpile of defensive missiles, you have to keep lobbing missiles like this. Okay. This is the first time that they've gone back up on the intensity, the frequency, and the diversity of the missiles being used. Since the first day that Iran launched retaliatory strikes, they have not had this much intensity in their striking of Israel. If their goal was to deteriorate and destroy the existing stockpile of Israeli defenses, then they would be using something beyond the cluster munitions, because the cluster munitions are virtually impossible to intercept. Okay, so what they're supposed to do, like with the Iranian capabilities that they have, what they're supposed to do is just like hit volley after volley after volley, like big waves, dumping a lot of their older munitions on top of Israel to overwhelm their defenses and to waste their defenses, right? Yes, it's not cluster munitions, they're MIRVs. Cluster munitions are indiscriminate and often have a huge dud rate. Yeah, okay. Chatter, it's a distinction without a difference if you're fucking exploding the MIRVs at the level that they're at, the height that they're exploding them at, okay? It doesn't fucking matter. No, this chatter is not wrong. Technically, it's like a shotgun missile, okay? What the Iranians are using are literally like a shotgun. What it's supposed to use, what it's supposed to do is explode close to the impact zone, so you can actually take out troop positions, or you can spread it. You can spread the damage like buckshot, basically. But the reason why they're exploding those missiles at the height that they're exploding them at is because they want to basically utilize it like a cluster munition. They're trying to spread it to the best of their ability in an effort to stop the interceptions and continue peppering the Israeli skyline. Okay, that's it. I'm not even a fucking missile autist, and I know this. Not buckshot, birdshot. Sorry. They individually target the same area, don't they? Usual cluster munitions are just spray of tiny bombs. These, as far as I have heard, can individually target. So they're a cluster of warheads, not cluster munitions. No, they're the place that they are, the way that they're using these missiles implies that like they're trying to use it like cluster munitions. Why is Iran's air defense so weak? What are you talking about? Air defense so weak? Iran is massive. Iran is vast. Okay? Iran doesn't have stationary air defenses, because stationary air defenses would get fucking destroyed in the second airstrike that Israel commits. So what they have instead is numerous capabilities, obviously, like many of which are mobile. They have mobile anti-aircraft defenses that they deploy from time to time, sporadically, in an effort to preserve their munitions, but also in an effort to maximize their utility. Okay? It's not about weakness necessarily. It's just, there's obviously limitations with how large an area that Iran occupies. The USA and Israel keep on saying they have air superiority over Iranian cities. They do. But it doesn't matter, because the fucking Basij and the IRGC forces are not sitting at their fucking bases. So it doesn't even matter if they strike the areas that they normally would occupy. It does nothing. America and Israel are trying to do a couple different things. One of them is to basically kill as many standing military operatives as they can, but they can't actually do that because Iran's not fucking stupid. They already dispersed their people. They're not sitting in a fucking, I mean, the police probably are sitting in the police precinct because they're civilians, right? They're like a part of civilian law enforcement. But as far as like the IRGC and the military goes, like they're not sitting around in their barracks waiting to get bombed. America does not have complete air superiority over Iran. How much would it cost to have a working Iron Dome over Tehran? Brother, Israel has one of the best defended airspaces, despite the fact that it's fucking tiny. Israel is a tiny country, okay? Size of Israel, tiny nation, size of New Jersey. And yet it has, or had, one of the best defended airspaces in the planet. Like, it's up there with fucking Moscow, okay? And the only reason why Israel is able to have this incredibly airspace is because of the unlimited funds that it gets from the United States of America. So think about it. Like, the costs are unbelievable. No other country has that technology. No other country has that technology. Only Israel has it. Israel has refused to let Kiev have that technology, even though it's an American. It's literally funded by America, and it was invented in coordination with the Israeli defense sector. So Americans also worked on it, and yet Israel has refused to allow Ukraine to have it, or Ukraine to place it in places like Kiev and in other like densely populated areas. Part of that also is because just having an Iron Dome is not enough. You also have to steadily supply it with Tamir interceptors, for example, right? And those are expensive. And you constantly are running out. America does not have the capability of funneling all the Tamir interceptors to both Israel and the Ukraine at the same time. "90% intercept rate is way fucking worse than the 100% intercept rate of preventing other nations from wanting to bomb you by not colonizing them." Yes, that's true. By the way, New York Post foreign policy NatSec says the Iron Dome could not stop about half the 100 rockets Hezbollah just launched at Israel just a few hours ago. So their capabilities are diminishing as well. Anyway, the other side of this is also that in order to protect this like tiny fucking area, the billions, the tens of billions of dollars that go into it is unheard of. And not only are we spending tens of billions of dollars protecting this tiny fucking airspace, but also on top of that, you have radar systems that span all across the region from Oman to motherfucking Turkey. Okay, early advanced warning systems, SATCOMs, and numerous other anti-missile defense systems that have to be stationed next to those radar facilities, otherwise they get blown up in the way that Iran has blown them up. So like the amount of military force necessary to protect such a tiny fucking sliver of land is unbelievable, and it has taken Iran 11 days to put a dent in it, regardless, with the with the missile barrage that they've done over and over again, with the Shahed drone strikes that they've done over and over again. So obviously, it's not replicable by any other fucking country if it's barely holding together with the most expensive and most expansive military apparatus on the fucking planet, unilaterally deciding to only defend this place. Okay. From the latest launch, and Israeli sensors were not able to hide this one. Here are some of the missiles that went through, the Hezbollah missiles that went through. Notice how the fucking alerts come after the first strike, by the way. That is because Iran has been able to successfully shut off the eyes and ears. Okay, that's what happens when your radars are down, and therefore there is a major delay in your sentry system that you have. Look at the latest tweet. This isn't the one. First video shows Hezbollah missile getting through. Second video is from Kirkuk. Image reportedly of a strike in Dubai and an official statement. Look at the latest tweet. This isn't the one. Wait, isn't this it? Oh, this one. No, that's in image reportedly of a strike in Dubai. That's Dubai. And this is Kirkuk. The sirens are already going off though. Bro, they have literally openly admitted that. The Iranian government has openly admitted that they've targeted the radar systems of their missile shield of the fake Zionist regime. The air defense capability of the regime has been severely reduced, and the sky of the occupied territories is under the powerful roar of Iranian missiles and drones. This was from 5 days ago, and since then they've taken out even more fucking satellites inside of Israel. This is from northern Israel. Hezbollah launched a massive barrage of 100 rockets at numerous cities, coinciding with ballistic missiles fire from Iran at the area. 2 people were lightly wounded by shrapnel. But these are successful intercepts. How did Iran know where the Iron Dome radars are? I thought that was super confidential. What do you mean? Iran also has fucking spying capabilities inside of Israel, chatter. Like, sure, Mossad has been able to deeply penetrate Iranian society, but half of these fucking radars are on bases anyway. And Iran does have intelligence capabilities. They have agents inside of Israel. Of course Iran has spies in Israel, chat. They can get intelligence from Russia. They can get intelligence from China. I don't know to what degree. And then outside of that, they have their own spying capabilities as well. And they have great cyber warfare. Handala is obviously one of them. No injuries are reported following the concurrent Iranian ballistic missile and Hezbollah rocket fire on central Israel. Some projectiles were intercepted according to initial military assessments. Police say damage was caused by impact in central Israel. Fragments following the interceptions also reportedly fell in several areas. Sirens have sounded across central Israel and the Jerusalem area as well as parts of the south. Yeah, Haaretz basically reported on it. They said there's a hole in Israel's early warning system and its missile defense batteries are at risk as well. It's because they won't release the hostages, the Hamastages. Have you ever considered working a blue-collar job like construction? Are you too gay to do that? Yes, I love sucking on penises. That's why I haven't considered working a blue-collar job like construction. Yeah. As though there aren't gay workers. 2013 account? Yeah, that's a fucking burnt peanut Tel Aviv subscriber. New announcement from President Trump. President Trump has authorized the United States to release 172 million barrels of oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. There it is. I'm gay and do a blue-collar job. It's not correlated? Yeah. Once again, I think like many of the Muslim countries that America has dominated and destroyed have unfortunately been kept down by occupations of different sorts for years and years, and don't have the same sovereignty mentality that Iran has. So many people think this is going to be like Iraq. Many people think this is going to be like Afghanistan. They don't understand that Iran is a totally sovereign country, a sovereign nation that had a successful anti-imperialist revolution. The revolutionary spirit, regardless of the repressive nature of the IRGC or the state currently, still lives on in the heart of all Iranians. Iranians are very resilient people, but it's a nation state. There's a difference between a regional power that is a sovereign nation state and a country that has been dominated by first the USSR and then the United States of America with boots on the ground military warfare. Like, it's not, you know, it's if you try to compare it to like Libya, if you try to compare it to Syria, if you try to compare it to Iraq, if you try to compare it to Afghanistan, you're going to be surprised. And it seems maybe many of our generals, or maybe not the generals, but many of the people in charge of this Operation Epic Fail were of that mindset where they thought, oh, these are barbaric Muslims. They will be incredibly easy to dominate. They will drop their weapons and run away. They will not have any contingency plans. We will decapitate their entire leadership. We will kill their high-ranking generals in the IRGC, and they will be confused. They thought it would be like Hezbollah. Now, this isn't to say Hezbollah is not a sophisticated military operation either. They certainly are, as you can see. But Hezbollah is a paramilitary attached to an active party in the Lebanese parliament. Okay? They're not a sovereign state. Even the Houthis are not a fully fleshed out state, and yet their capabilities are significantly larger than Hezbollah. Okay? But when you talk about like an actual sovereign nation state, of course their capabilities are going to be infinite in comparison to a paramilitary movement like Hezbollah. The Houthis have more capabilities than Hezbollah. They have more freedom than Hezbollah. Like, for example, the Houthis have loitering anti-aircraft systems, right? Hezbollah doesn't. Hezbollah's anti-air defense is marginal in comparison to what you can send to the Houthis. Hezbollah isn't backed by the Lebanese army. It's not only is it not backed by Hezbollah has legit ballistic capabilities, and so do the Houthis, but it's much easier to send legitimate ballistic capabilities to the Houthis than it is to Hezbollah. That's the problem. And it's become impossible to do so now that the land bridge between Iran and Lebanon has been disconnected. Syria no longer is a territory that you can use in your supply chain. It's become impossible for Hezbollah to continue getting more weapons from Iran. Because Yemen has a weaker government than Lebanon, right? No, Yemen's government is Ansar Allah. I'm saying that Ansar Allah has, the Houthis are the government, but they are a weaker government in comparison to the IRGC, in comparison to the Islamic Republic that is a strong government. It's a sovereign state. The Houthis are barely a state at this point. They are the victors of a civil war that took place with numerous other foreign actors involved in it. They aren't solidified in their power yet? No, I think they have solidified plenty of power at this point. It's just that, I mean, their capabilities are limited because they're a new government. And even with their limitations, they were able to defeat America twice. So, you know, Ansar Allah is a force to be reckoned with, really. Held together by sheer will, okay? That's it. And like, the Houthis don't control all of Yemen. They only control North Yemen. South Yemen is totally different leadership. Yes.
Strike on the Shibaya oil field in between Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates. We've seen further north strikes in the area of Iraq and that's a separate possible part of the war that may begin against Baghdad International Airport.
Oh my God. New U.S. intelligence assesses that Iran's leadership remains largely intact and the regime is not at risk of collapse after nearly 2 weeks of U.S. and Israeli bombardment, according to 3 sources familiar with the assessments. No way. I'll take it one step further. There was a Financial Times report on this as well that showed. There was a Financial Times report on this that showed that, guess what? A lot of the people were fucking duped. A lot of the people in Iran that were primed and tuned into Israeli and numerous Gulf state media that was trying to do psyop after psyop to gear them up for Israel saving them were fucking duped. It turns out there are a lot of people in Iran who legitimately hate the regime that thought that Israel and America would actually come to save them. And then when Israel blew up the oil refineries in Tehran and engaged in chemical warfare against 10 million plus Iranians, they very quickly realized, oh my God, they're not here to save us at all. And the only solution that we have is, and this might come as a surprise to you once again, exactly what I've been saying for the past fucking month or so, the regime remaining intact. Does anyone have the Financial Times reporting on this? Oh, here it is. Good journalism from the Financial Times, featuring interviews with a number of hardcore anti-regime Iranians. These Iranians initially welcomed the U.S.-Israeli war, yet quickly turned on the war and came to resent the warmongering monarchists in the West / Pahlavi. Meanwhile, monarchists support Pahlavi and back the U.S. and Israeli intervention despite its toll, but analysts believe the exiled royal may have lost support from more recent converts to his cause as the brutal reality of war sets in. The majority of Iranians who see the January killings as unforgivable are lost over how to push for change. This includes Sarah, a teacher in her 40s who once hoped for the regime's overthrow but now admits she has changed her mind. I've come to terms with the bitter reality. The Islamic Republic is resilient, she said. I never thought I'd say this, but if someone from within the regime becomes a real reformer, why not? In the end, we just want peace and welfare. Marjan, a housewife, could not hide her emotions when the news of Khamenei's death broke. She had believed it would usher in the regime's collapse. Now I wonder, even if the Islamic Republic falls, what will we inherit? A land in ruins. A big part of the reason why, and this is something that like my Iranian chatters from Iran kept reporting over and over again, was that a lot of the anti-IRGC, anti-regime media, backed by both the Gulf states and also Israel and the United States of America, were constantly telling people inside of Iran that their liberation would come by American and Israeli intervention. They primed them up. They primed them up into believing that America and Israel genuinely had the intention of saving them. And given the intensity of the IRGC's repressive nature, they believed it because they were fucking desperate. But it turns out, of course, bombing campaigns in the fucking heart of Iran and Tehran and Isfahan very quickly changed their attitude. Yeah, Iran International is one of these outlets. Yes, Iran International, the pro-Israel, pro-monarchy news channel. It probably didn't help that a lot of diaspora relatives of people living in Iran were openly dancing in the fucking streets as Iranians were learning the news that 160 little schoolgirls had been bombed in the first fucking salvo. I said this over and over and over again. I tried to warn people. They didn't fucking understand it. I called it because I've experienced something not identical, not to the same degree, not to the same severity, but I've seen something that happened in Turkey that was not dissimilar to this. Turkish people who fucking hate Erdogan, myself included, okay, experienced, I was in America at the time, but Turkish people in Turkey experienced a very violent coup attempt by a parallel state that was designed by the United States of America. And in the aftermath of that failed coup, Turks actually hardened their support for Erdogan. It gave a lifeline to his dying movement. He was able to successfully put together a referendum and change the Turkish constitution from a parliamentary system to a presidential one. He was able to basically destroy the independence of the military piece by piece. He did that because he had real fucking momentum behind him after the coup, the very bloody, very deadly coup backfired. So while Iranian International and outlets such as that one, backed by the American state, backed by the Israeli state, has the capacity to radicalize the diaspora Iranians, and maybe even has the capacity to radicalize Iranians in Iran, who already are experiencing that repression from the state, who have their friends arrested, sometimes tortured, who have every right to be frustrated and angry at the state for its repression. They were the ones who experienced the bombing campaigns, and they saw their relatives in the Western world celebrate and dance over their graves. It's going to be very hard to whip up popular support and mobilization when the forces that are demanding you to mobilize have no investment whatsoever in a sovereign nation state's development in the aftermath of its bombing campaigns. When Israel, that is leading the charge, is very clearly trying to create a failed state, Iranians are too smart to fall for that bullshit. Even if they hate their own regime, even if they hate the IRGC, they're understandably going to fucking hate the Israeli government and the American government a lot more. Go fight for Iran then, you terrorist. You're saying a whole bunch of fucking nothing. Chatter, you're an Amerifat. And therefore, you will never understand what it feels like to fight for something. What you fight for is McDonald's. What you fight for is SpongeBob. Okay? And in most circumstances, you don't even have to fight for it. Some other fucking poor dipshit from Iowa will fight for you. And they're not even fighting for you. They're fighting for the same forces of capital. But at least you can sleep comfortably at home at night with the knowledge that, you know, our enemies are being destroyed. They can steal all your money and reappropriate all of your fucking productive output back into this endless militarism, so that the military-industrial complex can turn profit year over year. Okay? Don't worry. Your jalapeno poppers are safe. I know it's very difficult for you to comprehend what I'm talking about because you've never experienced an alien superpower seeking out the destruction of everything that you hold near and dear. And therefore, you will never understand it. Okay? Plus, you have nothing that you have nothing you hold dear for yourself anyway. Like I said, that's why you got SpongeBob and Spider-Man. SpongeBob abi yapma. Sünger Bob kare pantolon abi.
Now, the brilliance of the Trump plan to have strategic control of key waterways, this cannot be understated. And the press doesn't seem to get this, so let me help them tonight. I'm talking...
Is the same calculation for me as an Egyptian. I fucking hate Sisi, but if America and Israel tried to do regime change here, I would become the regime's strongest soldier. Brother doesn't understand that the regime change already happened. Dog, the regime is already controlling you. The American and Israel-backed regime is literally in charge right now. I hate to report this to you, Egyptian chatter, but it already happened. Okay? It quite literally happened. There was a point in time where Egypt almost had democracy, and that was a bridge too far for Israel. It was a bridge too far for America, and Sisi is the guy that they put in charge. Oh, he's Muslim Brotherhood. Muslim Brotherhood, they said. Scary. I know, man, but it can always get worse, right? I mean, I don't know if it can get worse than Sisi. I'm going to be honest. There's a reason why it's not happening, right?
The Strait of Malacca in Indonesia, the Panama Canal, remember China wanted it, and now preventing Iran from choking off the Strait of Hormuz with an eventual nuclear threat. Also,
no, dipshit, it can get worse. Yeah, what the fuck? I'm Egyptian. Fuck you talking about? Bro, what in the fuck? What in the fuck? No, dipshit, it can get worse than this, you dumbass. I mean, you're already in it. There's a reason why you're not being destabilized actively and being bombed actively. It's because you already have a pliant regime that is totally servile to the needs of Israel and America. Egypt executed its first democratically elected leader, and he, Mohamed Morsi, was a professor of civil engineering at Cal State Northridge. That's another thing that I find really funny is that like the Iranian government, like when you look at Pete Hegseth and you look at Donald Trump, and then you compare them to like who runs the Iranian government. And it's so funny because like Ali Larijani is like a Kantian philosopher. Okay. These are people that like came to the United States of America, came to the West, and didn't just like get their PhDs here, but they also taught in American and like Western universities. So it's pretty funny when you hear someone like Arakshi communicate the desires of the state in Western media, and everyone's like, wow, he's so handsome. It's like, he's so smart. What the fuck? It's like, yeah, he is. Bro, look at Arakshi's dissertation topic. It's insane. I know. It's political Islam, right? CCS, CCS, Morsi no, Morsi no. Shut up your moose, Obama. Breaking 2 oil tankers, U.S.-owned Safisa and Vishnu and Greek-owned Zephyros were attacked near Iraq in the Persian Gulf. It feels bad, man. I mean, look, eventually something will break in Egypt. There's no shot, right? Egypt will have a revolution once again. There is no doubt in my mind. The state is far too fucking corrupt and far too incompetent for the population not to rise up. It's coming. I just don't know exactly when. Maybe Egyptians will say no, but 100%, there is no way that they can keep controlling the country, especially with the dire economic conditions that Egyptians are facing. I don't think it's, I think it's eventually going to come. Bro, they literally took over like a police precinct because they were mad that, people were not allowing safe passage over the Rafah border. Like the Egyptian government and the Egyptian military was refusing to allow entry through the Rafah border. So people got so fucking frustrated that they militarily took over a fucking police precinct. Stuff like this doesn't happen in a country that is stable, okay? My guess is a popular uprising ending in a palace coup. Yeah, 100%. There will be inevitably a popular uprising in the state of Egypt. Israel will do everything in its power to stop it, but obviously they're not dedicated enough to like offer Egypt any sort of fucking economic improvements. So Egypt is prime for revolution. The other place is Jordan. Mark my fucking words. And it turns out Bahrain too, which ironically enough is now getting help from Jordanian forces that work to squash any sort of fucking anti-government protests or pro-Palestinian protests in Jordan. This is what the chatter was talking about.
ورسالة بقى لأوباما. Listen, your Obama. We are Egyptian women. You are listen, Obama. Shut up your mouth, Obama. Shut up your mouth, Obama. Sisi yes, Sisi yes. Morsi no, Morsi no. Sisi yes, Sisi yes. Morsi no, Morsi no. ورسالة لك يا جلد الحنطور. مهما تلف ومهما تدور مش هنرجع المعزول.
Shut up your mouth, Obama. Anyway, here, let's hear what kind of pro-regime propaganda we got in store for us today.
Now,
Bro, he was in Hebron. Hebron, Kentucky. Oh, my God.
Brilliance of the Trump plan to have strategic control of key waterways, this cannot be understated. And the press doesn't seem to get this, so let me help them tonight. I'm talking the Strait of Malacca in Indonesia, the Panama Canal, remember China wanted it, and now preventing Iran from choking off the Strait of Hormuz with an eventual nuclear threat also hanging over our heads. So if bad actors manage to take control in any of those key oil routes, it would be a living nightmare. That wouldn't end, frankly. So it looks like Donald Trump, his team, the U.S. military, and the American taxpayer may have saved the world with Operation Epic Fury. Why do we think China has been scrambling to fill its own oil reserves, by the way? Obviously, President Xi knew Iran would eventually try to take the Strait of Hormuz.
Dude, American media is so awesome. We just like invent a totally alternative reality in which we're fucking absolutely cooking, okay? Like the entire world could be collapsing around us in real time, as it kind of is, right? American military might and American military capabilities have diminished drastically. America's force projection capabilities have been destroyed by a country that we have economically destroyed for decades now, okay? Energy markets are on fire, a larger crisis than when Russia invaded Ukraine, and you got dumb fucks on American television being like, we're fucking killing it, dude. Have you guys seen the epic clip compilations of blowing up Iranian jet skis, dude? Yeah, they better not close the Strait of Hormuz. My sources are telling me the Strait of Hormuz is closed. Well, we'll open it right now, dude. We'll fucking open it right now. We'll pry it. We'll destroy it, dude. We'll fucking kill them. We got so much hype and aura moments. It's like, how can people not see that this is just a coping mechanism? It is kind of alarming that people are so desperate to hold on to maximalist cope. People are so goddamn desperate that they might as well be doing this. This is a joke, obviously. Worst case scenario, we can just make a new strait. Shouldn't take long once we unleash the productivity boosting powers of AI. Maybe a day or two at most. But is crazy, dude. I mean, this is what it looks like. Look, I said this earlier. Israel wanted to get away with conquering the region with no pushback, so it chose to pursue its lifelong goal of destroying the one sovereign country that isn't under the U.S. security banner. And now the global energy markets are on fire. When will we say enough is enough? Like, look at this. These are the images coming out of the Strait of Hormuz right now. Okay? This is what it fucking looks like. Ships are on fire. Nobody's passing. And America has no plan to open the Strait of Hormuz. They have no control over this at all. He saw your QRT and said, I'm fucked. You and Schmondrick need to manage Israel's foreign relations. Prepare the electro jihad. This is about the craziest crossover I've ever seen in my life. Not sure what to think about this. You've reached the Twitter peak. Goy, I'm crying. He thinks you are coming for him. He doesn't realize that I think he's the only funny Israeli on the planet, perhaps. I don't even care if this guy is like sincerely a psychopath or not. It's just fucking hilarious. I'm going to run it again. We got to play it one more time. Okay, come on, come on. I love this fucking video so much. It gives me so much joy. Look, look. He follows Epstein, which is very funny. What do you mean? Destiny is Israel's favorite pedophilic defender. Of course he fucking follows Destiny.
בית מלון, שימו לב, בית מלון, ערבים, משטרה, ערבים, מג"ב, ערבים, שב"ס, ערבים, בית מרקחת, ערבים, נהגי מוניות, ערבים, אוטובוסים, ערבים, בית חולים, כל הרופאים, ערבים, דוקטור מסראווה, דוקטור ג'יהאד, דוקטור מרווד למשרד. מה זה, כפר קאסם?
I fucking love that shit, dude. It's awesome. Rabbi Avraham Baruch. Otobusi? Yeah, that was Bella Hadid's dad, Mohammed Hadid. These guys in Israel have like common villains. I'm one of them, which is awesome. I thought the Jews ran everything. No, it's the Arabs. The Jews run everything in Israel is what we previously thought. Turns out they have their own version of that. They say the Arabs run everything in Israel. But yeah. What is this? Are they pro or against Hassan Abi? What are you talking about? There are like 12 total people in Israel that like me. They are the only anti-Zionists in Israel. The rest of the state. And I would normally say most people in Israel don't know who the fuck I am, or most people in insert whatever country don't know who the fuck I am. But I think Israel is the one country where a lot of people do know who the fuck I am, and they despise me. Israel, like people in America have no fucking clue who I am, right? I'm just some random fucking dickhead. People in Israel do know who the fuck I am, and they hate me. Which, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, I hate Israel. I hate Zionism. I don't know what the average Israeli chud. 100% of the government knows you, though. That's for sure. How can you live in Israel and be an anti-Zionist? I'm not trying to be a dick. I don't know. I'm fucking living in the United States of America and I'm anti-imperialist. Like, what are you talking about? There were communists that lived in Nazi Germany. Anyway. Dr. Jihad is fucking amazing. Communists actually had armed struggle against the Nazis, though. Yeah, if it gets to that point, what leads you to believe that no one here in America will do such a thing? The last Israeli PC you will need, me after buying this PC and criticizing Benjamin Netanyahu once.
Self-destruct mode activated. Glory to Benjamin Netanyahu.
Why does my game never lag? Why do I never lose any games? Why do I always hit perfect frame rates? Star of David Gaming PC, Jewish Star, custom. What the fuck is this? What?
We'll secure the victory royale that was promised to me 3,000 years ago.
What?
Hey gamers, Mr. Breast here, and if you buy my skin, we'll secure the victory royale that was promised to me 3,000 years ago.
It's AI. Operator skin beast mode. This is what I need. I would never, my streams would never F again if I had this. Low Kirk. Fortnite Fridays is back. The Beast of Tel Aviv. Today, we're going to be replenishing the Tamir Interceptor stock of the holy nation of Israel. Trump dances on stage. Update. 2 oil tankers on fire after being attacked in the Persian Gulf off of Iraq, according to Reuters. It's unclear who carried out the attack. This is a perfect... This is a perfect response. Like, this is a perfect image that showcases, like, America's lack of interest in, like, all of the destabilization that we commit all around the fucking world, you know?
Trump, I'm talking about his blockade. So he's reaching into the strategic reserve. So he's doing what I called for 3 days ago, but it's a little late.
Sure.
Oh, Chuck Schumer. Fantastic,
many
sir.
more problems now he's created many more problems than the Strategic Petroleum Reserve will solve, from the blockade of the Gulf of Hormuz to his reckless and unthought out war, and Americans are paying the price.
Schmuck Schumer. Seems like this Israeli memester is goated. I understood very well already from the first half second that I opened After Effects software. So it'd be wise if the next time your defense army recruits me to the filming unit or the IDF spokesperson's unit to be a video editor and to be pampered and live like a king and not to be a grade A technician in an empty, purposeless technical array in a stinking Air Force. And that way we wouldn't have reached this situation. When I didn't think it could get any worse. Hoping that maybe you're finally understanding what a mess you're making. The American generation looks at these things with humor but takes them seriously. No, actually, I appreciate it. I think it's funny. Oh my God. Oh, see, look, they're so mad. You must prepare another one, you genius. I'd kill myself from a low branch. Hassan electrifying my dog Faker. Hey, notice how Hebrew Twitter is really primed and tuned into the fucking dog electrocution memes? This literally looks like my replies, by the way. Isn't that strange? How this just looks like my replies? Perhaps it's because it's the same fucking people that are constantly in my replies. How strange. How strange. This dog wanted to laugh at too, but got zapped with an electric shock. Talmudic goy slop, says this Israeli replier. We'll see the one with Dr. Jihad, and seeing Hassan discover that he's Dr. Jihad is priceless. I'm crying. I hope these videos will remind you for the rest of your life how much of a genius you are. Dr. Jihad stole more content. It's heartbreaking to see this Nazi laughing. May he suffer his whole life. Oh my God, bro. Is Hassan Nasrallah laughing at the Zionists? Listen, this is a more impressive achievement than the attack on Iran. When the Goyim won't shut the fuck up. I have no idea what he's saying, but he's awesome. The Goyim have gone mad. This is literally the only people on the planet that uses in a racist way. Can you tell Benjamin Netanyahu to improve my algorithm for me? I'm sick of browsing content meant for Gentiles. You are a king, Jew or Goy. Now he discovers this video. I'm just as shocked as Kaya. He said my favorite Israeli comedy show has referenced me and believes that this Rabbi Baruch's actual TV show, but then asked if the person making the show is secretly anti-Zionist because it's too funny. You've broken him. Perhaps it's because I don't think Zionists are capable of laughter and joy. And therefore, if any dude that's making a comedy show in Israel is capable of making me laugh, they must not be a Zionist. The GIF is so fucking funny. God, they're so stupid, Lamont. I know. Did you really fall from heaven because I'm an angel? Yes. How does he have the exact timestamp ready? He's a fan, bro. American military is evacuating Iraqi bases. Oh my God. Oh my God. Bruh. American military cannot leave Iraq. With an order to evacuate bases 10 days ago, military cannot leave and remain under intense fire from Iranian drones and local Shiite militias. Iran managed to open fire against, oh my God, Iran is literally liberating Sudan. Iran is freeing Sudan and liberating Iraq. How is this possible? How is this fucking possible? U.S. hegemony fake all along? Many people are asking. Iran is straight up engaging in the act of decolonialization. What the fuck? Iran managed to open fire against almost all American bases in the region to the point that the military had to abandon these bases and $1 billion loss. Patriots were powerless in the face of the number of attacks. However, I believe the anti-drone systems of these bases were not strengthened for an eventual confrontation with Iran. U.S. struggles to evacuate American personnel from facilities under fire in Iraq. Bro, this is, I'm not asking, I'm knowing. This is literally paper. This is paper tiger. This is paper tiger. Iraqis. Iraqis. The good people of Iraq. Their money is your money. Go out to the nearest American military base right now. Put your hand in the cash register. Their money is your money. Reach into the box of bullets and arm yourselves. That base is yours. Crack open the armory. Oh man. Yeah, this is becoming more and more relevant every day.
How do I start an F-16? The question's real. I stole an F-16. Flip the master, all the lights begin to feel. I stole an F-16. Set the fuel pump, start the number 2. I stole an F-16. Engines whining as the turbines chew. I stole an F-16. Turn the RER power on bright. I stole an F-16. Horizon centered, the line set right. I stole an F-16.
Banger.
Oh, watch the gauges and the needles climb. I stole an F-16. Wait till 20, it will take its time. I stole an F-16. Throttle back down to idle mark. I stole an F-16. Jet breathes deep with a rumbling spark. I stole an F-16. Unlock the gate and push it free. I stole an F-16. The bird comes alive with a roar of glee. I stole an F-16. Roll out the REL power on bright. I stole an F-16. Horizon centered, the line set right. I stole an F-16.
This song is like if Austin and Alex had a baby together. Yeah. No one has been more correct than the Chinese evangelical dad. Yeah, Chinese international student in my class was telling me about how his evangelical dad in Beijing believes that Trump was chosen by God to win the election, but that this victory is part of a larger divine plan to destroy the United States. JD Pondon is no longer just a theory, okay? It's a reality. It's reality. JD Pondon is objectively reality. I know I've been joking about this, saying like he's undermining American imperialism every step of the way. He's destroying the heartland. He's basically launching economic missiles at every American suburb. You know, tariffs regime and Liberation Day was my first inclination that this man was genuinely trying to destroy the country. But god damn, dude, I didn't think it would be this bad. I truly had the mentality that at the very least, like the American military as it stands is like the last remaining competent institution that has like decent organizational principles, like has a function. And it's so obvious that like this last tit for tat with Iran has shown that contractor bloat and endless amounts of money that we've just burned for years while dominating people that have already been historically dominated over and over again was just a paper tiger. America was a paper tiger all along. If the Russian military conquest in Ukraine showcased that Russia also did not have the capabilities of a land invasion of a country with 40 million fucking people, this is America's own this is America's own, like, you know, war moment. Now, to be fair, a land invasion is infinitely harder to pull off than whatever the fuck we're trying to do in Iran, apparently. But considering that the Iranian capabilities are significantly better, the Iranian positions are significantly more hardened than the Ukrainian ones, that Ukraine literally only had like 10, not even 10, like 8 fucking years to basically design. Because it's not like Ukraine had like a very competent standing military force in, you know, before like 2014. They've had a very limited amount of time to like design their forces and to beef up their defenses, but they did a fairly solid job against Russia with a shit ton of American and Western military support. But they did. They were able to push back the Russian military occupation from Kyiv. America, on the other hand, is having an even harder time with Iran in a much shorter period of time. With no allies whatsoever, if we're being real. Yeah, Russia also isn't planning a war with the people making all their military gear. What is this? I mean, this is fucking, you know, an exaggeration. Now it's Iran's turn, although China and Russia's helping. Ugh. Fuck. Did I sneeze on myself? No, I didn't. Okay, good. Now it's Iran's turn, although China and Russia's help has been lacking and is nowhere near what Europe and US gave Ukraine. Yes. This would be like the funniest possible time for a big boat to get sucked sideways in the Suez Canal. Oh my God. True. It would collapse a trade in its entirety, I think. Paul Bless says, the longer this war continues, the more likely that this country completely implodes. Ryan Grimm reports on a new survey finds that 50 to 42 margin, American voters believe Donald Trump went to war with Iran, at least in part to distract from the Jeffrey Epstein scandal. Now, that's not my favorite poll, and I don't think that's like the real reason, but fuck it. If Americans are going to be anti-war because they think Donald Trump is like going to war with Iran to hide the Epstein files, and not because of the contents of the Epstein files, potentially, so be it. I think the correct assessment here is not that Donald Trump is going to war to distract the public from the Epstein files, but going to war specifically because of the contents of the Epstein files. You know what I mean? Do you see what I'm saying? Like what he has done that maybe Israel has access to could have made him a more, compliant leader that would finally do the deed for Israel. Terrible economy and immense suffering for a war no one believes in. A roster of hated clowns surrounding a detached leader drowning in his own decadence. Massive scandal of the worst kind running through every nook of elite society. History tells us this is chill. It is chill. As long as Americans have their jalapeno poppers, it's chill. The moment that they don't have access to their jalapeno poppers is an entirely different conversation. America will, I think a lot of those people will finally understand what I mean when I say, like, there are a lot of ISIS-style groups in this country. They just don't do ISIS-style shit because American material conditions are far more advanced and far better than the conditions in a destroyed Iraq. You will potentially find out what American ISIS, Al-Qaeda, has to say and do, right? When the jalapeno poppers are no longer flowing, you will see what those radicalized Americans with an arsenal of fucking gear and what capabilities they have in fucking shit up. We're not there yet, though. The conditions are not bad enough. Contradictions are worsening, but the conditions are nowhere near bad enough. I promise you. In some ways, if you can still go to McDonald's and eat a fucking Big Mac, or there's a new, burger that they're releasing or whatever the fuck, like, that means that shit hasn't gotten to that degree yet. Shit hasn't gotten there yet. Enough people aren't mad enough yet. It's not there yet. Could get there, though.
If they try to hit us back, have you been briefed about how many Iran sleeper cells there could be inside the U.S. right now?
I have been, and a lot of people came in through Biden with this stupid open border. But we know where most of them are. We've got our eye on all of them, I think.
Is it dozens?
They came in through the open border policies of Sleepy Joe Biden, one of the worst president in the history of our country. And we've got our eyes on all of them. But the war itself is being prosecuted at a level that nobody's seen before. It's pretty amazing to watch. Years that way.
Pretty amazing to watch is right. It's amazing. I love watching it. Trump on Newsom had a statement. We'll look at that in a second. RGC Navy Commander Alireza Tangshiri says, we guarantee any security of any oil tanker under any flag that can convince an American destroyer to escort it through the Strait of Hormuz. That's not real. There's no way that that's a real statement that they made. Yeah. There is... Iran war briefing day 12 with Michael Clark.
We've seen in particular tremendous number of strikes now in southern Beirut, where the Israelis are really going for Hezbollah in Beirut, and they're targeting particular floors of particular residential buildings where they think that some of the people they're after are sheltering or hiding or plotting one way or another. The war in Lebanon is set to get a great deal worse, whatever happens to the war elsewhere in the region. But Tel Aviv has also come under attack, and the Iranians are giving particular attention to try to hit back at Israel with all that they can, insofar as they've got the ordnance to do it. Pete Hegseth made it clear yesterday that the war would intensify today. He said the most intensive day of the war is coming up, and that's more or less what we've seen today. In terms of the number of attacks, the amount of ordnance delivered, I think he was right, and he implies it will get even higher yet. However, the Strait of Hormuz is now the most critical area of the war. It is, in every sense of the word, the trump card which the Iranians can play, because the Strait of Hormuz is a really important waterway for obvious reasons. We always say that the narrow Strait of Hormuz is at its narrowest between there and there, 33 kilometers. It's actually a great deal narrower than that, because the shipping route includes an in lane and an out lane. And the lane going in is 3 kilometres wide, and the lane coming out is only 3 kilometres wide, and there is a 5-kilometre separation zone between them. So the area they can use of that 33 kilometres is only 11 kilometres. And big tankers, big 500,000-ton tankers almost, and certainly even the smaller tankers, 150,000 tons, they have to do a very sharp turn in or out of the Gulf in order to conform with the lanes and not get stuck into the shallower waters. And when they get round the tip, then they have to go straight because the water down here is too shallow. 25 metres just south, 60 metres further here, too shallow for some of the really big ships. So they have to go in a straight line as the lanes open out right along the Iranian shore. They have to present themselves as targets to anything along the Iranian shore that wants to try to pick them off. And in fact, I think the Iranians would almost welcome the Americans taking much more aggressive action in the Gulf itself, because in a way they'd be saying, come in, come and try, come and get low down and dirty and fight us, because if we do that, you'll take some losses. We'll achieve our objective, our political objective of hurting you in some way, in ways that hurt President Trump in the Washington nexus of politics that exists around this whole war. And that, for the Iranians, is a very big advantage as this war goes on. And they've already begun to use that advantage by striking, in this case, a Thai ship, and there it is, hit by drones. Drones are unlikely to sink a ship, but they can certainly set it on fire. They can cause a great deal of damage, and for the shipping company, and of course for the mariners on the ship, that just becomes unacceptable. So meanwhile, what the Americans say is that they're hitting mine-laying ships, which may be true, but a lot of these mine-laying ships are actually just motorboats, because if the Iranians want to mine the straits themselves, mine the Gulf, they only have to use floating mines, which are very easy, and they simply have to toss them off the back of a small craft. Floating mines are a problem around the Gulf. They could go anywhere. From the Iranian point of view, that achieves the objective of making the Gulf a dangerous place for all shipping. So however the United States gets hold of these or destroys these smaller craft, the chances are the Iranians will still find ways of dropping mines into the Gulf. President Trump last night threatened all sorts of fire and fury if the Iranians mined the Gulf. And so within hours of President Trump making his threats, 3 ships were attacked, the Iranians making it very clear what they think about his threats. And so here we are on day 12, and it's fairly clear that the United States has a very specific military strategy, but not really a political strategy. Whereas the Iranians, they have a pretty clear political strategy, but a rather disaggregated military strategy. In fact, this is what is known as asymmetric warfare. That's the way it works.
This morning, the US releasing new video of strikes on Iranian naval ships, saying it's destroyed 16 mine-laying vessels near the critical Strait of Hormuz. This as several cargo ships in the strait hit by unknown projectiles, according to the British Maritime Authority, some reportedly setting fires on board. All amid growing concerns over the region's oil supply and reports Iran's planning to use mines.
Some rich Iranian dude is losing his mind seeing his prized innocent jet ski tomahawked on global news. Oh, Jesus, dude. This guy's my new favorite Twitter poster. He's Jordanian. All his tweets are bangers. A literal war going on, yet my country's more concerned about Doki Doki Literature Club. Public Security Directorate warns against electronic game Doki Doki Literature Club and similar games to it. We call on parents to monitor and follow up on the games and content that children... Oh my God, are you fucking kidding me? By the way, JJK is so fucking fire. I love this new season. I love the direction that they took. That's totally separate from everything else, obviously, but Jujutsu Kaisen, the latest season of Jujutsu Kaisen is peak, dude. Straight up. I love his backstory as well. Fucking awesome. I rewatched it. I rewatched Jujutsu Kaisen, and it's so fucking, it's good. It's good. I'm glad I rewatched it. It's so fucking good. His domain is cool. His backstory is really fucking cool. Hey, did Ben-Gvir died or no? I don't think so, chatter. I don't think he died. You know, hate to report this, but he's probably alive. Oh, report. Iran has offered post-war concessions to Kurdish parties in an effort to keep them out of the widening U.S.-Israel war, but Kurdish leaders have not responded, the Amargi reports. The report says that Iranian Kurdish groups have been in contact with the U.S. officials about possible cooperation. Even as Washington sends mixed signals, President Donald Trump said on March 6th, it would be wonderful if the Kurdish forces crossed into Iran, but later said that the U.S. was not looking for the Kurds to enter the war. Meanwhile, Ali Larijani, Secretary of Iran's Supreme National Security Council, warned Kurdish parties that if they enter the conflict, they will be dealt with. Kurdish parties have so far taken no concrete action, citing the lack of U.S. security guarantees against Iranian retaliation. Estimates suggest 5,000 to 10,000 Kurdish fighters are based in Iraq's Kurdistan region. FBI Director Kash Patel fired the entire Iran-focused counterintelligence team, CI-12, including agents who investigated Trump's classified documents just days before the U.S. launched strikes on Iran. Hell yeah. Wait, it's on. He's actually dead?
האיראנים אומרים שאתה מת. כל האיראנים שהפיצו את הפייק שאני מת.
Bro, why you gotta fucking why you gotta bum me out, dude? Why you gotta fucking bum me out, dude? God damn it. That shit sucks, dude. Fucking, I don't even want to think about that. Spain permanently withdrew its ambassador to Israel on Tuesday's diplomatic standoff worsened. We covered that already. Oh, there's also this. So yesterday I was talking about Shoykot, and Emily Mills. Did Hassan the Hun talk to Shoykot about Rebellion Pact Policy Institute with Cenk or Brianna or not? I haven't watched the show. Also in 2022, Shoykot was the director of the Rebellion Pact Institute alongside Cenk and Brianna Wu. Ryan says, I see that Mills keeps bringing this up as if it's somehow unexplained. In 2022, Brianna Wu had not yet become an unapologetic champion of genocide and was fairly standard progressive democratic operative. Working in a pact with her and Cenk Uygur would not have been unusual. The other side of the story, of course, is that I literally, once Brianna Wu became this fucking Zionist monster, I told Cenk to literally drop her, which I don't even know when he actually did. But last but not least, I don't give a fuck if he worked on the Rebellion Pact. I don't care. But a lot of people are talking about some of the candidates that we've had on the broadcast. A lot of people are talking about it. Scott Wiener is running scared. He actually came out with a video shitting on Shoykot. Guys, for people that don't know, he has all the fucking backing, okay? He was AOC's first chief of staff. He literally is responsible. Shoykot was one of the people that literally built Justice Democrats. And then he transitioned into being AOC's chief of staff. He was AOC's first chief of staff. Okay? He's legit. It's very fucking annoying that people don't know anything and are like, oh, he's like really rich or whatever, and getting mad at all this shit. Elizabeth Warren moment in Illinois 9. Oh my God, don't even get me fucking started on this. Like, I also don't even want to shit on like Bushra because I think she's like a very nice person. But yeah, Israel's favorite candidate in San Francisco came out with a statement on Shoykot, Senator Scott Wiener. My opponent is using his vast personal wealth to try and buy a seat in Congress. I'm not worth hundreds of millions like he is, but what I do have is decades of real experience delivering for San Francisco. Being hyper rich can buy you lots of things, but it shouldn't be able to buy you an election.
I left a career in tech.
Lately, your TV and social media have probably been flooded with ads from this rich guy who wants to buy San Francisco's seat in Congress. Let's take a closer look at...
Why would you shit on Bushra? They're the DSA candidate in the 9th district. Oh, so that's what people were yelling at me about, because Kat is actually a part of DSA, but did not get the DSA endorsement for the race. That makes sense now. Mike is asking people to vote for Bushra. Oh my God. It doesn't, just, dude, it doesn't matter. Here come the Brigaders. All right, we'll talk about that in a second. Oh my God. Yeah, Kat ignored the DSA. We tried to say they didn't want it. We tried. They said they didn't want it. Yeah, I think there was like internal DSA drama. All right, let's watch the Scott Wiener ad first.
What's really going on?
And then we'll get to
He's
all
running
that.
to represent San Francisco, but over the past decade, he listed Maryland as his primary residence. And just months before he entered the race for Congress, he listed LA as his address. He says he's not taking corporate money.
I don't take corporate cash.
But he's exploiting campaign finance loopholes by self-funding his campaign with the hundreds of millions of corporate dollars he made in big business and hedge.
Kat is a part of Obama world. Why? Because Axelrod and Ben Rhodes basically gave like a fairly soft endorsement to Kat Abou-Ghazaleh. Have you perhaps considered that Ben Rhodes learned about who Kat Abou-Ghazaleh is because I introduced Kat Abou-Ghazaleh to Ben Rhodes after her disastrous foreign policy performance that I found out about from Ryan Grimm's reporting? Perhaps that might have been the reason why Ben Rhodes was tuned into who Kat Abou-Ghazaleh is. How the fuck are you in this community and you literally think that like you get duped by shit that you see on Twitter?
Funds. And he deleted 13 years of his social media posts when he entered the race for Congress.
Anyway, this is a nonsensical bullshit. Okay, one, he talks about how Shoykot is not from San Francisco. The motherfucker's been living in San Francisco for like what 20 years or something, like multiple decades, probably around the same time that Scott Wiener got to San Francisco. That's number one. Number two, Shoykot is very wealthy. This is correct, except his policies are much, much better than any other candidate I've interviewed, like with the exception of maybe like Oliver Larkin. Okay. He's not a carpetbagger. Shut the fuck up. He's been living in San Francisco for years. What are you talking about? That's number one. Number two. Okay. Number two. He's been at this game in progressive politics and has played a formative role in developing left flank candidates since 2016. Okay. Another swagged out brown boy from the Bernie contingency alongside like Fez Shocker. Okay. So that's another reason why I already liked him. I was already aware of him for many, many years. Okay. There is a real, there is another progressive candidate in this race, which by the way, you know, Scott Wiener is not even mentioning. Scott Wiener is not the progressive candidate here. There is a progressive candidate in this race. I believe her name is Connie Chang, right? If I'm not mistaken. Connie Chan. She is also a progressive candidate. I prefer Shoykot. The reason why I prefer Shoykot is because Shoykot is not just a progressive, but he also literally has the policy background. Okay? He has the policy background. He has the policy knowledge. He knows how to work within DC. That is the reason why. That is the reason why I am in favor of Shoykot, and I will literally do everything I can to get him elected. Okay? Straight up. He's already incredibly impressive. I was already in favor. I was already a fan. Connie Chang is not progressive. She's the progressive lane in this race, and people are trying to do like the dumbest, oh, these are two men that are trying to attack a woman